Hello there. How's it going? What's going on? How are ya? My name is Chlorokin, and I am a spaceship player gamer. What's up, Splorix? Splorix says Jolly Ranchers dropped combats on you. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? That doesn't seem right. This seems rather, how do you say, slanderous, libelous. I suspect you have proof of such claims. RSS scanner probe? I may know of such a capsuleer. Not really a big fan of that person, though. What up, Johnny? How you doing? Don't spoil Ant 17. How's everybody doing today? Hello. Good afternoon, my favorite extremists. What up, Cheeseburger? How you doing? If you're on YouTube, hello to you. Come say hi. P9, first chatter of the day, of the diddly day. It's a powerful hair day. Oh, I'm looking a little flaccid. Let's get you a little more erect there. There you go, buddy. There you go. You got to stand up. Decent day. Somebody's telling me that I dropped probes on them, and I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what that's all about. I strongly suspect they are confused, right? Imagine having hair. I don't have to imagine. I don't have hair. I'm missing about a third of my hair. Roughly in these regions. In the male pattern baldness regions, yeah? The only thing you ever dropped on me was a smile streamer? Shit. Well, maybe we won't do gas. Hello, everybody. How are you? What's going on? Madster's here. Oven Rash is here. Good to see you. Hayes is here. Chef Goody Couple. Purple username. Delightful dandies over here. Wallykins returning back to the game. Welcome back, buddy. Wallykins, I remember him because he killed my Drekavots one day. That's right. I was in a Drekavots in J-Space, and I was just AFK in a safe spot, uncloaked, and this fucking guy and his fucking team came and killed me. The audacity. But all around decent guy. Was in Foxholers rip. Don't know where he's at now, but coming back to the game where she welcome back, friendo. What's up, chef? Your chef baddie baby. Wow. Well, that's parasocial. I love it. Spectator says stream title's going hard these days. What's our stream title? It says EVE Online, Israeli Apartheid, Magic the Gathering. Have you ever seen a more perfect title? Spectator's coming back after 4 or 5 months, yeah. What's up, Gone Link? What's up, Harvey? What's up, Biscuit? Spectator's waiting to talk about Switzerland. I don't think there's anything to really talk about, unless you want to talk about it. I don't know that much about Switzerland. I know they're fluent in Swiss. That's the only thing I know. They're great at speaking the Swiss language. Some people play Reddit online and not EVE Online. It's impressive. Who would do that? Not me. I dribble my ball. So Splork says, man, your combats got us so excited. So it's true. I did actually launch some combats, and I do know who you are, and I do know where that was. I just want to apologize, Splorix. Because, you know, I was just looking for gas. Right? And I saw all this gas in there. I saw all these gas strips. I was like, I might as well see what they're doing. But the thing is, I used Satori probes to just scan with, so I'm assuming they freaked out. And I kind of play as if I just don't care about other people, like just treat them as like bots, I guess, in J-Space. So I'm assuming I didn't really care about that, but I'm assuming regular probes would have got you excited too. Spectre says I can see myself. Good to see you, Splorix. Hope you guys enjoy. I'm not going back there for what it's worth, and sorry to interrupt if you're still here. Yeah, it was a big one. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but there was a lot going on. I saw a lot of stuff. I dropped probes, and somebody in your system dropped a bubble. I, like, dropped the anime probes, and somewhere in that system, some saber was like, ah! And, like, dropped a bubble. You rolled it? Okay, cool. Oh, it's so funny. I also had a connection to a C6 that they also rolled. But they didn't finish it. They threaded it. If I see anime probes, that's how I respond. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. It's awesome. It just, from my perspective, I was just like, ooh, maybe I can get some gas. And like, I drop my probes, like all this shit happens, right? It's really funny to imagine it from my little goofy perspective. And I know it happens, but the point is when you play that prey animal or when you go as a group, like you have to respond. You can't just not respond. I get it. Good to see everybody. Hope you're well. Maximo Parsimonious, what's up? Parsimonious, welcome. First time here. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Oh, the pleasure is all mine. Yeah, magic is a strange part of the title. I actually rented a legacy deck on Moto. And I played a bunch of magic last night until 4 in the morning. So. What's up, Gone Link? I launched anime probes anytime I see prospect on DSAN. What's up, J5? What's up, Cheeseburger? What's up, Rude? Paul says Dr. Seuss ass hair. It's true. It's true. It is Seuss coated. Look at that. I mean, come on.
Autopilot disabled.
That's worth a sub. Come on.
Reached.
Thanks, Hayes. Hayes knows. Good to see you, Mr. Mrs. Strongly suggest I know your J-code because you dropped combats on it. Well, so here's the problem. I bet you do know my J-code for a number of reasons. Because, first of all, right below the chat box, we're seeing a weather effect. You're in the chain. And I think that's good. I think that's good that you observe that. But what I'll remind you is that I, my friend, am a man of many wormholes. A man of travel. A man of exploration, adventure. So, my J-code is your J-code. We share them on this cosmic plane, and you are welcome here anytime. And if you kill me, good fight in advance. What's up, Fish? Imagine not being an LLM. We do apparently have AI chatters here now. Like, not actual LLMs, but like chatters that identify as AI, which, whole new can of worms for me, but I'm down. Just found out I've been doing hacking sites this whole time without a black glass implant. Well, the black glass is pretty much that last step to endgame. And now with the detected spam, you know, you pretty much need that with the Zugma. Clavicular hackers, right? We'll also go ahead. Nah, you're good. I'm sorry to bother you. The antenna's strong today. It's true. I hired Palantir. He's receiving commands from his socialist moon base? Dude, wait, hold on. Are you unaware I get paid from Beijing? They give me $25 a week to spend, I don't know, a good 20 hours a week on my stream just spewing anti-American propaganda. So it's, let's just say I'm paid. It's worth it. But yes, Johnny knows. Palantir would be such a pretty name if it wasn't associated with something evil like chlamydia. Can you imagine naming your kid Chlamydia? You'd have to call her Dia. And yeah, it's a chick. I don't know why it's a chick. That's an Archer quote. I see you. Oh, shit. Pretty much all my quotes are Archer quotes. I first came across you through your video on the Odysseus. What do you think of the ship these days? So I pretty much use it just as like a little utility boat. Quite frankly, I actually just stopped using it. But I suspect you're going to see me use it again in the future, but for something unrelated to my gas caravan. So my thoughts on the ship distilled into one sentence is it's twice the cost it should be, and it's awesome and it's goofy. So I'm happy Odysseus is in the game. Gotta fight now. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Thank you, Hayes. You're too kind. I'm glad you're enjoying. You guys are gonna have to buy your own subs now. I know. I think we finally convinced FG to stop. Today's a good day. I didn't say ass. Don't put cuss words in my mouth. I'll put something in your mouth, young man. He's like, maybe I will have to start playing Eve. Woo! The gay baiting Chloro is back. I'm an LLM large lanky male. Male? A self-described male? Males and women. That's what we do around here. Using the officer expander now on your... Yeah, I put them on both my dedicated scanners, yeah. Entering Laura's giveaway are like playing Powerball or something. The odds of getting struck by lightning are better. Are they really low? Tell me about it. I've never... Honestly, I don't really creep on Laura like that. I never really checked that as giveaways. How, like, thousands of entries? Here we go, ruining at 17 again. A lot of speculation these days on what I'm going to do next. I've never had such, like, speculation as to what's going to happen. You know, Ant 16, I was streaming when I was doing it, but it was... You know, I was doing the business on the stream, so people had an understanding of what it might be, but I hid everything from them. You know, I can tell you this, episode 17, I'm not going to spoil anything before it happens, and you're probably not going to have any idea what I'm doing. But it is going to be a fun one. If last one was a mechanical one, this one's going to be a fun one. I can tell you that because I just want to do it. What's up, Tiny? How you doing? Let me guess. No luck with that wormhole, right? I'll tell you what, I just ran into some people in JSpace and they came to my chat to tell me they saw me. So I'm not having so much luck over here either. Feeling pretty bad. Although he was a good sport, so thank you to those guys. I'm exaggerating, but it feels that way. I don't need anything. It'll be fun to win, yeah. I think the most honest way to describe a lottery would be you're buying a little hope. You're not actually getting anything but hope, and that's like the most honest way to play. J-Dub says you're basically big time. I'm kind of an anti-American extremist who is a tanky, who is very in your face and aggressive. Also, strangely pro-Loru, possibly because quid pro quo, I'm not sure. You know, these are just the rumors on the street that I've heard. Econ professor call it a tax on stupid people. I think calling a lottery a tax on stupid people is like calling religious people dumb in a way. And now I understand the point is to say that you're not going to get the money back, but I think they're actually buying something. Just like religious people are in their heads or outside of their heads, you know, getting some good out of it. I kind of feel like lottery, I think we should not do them. I don't like them. But I think people buy them and actually get something out of it. They get a little hope. It's weird. Yo, my cat just opened my door and then walked away. Excuse me? This is not a door for opening. This is a closed door. For people. How you doing, Baloo? I decided to go crazy with the hair today. Some states fund education with the proceeds too. Yeah, in my state, Pennsylvania, they benefit old people. Seniors benefit from the lottery. But the idea is basically, you know, I think in a just society, you know, lotteries are not something that we're using to produce taxes. Because lotteries are essentially... They're one of two things. They're either a way to raise money, aka tax, or they're a way to steal money from people, you know? The Discord is 10 times the size of the viewers. What? Oh, Loros? Dude, you don't want to know my Discord. The ratio. It's even worse. Some days I'll get like 10 viewers, you know, if I'm doing something boring, and like I'll have like 1,000 people on my Discord. You know, not great. We'll just hand wave it and say a lot of reactionaries. No, actually, it's the truth is that you know, I'm not pleasant to watch for everybody, and that's okay. That's okay. And did you time homies? I summon Vengevine, dude. Dog, I'm playing Legacy on stream later. You down? Physical MTG collection. No, I sold everything when I was probably 21. And I'm in my mid late 30s now. Past 35 now, right? So I'm long gone. I will never buy Magic cards again, outside of, you know, having too much money. But I don't even like Magic. I just had an urge to do something nostalgic, so I rented a Legacy deck on Modo. A deck I used to play with new tech. With a cat temporarily. How about you guys try to guess my Legacy deck? What do you mean rented? So there's two ways to play Magic online, right? There's Modo and there's Arena. Arena is like the one most people play, which is like where people play standard, and there's like some older formats. Modo or MTGO is the old one. And there you actually have an economy, you can trade cards. So renting a deck is like you give some company a couple bucks a month and you can rent like a $500 deck for like a little bit, you know? It's actually a way for like, it's actually really sick, but it's mostly for like Legacy players. What's up, Starkey? Tiny over here on Twitch now. What's up, gangster? We have a cat temporarily, which we could keep from friends. Wife loves it. Find her mildly annoying. Keep it or not keep. Well, well, you gotta understand, like the cat could live 20 plus years, and you gotta make sure that there's a room in your life for it. You don't want to just keep it and then give it away. You know, otherwise I would say you foster it and find like a permanent home for it. If that's my best advice. You know, if you don't want the cat, definitely don't get the cat. Nothing more cruel than that. Gabriel says Reanimator. Zublock says Blue Control. All right, we're guessing my Legacy deck before I show it to you. I've played a bunch of Legacy decks. You may remember me talking about some of them. But one deck I did really well with in tournaments. You seem like Dirty Blue player or Mill, Death and Taxes. Well, if you don't know the Legacy decks, I guess you'd just be guessing. You can guess the archetype too, that's cool. Not really many Mill decks in Legacy. I mean, there might be some rogue ones. Reanimator's a real deck. Death and Taxes is a real deck. Neither of those is a... Yeah, I doubt it's Death and Taxes. Yeah, it's not Death and Taxes. It's a fantastic cheap deck, though. A lot of people play that back in the day. Goblin, Sneak and Show. Not Sneak and Show. I've played Sneak and Show. In fact, you even slip some sneaks. Nowadays, you slip other things into your sideboard for Reanimator. Slivers. You hoe. All right, calm down. Don't be misogynistic just because you're bad at Magic. Legit, your combat saved their operation. Novak rage roll into the system with a 25-man armor fleet. Really? Aw, poor Novak. I denied the content. Well, Splorex, how about this? How about we'll call it even? You leave me alone when I tackle this little barren perimeter, and then we'll call it even for the help. Delver? Do love Delver. Also, fun. Thanks for sharing, Splorex. That was really neat. It's a little bit scary when someone comes to your stream when they see you in high-class J-Space, but, you know. I'm just a little nomad. All right, so let me show you the deck. Nobody got it. I think at this point it would just be kind of guessing. Let me show you the deck. Name one card from the deck. Underground Sea. Non-land. Brainstorm. Did anybody here actually play Legacy? Anybody ever play Legacy before, or know what it is, or like it? Anybody at all? I think Bang Biscuit knows it, and Gabriel knows it. Legacy is like, you know, an older one. It's not like better or worse. It's just old. It's what I used to play a lot, like Ice Age. Well, Legacy is a format that lets you use any card that's not banned. Whereas all the other ones are, besides Vintage, are like, you know, they cut off at some point. You definitely know it. What's up, Shaw? So if you play Standard, Standard is like the couple sets recently, right? And then Modern or Extended or whatever they call it now is like a couple more sets. And then Legacy would be all of them. You can use anything, but you can't use like your Black Lotuses and your, you know, Ancestral Recalls. Right? So here's the deck. Moxfield. Here's the deck. So I was a huge fan of Tess, it's called. Epic Storm. I used to call it 5-color Storm. I'm probably going to call it Rainbow Storm now. Epic Storm is a dumbass name for it. Is a deck by an archetype by Brian Cook that's like a modified ad nauseum tendril deck. But I had never seen some of these cards since I haven't played Magic in like 15 years. I had never seen Gaia's Will, for example. And I had to really look at this card to understand what the fuck's happening here. But it's basically Yawgmoth Will. Apparently, like, I've played a bunch of games already. You just drop a Beseech, and you grab Gaia's Will, and you just play your entire graveyard again and insta-win. A couple cards are really disgusting. It's very similar to what it was even 15 years ago, but there's a few cards that are just really disgusting like this. You know? This spell can't be countered. Spells you control can't be countered. Pretty much everything else is the same as I remember, so the loops are very similar. It's just this Beseech thing. This Beseech card is otherworldly. Like, I don't know who the fuck designed this shit. But I'll actually play the deck later on Moto, and we can... I mean, on Moto, the competition is extremely stiff, too. These guys are all extremely good. I played a league, and I went 2-3. Granted, I'm rusty, but, you know, that's... I'd prefer to at least go positive. But, like, in Arena, you can play against bots. You can draft against bots. You play against a lot of noobs. In Moto, like, everybody's an expert. It's nuts. Anyway, let's clear a little bit of gas. We'll go to Magic a little bit later. I'm down. If those guys down the chain, if they're like lying to me and they didn't roll it off, they may have a chance to kill me, but they seem like they got their hands full. Quite frankly, I think that guy was kind of a good sport for telling me he noticed me. I basically was scanning out a chain and this guy noticed me. He knew it was me scanning the chain. Because he saw your character on the wormhole, right? And plus I was walking around uncloaked a lot. So anyway, I quite frankly have no interest in Magic, but I just thought, I'm like, wait a second, I can still play Legacy on Moto if I want. And then I'm like, wait a second, can I just rent a deck instead of giving them like $300? And it turns out, yeah. $10 later, I am just fucking killing it on Moto. Or MTGO, they call it. Apparently Wizards sold the game to somebody else. Some random shit, I have no idea. There's a group of guys at work that do weekly MTG games, yeah. I'd say I have less than zero interest in contemporary Magic, as in like the new sets, as in anything in the past 10 years. It literally makes my brain hurt what they've done to my boy. But Legacy doesn't really concern itself with the sets as a whole. Maybe a couple pieces here or there. Like I see a lot of new cards, like Barrow Goyf and stuff. It's like a whole new set of Goyfs. It's like, are you serious? You've learned nothing. The instrument vitals are clear, by the way, and re-rolled, so feel free to snack it. No shit. Oh, I thought you rolled me off down the... Oh, I see what you mean. All right, I might take a look there later. That's awesome of you, thanks. He's saying that they actually left those scats. Oh, dude. So I basically fucked it up, and if Novak didn't attack you, it would have been a dick move from me. I wonder if there's a nice way of doing that. Aren't you a big fan of SpongeBob and Magic? Do you play Magic, P9? Or are you just like, you just get on the meme train here a little bit? It's still Moto? Get out of here. I play a King of the Hill deck, Pocket Sand. I'll play you guys too eventually in Magic. I'm not going to like play Magic all the time on stream, but we'll play a little bit here and there while I have the decks. Pauper is a format anybody can play. So I think that with Magic, like if you want to enjoy this silly old card game, like stay the fuck away from new shit. Unless you want to draft it, fine. You can draft. Nobody's mad at you for drafting in sealed. Stay away from standard, stay away from modern, stay away from all that, dude. I'm telling you, it's a nightmare. You can enjoy it if you want, but just stay away. If you want to play, I'm telling you, do like the old format on Arena, or play Cube or Commander with your friends, or play Legacy or something like that, or even Vintage if you have $1 trillion. Played a bit of Commander on Tabletop Sim? Got it. Man, Commander's got to be hard for somebody who doesn't play Magic. All these cards, I guess you just take time and read them. You don't like the billion franchise tie-in decks? I don't. It's honestly disturbing. We were rolling anyway after your comments? Got it. Damn. Nice butterfly effect here. If you guys aren't really piecing together the puzzle here, I was exploring my chain, right, as one does, and I saw a huge group of people like ratting and mining and shit. And so I'm like, all right, I might as well scan this system down in front of them because why would I not, right? I guess it would be nice to not do that, but I just wasn't thinking like that. And it turns out I scan it down, they leave, and they saw it was me, and they came to my stream, and then after they left, they got attacked by another group. Talk about a butterfly effect. So cool. I obviously feel bad, but they seem like they chill. Only cowards cloak up in J-Space? Damn, I am. I'm the biggest coward. What's up, Retro? Logo, how you doing? Explorers, hope you have a good rest of your week, mister. We might actually go attack those. You know, it's funny. I saw a bunch of other people scanning too, but it might be all them. But I might, what's the phrase? Might swing by possibly and try to take those instrumentals later. If it's for real, nobody's there, we can swing back in an hour, right? And take a look. Now, I'm doing this on stream with no delay, and I'm explaining where I'm going and what I'm doing. So this is about as risky as it gets. But, you know, I'm about to do a death or two, honestly. And I'm using +3 Cindy's, like, you know, what's a bill or two among friends? It was probably me trying to find where you came from, I bet. As soon as you said that, I was like, do I show the SIGs and the thing? I'm like, he's going to figure it out anyway. Don't treat people like they're not capable. I learned my lesson on stream a while ago on JSpace when I flashed my J code and somebody logged on their seed and said hello. That was fascinating. I knew the second I opened the stream with J code. Yeah, I bet you did. We got SIGs here. We got Effect and also Skybox. Lots of fun. Yeah. Without telling them precisely where I'm at, you can probably imagine why I'm here, yeah. Says, I knew you liked them shattered. I do like shatters, it's true. I how do you say this? I put lots of seeds and lots of shattereds would be one way to put it, because look, there's the Phobos finally rolling the 6. Look at this. Look at my D-scan. See this 6 here? Here, hold on a second. That's awesome. Wonder what took this dude so long to finish it off. So if we point it at the 6 hole over there, you'll see that he has the Phobos. Finally ready to finish it off. They've been threading it now for like an hour. I don't understand what they're doing. So you're probably going to see JTJ disappear and another SIG pop up here momentarily. Kind of cool. That was a group in a C6 as well, in case you're wondering who they are. Normally you see a Phobos, you're like, what the fuck? But in JSpace, a Phobos has another use. It's closing holes, right? A wormhole eliminator. What's a seed? A seed would be a throwaway character, typically an alpha, that has a scanning probe launcher that you put inside of a wormhole that you can log on and ostensibly and in fact scan your way out with. And then find other characters to come in through the path you made. It's basically a bookmark for a system in the form of a character. Very rarely used to fight, devoted just tanky or for heavy armor. Yeah, I don't know anything about the metas, by the way. I guess I'm talking to like noobs that see a hick and they're like, well, he's gonna bubble me. Well, JSpace, they have a different niche. There it is, see? So this would be our C6 static in this wormhole. We know this just popped up. And in fact, we can just go scan it down and explore there as well if we don't want to go for those instrumentals. But we probably will, honestly. I think that the people we saw scanning earlier were these guys trying to find out where I came from, because they either knew who I was and were curious, or they were pissed I interrupted it. Either way, total justification. I wonder if I mean, what do you do there? Let's do a trolley problem. I know dialectically we shouldn't be doing this, but it's fun, right? What do you do? If you're in a system and you're looking for gas and you see like 20 guys, or in this case 20 characters, scooping gas and ratting, do you just scan and scare them and then just like come back later, or do you just leave? I feel like no matter what you do, they're gonna regroup and scatter because they're gonna see your ship. You might as well just scan it. The problem is seeing anime probes pop up is such a provocative thing. It's really like, oh my god, here comes Hawks, right? Back to the badge rank? Yeah, I know. Oh god, it called out instantly. Yeah, back to the badge rank. You got me, Tiny. Thank you for that. I need that. So the title, I fuck with MTG. Haven't played in years, but I still enjoyed it sometimes. You're gonna play Legacy later on Moto. We're gonna play Rainbow Storm, 5-color Storm. Anime probes was doing PvE screams danger. Yeah, I wonder if I should, if honestly, if I'm not actually signaling to attack, why not just switch to sisters real quick? Anime probes would be the new faction combat probes, Satori Horigo probes. So these are anime. I guess it's just like a loosely vague reference to Satori Harugu sounding, I guess, Japanese, right? And then like, you know, a little anime thing. I think it's harmless personally. Also, funny story, Satori Horigo, if you add them together, you get Satorigu, which is the name of, you guessed it, one of my characters. Bam! JW shaking that thing, little Miami booty shaking here. Say what you want about the Cuban diaspora and their terrible politics. They know how to shake their butts. And that might be enough for me politically. I like how I got from there. I went from a mouse to that. All it took was shaking the mouse to go to Cuban diaspora. It's getting, but yeah, it's leaking out on my top monitor now. I can't even, it's just fucking huge. I started this one after JW, so technically I'm going to need somebody. This is not epilepsy friendly. True. The power of butt shaking triumphs. Can somebody drop the emote? I'm getting concerned. Oh, okay. Whew. Thanks, J-Dubs. Oh, that was close. I almost died there. My right arm got mildly uncomfortable from the shaking. Nothing wrong with a little Miami booty shaking. There's really nothing wrong with that, is the point. Most political parties would probably benefit from it. Communist, fascist, liberal, neoliberal, whatever it is that you identify as. You could probably benefit from some booty shaking. That's all I'll say. Trump booty shake? You mean Donald Trump shaking his booty? Not really what I had in mind. I was thinking some fly honeys and himbos, you know? Shaking what their mama gave them. You know what I'm saying? Need to bleach that vision out. He scared us off. Our static got reduced by us returning. We decided to bait roll it. No vacancies. Rage rolled into us and sadly killed the bait quicker than we could form in static. Was crit. So we couldn't follow him to get revenge. Now I'm watching stream while waiting for a call for PvP. Jeez. You've made my day better for what it's worth. And if, for whatever reason, I was responsible for any ill fortune today, sorry, homie. I'd rather he shake his booty than threaten to invade friendly democratic countries. Like Iran? highly democratic Iran. Wait, who's he gonna invade? Like Greenland and Canada. Okay, did he do that? Legit so happy I would have 100% lost my paladin to that Novak rage roll. Interesting, I see. So somehow I fucked over Novak. Alright, well they can handle it. Bear named Blue said this is why I'm here. Crop says they're rage baiting. Don't fall for it, Chloro. Nah, it's alright. They can pwn me a little bit. They're allowed to trick me every once in a while. Greenland is a territory. Whoa! Alright, Greenland is a beautiful nation with great borders. Okay. No colonialism here. No settling here. Indigenous people in Greenland famously super happy about all this. Crops, how are you, buddy? New Eden is a pixel. Alright. Alright. We doing philosophy today again? We're about to start naming people that I've only ever read and never said out loud, and I'm about to get exposed. You know, I love that. Just throwing it out there. Well, fucking throw it back. No, it doesn't matter. So, Cheeseburger, are you worried about Trump invading Canada and Greenland? That's kind of what you're getting at. What about... And this is just... I'm just going to put this out there, but... What if we didn't invent things to worry about and instead worried about the current invasions which we're a part of, right? And if you know, what if we focus our energy there? Surely we can do that, right? For example, we are invading through our alliance with Israel. We are invading Lebanon. We are invading West Bank. We're obviously conquered and decimated and genocided and pillaged Gaza. We're also invading Iran, right? We've done actually multiple genocide facilitations recently. Lebanese, the mass migration of 600,000 people in a nation of 5 million, like that is a genocide. It's just not as cruel as, say, your Holocausts and your Gazas, right? So I guess what I want to talk about is like, you know, I'm not really so frustrated by, you know, Trump's rhetoric when it comes to like invading these fellow nations. I'm more frustrated by the fact that we're doing it now, but we're still like seemingly not interested in it as a people to reckon with that. You know what I mean? Threats to Cuba as well. Yeah. I'm glad you're on my side. So the threats to Cuba are not threats. Like we have been manifesting misery and destruction and pain and suffering there for decades and like a long time now. We have what they call an embargo. We force other countries to not trade with them. And more recently, we've actually done blockades. We've physically, with our military, forced ships to not deliver to them. The only countries capable of delivering would be like Russia or China. And quite frankly, you know, these countries, you know, with all due respect, are you know, Russia is an imperialist hellscape of a government, and China is a far cry from the Soviet Union in being able to project their influence in this capacity at this time. So it's like there's nobody that's going to save Cuba, you know. We need to stop killing them is what it needs to happen. We need to just do that. The idea that we've had our boot on the neck of Cuba since the dissolution of the USSR, we've never took it off, is just deplorable. Is too charitable of a word. Silver lining is the worldwide parties when Trump kicks the bucket will be lit as fuck. I'm gonna mourn Trump. I'm gonna get a Trump tattoo on my face. Which borders had blend zones, like the DMZ, but a more friendly cafe we can muddle about, and it's immunity for both sides instead of having to beeline towards the embassy while the map loads on my 6-year-old iPhone. Not really. I guess I can't really relate because, you know, America, right? But you know, with that said, borders are something that, yeah. I think people interested in equity among people, egalitarian style thinking, and Marxism in general can understand that borders tend to breed distrust and make material conditions worse among people instead of working together. It's just basic anti-collectivism to divvy the world up like that. Current embargo blockade is directly resulting in human suffering. I mean, yeah, putting it lightly. He can invade Latin America after my 6-week vacation. All right. Unabashedly, fun. Jesse Greer says a genocide can be not as cruel. Yeah. So genocide is a word that describes lots of different activity that it's always cruel. But we'd like to live in reality here where we can look at the genocide of Gazans and say that, you know, this scale of suffering wasn't as it was in the Holocaust. That's not difficult for me to say. So yeah, the genocide of Gazans wasn't as cruel as the genocide of Slavs and the Poles and the Jews in World War II. But that doesn't matter, is the point. You know, the semantics aren't relevant here. I'm just observing, obviously there wasn't as much suffering. That doesn't excuse it. That doesn't mean that a little genocide is okay. That doesn't mean we should vote for people that are for. No, I am strictly anti-genocide of all variety. I'm anti imperial war of all varieties. We don't even have to say genocide. We can just say I'm anti-imperialistic war. The only war I think should be fought is a revolution or a defensive war. So let's not get caught up on words, yeah? With that one, Jesse. I'm legit afraid of anything that's going to happen on my vacation. I mean, you know, it's a profoundly selfish view to look at geopolitics and boil it down to like, I'm scared of my vacation. But, you know, I do hope you're safe for what it's worth. Getting caught on words can be fun. If my point was that, like, you know, this genocide is not bad, that one is, yeah, you'd have a point. But that's not my point. I think you get that. I'm just trying to say, obviously, there was more suffering in the Holocaust than, say, even like Darfur or I mean, it's all subjective. It's all subjective. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not going to walk that back. I think that, yeah. What we're doing in Gaza, what we've done in Gaza as an alliance is otherworldly in cruelty. It's otherworldly. There's still time for it to get worse, don't worry. We literally have people in my chat talking about how they want to go vacationing to LATAM and how they're scared. Oh, God. The cruelty and the genocide really aren't related, though, right? It's a simple observation. And the reason it was even invoked was to steelman my argument. That's saying, like, yeah, there was technically worse suffering, but that doesn't matter because this is still completely unacceptable, right? I'm a German immigrant to Canada who was made to go to the States for work without visa. ICE is watching me. Uh-oh. I guess I just can't relate with, you know, people that have left the empire going to the global south, you know, talking about where it's safe and where it's not. I just can't relate. You know, you want to stay safe. I get that. But, like, you know. It is just like, it is chauvinistic. and I'm hate to be the one to break that to you. I'm fine with that. Yeah, no worries. And I guess maybe I should clarify. It's not chauvinistic to want to take a vacation, but it's weird to, like, want to visit somewhere that's essentially been ravaged by the empire that you are vacationing from, and then to be concerned about safety. You know? It's just, there's just a level of ignorance to it that I just can't wrap my head around. Ring about the integrity of your vacation while the locals are worried about being invaded is pretty well. That's kind of the point, I guess, I'm trying to make. And I guess I'm not trying to, like, make them feel too bad, but it is bizarre. You know? My wife's been working on getting a tourist visa for her to go to the USA to travel around. It's been 2-year wait list for that. Probably longer than 2 years. Yeah, I heard it's not that easy to get stuff to come to the US. Could be related to Mr. Donald Trump's administration, but probably not. I seem to recall a Hillary Clinton quote saying that Biden's administration deported more people or something. It's like, wow, really? Is that is that really good? Is that a good thing? Yeah, I don't know. I guess my problem comes with the idea of the empire vacationing to the global south in general. Like, I think Johnny's situation is different. Personally, the idea of going for love is pretty pure, right? But vacationing, it just rubs me the wrong way. I'll have to not get stuck on this, though, because poor Splorix is going to be like, well, why are you picking on me? The point of that quote is to say that the government can accomplish deportations and border enforcement without shooting people dead in the street and ignoring due process. Yeah, but where's the fun in that? My dad's dad was German, dad Canadian, now American. Now I'm dual citizen, wondering if going back nationwide would benefit me. I mean, picking between Germany and America as two nations is like choosing between, you know, like a terribly mentally ill mother who beats you and an alcoholic, violent father, right? Like, what are you supposed to do? Did you realize? So so I don't know if you know this. I'm like an anti-imperialist. I'm a socialist. So a lot of my time is spent thinking about how, you know, the empire, America and its vassal states and the West in general, how we victimize like the global South. So my idea is like, you know, when I hear somebody talking about how they're going to go and visit Venezuela or wherever from ostensibly the US, my brain just immediately goes to like, wow, the perspective difference is nuts. I don't want you to have a bad time and I don't want you to get hurt though. And I think you should be able to travel there. But my brain just goes there. So hopefully that it clues you in. It's kind of a light criticism to like the lack of awareness, I think, on a geopolitical scale, I think. Because if you're going to do it, I think, and if you are aware of like kind of this criticism, you might not talk about it in a socialist circle. That's kind of where it comes from. First question on my doc, if I'll do sex tourism, and you told him, yeah, absolutely, right? You love human trafficking and pedophilia, right? Just kidding, just kidding. I'm somebody that happens to think that sex work and, you know, prostitution is perfectly natural and awesome. It's just that because it's prohibited, because it's stigmatized, because it's tabooed, because it's not regulated, you have an infinite amount of abuse in this industry, all the way from porn to straight up, you know, murder and trafficking and pedophilia, literally. And it needs to be normalized, and women and men need to be empowered, right? Things like revenge porn, I know it's illegal, you know, in many places, but it needs to carry a serious sentence, straight up. I watched Game of Thrones. I know it used to be illegal. Something Ashtarothi. By the way, I never got a DM from Ashtarothi, so I'm assuming nobody told him to hit me up. I'm from Germany, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, Germany and the US are pretty fucked right now, man. And I'm going to be honest with you, the nations that are closest to Israel are the most fucked up right now. It is true. Israel is the nexus of fucked up. I've run into some fantasy books that talked about sex work as being normalized, and I wish we got there one day. Yeah. Well, certainly some cultures sort of normalize it, but even there's shady stuff because, you know, it's just not fully accepted. I think sex work is like, I say what I'm doing here, entertaining people and hanging out. This is like the same style of work as sex work. Entertainment and sex work, it's like the same thing. What separates a cam girl or boy just talking on camera and like showing you their titties or whatever from like somebody just making you laugh and hanging out with you? It's like, yeah, there's a sex component, but it's all about entertainment and value and people being attracted to watching something. Chlorkin starts pole dancing. Yeah, if you want the pole to break and the house to shake. Medellin has been gentrified so much. Housing and food costs are unaffordable to lots of locals, which is making the poverty gap even worse. Well, let's just put it this way. I don't know much about Colombia, but I will tell you this. It seems like it's rife with issues. Is that, would your expat brain, see, I gave you the expat, would it concur? Or I'm not talking about petty crime on the street. I'm talking, or even violence on the street. I'm talking about there are some systemic issues there. Coffee art's better than stripper art. Why not coffee stripper art? Why must you? Lots of issues mostly caused by foreigners. Whoa! I was going to lull you in and then be like, well, who caused those issues? Let's be clear here. Not every country's problem is caused by the US, but unless you admit that the US meddles in a lot of countries, you can't have a serious conversation. And Johnny already knows. Expat immigrant with money? Yeah. We talk about this. Have you been here when we talked about it? We have our double speak list. In fact, I never actually made the list. Let's make it now. Let's do our double speak list. Imperialist doublespeak. So immigrant, expat, bad guy, terrorist,
Amy Winkle says
bad government, regime,
pirate.
Government in different governments, authoritarian, right? What else? We have like a whole fuckload of these, man. I can't pull them out of my butt. Automod did your TTS? Did it? Oh, did it? I heard it. There you go. I got you. That sounds double plus good. What's another example? Incompatible values. I mean, you know, you have a new one, which is like leftist is tanky, but this isn't really super relevant. It's not really double speak. It's just a slur or propaganda. Automod on purge, yeah. But there's a whole host of these. I mean, like, there's so many of them. My brain is blanking, but there's so many of them that we run into constantly, right? You know, invasion versus special military operation would be another one. And that, you know, you see Russia doing this. You see us doing this. So can't comprehend how huge Latin America is. 8-hour drive for me is almost top of Germany to bottom. Dude, the Americas are huge. Canada, US, LATAM. Dude. So big. Anyway, I just want you to understand that when you see people saying these things, you need to be uber aware of the fact that these people are literally spitting. They are repeating things they've heard from the empire without actually, in my opinion, having that conversation of like, well, what does authoritarian mean in this context? Is it somebody abusing their power or using it in a different way? What does regime actually mean? Do the people there think it's a regime? Do other countries think it's a regime? Or is that just a label we've put on it so that people know it's bad? Why are we not a regime? Why is it not the Trump regime? This is reserved for generally brown people, communists, right? Same thing with terrorists. Anyway, I love those words because it's a simple way to just do a thought terminating exercise with a liberal, is to just be like, I don't think authoritarianism means that. I'll give you a good example. This is the classic example of imperial doublespeak, but you need to understand that this tries to frame it in a way that this is a natural thing. When you see this, you need to understand that this is actually not natural. It's idealist to think that this is just how people are. You've all seen this before. On the left, it says, our blessed homeland. It says, our glorious leader, our great religion, our noble populace, our heroic adventures, and then their barbarous wastes. Their wicked despot, their primitive superstition, their backward savages, their brutish invaders. This is doublespeak. You understand this? What this is, specifically, is doublespeak from the perspective of imperialism. All societies are capable of this level of dissonance and this doublespeak. All modes of production, all derivatives of mode of production, all activity, you can always do this. But I can tell you that, and I want to be honest with you, socialists also do this. Oh yeah, the same thing. You need to know when it's happening and what it is, though. You can't just think that this is real. This is real. Just like when a socialist describes, you know, the average American as some propagandist term. I don't want to get into it, but like what I'm trying to say is, like, you have to understand what these phraseology look like. And if you don't understand that this is this doublespeak just like this, then you're doing yourself a disservice. So gravy. Red brutish as British. Ah, brutish. Same word. Anyway. Gravy, how the hell are you? Joss, what's going on? What's going on? Winner writes the rules? Well, sure. We talk about this in Marxism pretty early on when you start to read it. Is like what makes history? What is history, right? Historical materialism looks at essentially, you know, what history was instead of what we thought it was. That's like the fundamental part of it. Winners writing the rules is not really something that we can use to build a good society, is it? You have to look at it materially. The rules, the Marxist perspective is that the rules are not written. They are dictated. In this context. I have a new chair, my back is happy. I'm gonna watch a little video today. Hold on, let me get off this title here. So I was gonna watch this video on my own, but I realized we should probably watch it together. This is some pretty wholesale criticisms of Israel, and it's entertaining as well. Having a good day today? Yeah, I'm doing well.
How much I hate Israel and can't wait to live. It's like
this video isn't about Ethan Klein necessarily. It's about Israel.
Why does everybody leave dog and garbage everywhere on the ground? If this place is so holy, why does everybody literally take a shit in the?
Let me give you some context. So Ethan Klein is a podcaster, blah 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 blah, huge Zionist, and has gone to bat for Israel a lot, to be an understatement, in the past X years. This is like a clip chimp moment of him talking about how bad it is to live in Israel. This entire video is about Israel apartheid. This video is about the hypocrisy of Western Zionists and basically the lie that is Israel in terms of its presentation. In the same way that people laugh at the DPRK for trying to present itself in a better light, Israel is one of the poorest developed nations on the planet in terms of its income. Like, listen to what he has to say.
Street and I have to walk through it. I get the feeling sometimes it's cleaner in goddamn India than it is in this holy country.
So the video I uploaded last week is one of my most viewed videos already. It's the fastest to hit 300,000 views, I believe. And in that video, which I will recap a bit more further in the video, I basically talked about how the propaganda about what Israeli society
we're going to pause and talk a lot about
in the West
this
completely
video
at odds with the reality. So the propaganda often shows us a country that looks like Mediterranean European countries. But
guys, what do you think Israel's like? We've had Israelis chatters here. I've never been there, right? What do you think Israel's like? Based on what you've seen in the media, isn't it presented as like as he's saying in like a nice place to live? Isn't he presenting that? Isn't that presented to you as a Westerner that it's like a war-torn but nice place to live, modern amenities, people are taken care of, lots of technology, clean, progressive, right? In terms of, you know, non-social issues, right? That's how it's presented to me in my life. Having never been there, that's what I always thought it was until the past couple of years when I've looked into Israel more.
It's more futuristic, more developed, and compared to its neighbors in the Middle East, it's very tolerant. You can go there and be yourself. And it's great to go for like LGBT pride. It's great to go just on holiday generally. And in the video, we discussed the reality that Israel is like a deeply divided society, even amongst Israeli Jews. We talked about the poverty in Israel being really bad. And we also spoke about how a lot of Israel is not a very nice place to live for many different reasons, be it housing, be it jobs, or be it like the very visible effects of Israeli apartheid. And this is in like the conventional understanding.
He said Israeli apartheid. Where's that one chatter who swore up and down? He pinky promised that Israel was not doing apartheid to the Palestinian people. Where's he at? Apparently now two people are saying there's an apartheid in Israel. Me and this guy. This is crazy.
of what the Israeli state is. We weren't even talking about the occupied West Bank, for example. But I wanted to elaborate on that video even further. For today's video, I want to discuss why it's so hard to even find this information online and why you don't really hear about it. Like, why don't you hear in America and England that Israel is like literally one of the most poor developed countries in the entire world? Why do you never hear about that? Why do you never hear about all these issues in Israel? Why do you never ever hear Israelis talking bad about their own?
Why do we not hear about Israel's problems? Why is it presented as a utopia? Could it, we're going to watch this, by the way, but could it be, folks, that part of kind of this relationship we have with Israel is this like ironclad level of like propaganda delivery? Dude, Israel could like be a swamp and we would never know. We would think it was like skyscrapers. They literally like rape prisoners and like murder children and like do genocides in the name of fucking God. Yet we think it's based to live there.
Country, because of course, when you live in a country that is so poor, that has so many problems, you'd think that a lot of Israelis would actually vocalize like why their country is bad. And I think it's for a variety of reasons. I do think there is some sort of social media censorship coming out of Israel. I also think because they do so many terrible...
What's the word? What is the word? Counter-terrorism. What's the word? Actually, what would be a real word for that? Surveillance state. This is just like basic governance. Basic... I'll put something in here. I can't think of the term right now. But like what we describe as China's surveillance state, it's funny because like you're describing the network of CCTVs and like the government processing, I guess. It's like, do you describe Britain as a surveillance state? You do? Interesting. Why is it a surveillance state? What are they doing with the information? Skip Slash says hitting the four corners of the world with that title for real.
Crimes of the surrounding nations.
You speak any Spanish?
Look for problems specifically in Israel.
I am fluent.
Search results usually bring up something in either the West Bank or Gaza, but also another part. And I have an article from someone who is a Zionist and an Israeli, and they talk about how Israelis are so reluctant to criticize their own country, even when objectively it is worse than many other comparable countries in terms of economic development. And also, part of this video I'm going to show you, someone said in the comments, and I didn't realize this, they said, one Israeli I've seen actually say loads of bad shit about Israel is Ethan Klein. So you wouldn't actually think that, considering what he's been doing over the last few years.
We might skip through some of the Ethan stuff.
A lot of these videos, so they're basically like vlogs that Hila Klein made while they were both living in Israel. And in these videos, Ethan Klein is constantly complaining about what a shithole Tel Aviv is, and he's showing footage of this. And I want to show you some of that today because I think it's telling, and it also shows in a video form a lot of the things I was speaking about in my video last week, particularly in terms of housing. I said there was these socialist housing projects in the 1950s and 60s, but what eventually happened was they became privatized. Instead of these private developers making loads of new apartments for people to live in, which they did in some cases, what often happened is they owned the old socialist apartment blocks and just overcrowded them. So if you go in Tel Aviv, you're going to see these apartment complexes, which are extremely old. It actually reminds me of going to places like Hanoi, where you often see like these French-style apartment blocks from like the 1930s and stuff.
He said
and they've
Hanoi!
been adapted, but they're like so incredibly...
That does psychic damage to the Israelis, dude.
Old. But that is obviously like a poorer developing country. That isn't Israel, and that isn't the Israel you've been sold in Western propaganda. So I want to talk about all of that today. I got a few more ones about Israel coming up. I got one about basically the Israeli tourism crisis. I might talk about internally people stopping going to Israel, but also
tourism crisis,
just how much trouble Israeli tourists have been getting in Southeast Asia. And I want to talk about the myth of Israeli feminism. And I also want to talk about the Israeli obsession with Dresden. I'll be completely transparent.
This guy is cooking. I don't know who the fuck he is, but he hates Israel, bro. I like him. I like his big, smushy face.
My last video was not demonetized. I'm not going to pretend that most of my pro-Palestinian content gets demonetized, but I feel like some of these ones could potentially, but I still want to make them. But if you want to support me financially, please consider checking out my Patreon page or my YouTube memberships. And if you want to follow me on social media, check out my
Whoa.
Instagram.
He leaves the amount visible. That's Chad as fuck. Dude, to leave the amount visible as like a mid-sized patron, that's Chad. Yo, Splorix, thanks for coming by. I'm glad I saved your palette, and thanks for sharing. That was awesome. We're going to play Magic later, talk about the world. But thanks for coming by again. Have a good night.
And my Blue Sky account at the Cavernacle, and let's get into the video. So just to recap part 1. So I would suggest if you're watching this video and you're interested, go watch my original video. But if you're not going to do that, and some of you won't, basically in that video, I just showed the propaganda around Israel. I showed all these tourism ads. I showed all these TikToks that talk about like Tel Aviv nightlife. And I also contrasted that with very real statistics about Israeli society, how it just has like really high child poverty. It has really high general poverty. Rent prices are insane. The job market is really bad. And also the Netanyahu government has been consistently gutting the state. And as a response, a lot of like doctors have fled Israel, and Israel has seen its highest number of Israeli Jews leaving the country pretty much ever, due to a variety of factors. Obviously due to the war they started on Iran and just general attacks from Hezbollah.
I'm just going to take 1 second here and pause, just in case we have any new viewers here. I just want to take a quick moment in case you are somebody lurking and maybe you don't follow the news, maybe you have no idea what's going on, maybe you haven't taken some time to learn about what we're all talking about, and that's fine. I just want to take 1 second and explain to you that, you know, on this stream, I'm not like the biggest fan of religion. I'm open about it, but I don't discriminate based on that. You're free to practice. I will not make my decisions based off of that, even if I think it's a little silly. So that means like Christians, Muslims, Jews, like Abrahamic religions and Eastern religions and everything in between. Like these people are like friends of the show. There's no disqualifying factor. That would be bigoted, which I'm not. My beef is people that think Israel had a right to take this land, thinking that Israel has a right to do these continued genocides and these wars of aggression on their neighbors and doing it with the backing of our country, right? That's my beef. I have a problem with Zionists, not Jews. Jews, Christians, whatever. Like, live your life, homie. Zionists, I have a big problem, and I will debate them until they're ashamed. That's basically how this goes. So if you're watching this going like, does Clurican hate Jewish people? I mean, welcome to the internet. I guess you haven't been on in a while, but no, not at all. I happen to think that your religion in 2026 is not something worth worrying about, something that we should deprive you of. I think we should keep trying to build a better world so that we have to stop leaning on mythologies, right?
Hamas and the Houthis in response to the Gaza genocide, right? So a lot of people have fled for those reasons, but also fighting like multiple wars and doing terrible crimes against humanity. That costs a lot of money. And yes, Netanyahu has like gutted things that generally benefit Israeli citizens to fund this. And Israel already had a high cost of living. And actually, funnily enough, after I uploaded this video, this came out, The Times of Israel. Israel has a higher cost of living than wealthier European nations, study shows. Soaring.
Do you want to pay more for bananas and possibly eat a rocket from a rebel group? Come on down. Come on down to Israel.
Housing costs and steep food prices are the main drivers behind Israel's high cost of living, which has overtaken even some of the wealthiest countries in Europe. Dr. Sarit Menahem-Karmi, a senior researcher at the Aaron Institute for Economic Policy at Reichman University, told the Times of Israel, the cost of living in Israel is very expensive, and when you add the security situation and almost 3 years of war, it's not surprising we are starting to see the signs of immigration, of quality human capital, meaning that more Israelis are leaving the country than are coming back.
I feel like the US and Britain need to get together and to find an area of the world where we could carve out some land for the fleeing Israelis. Call it Israel 2.0. And we'll take the Holy Lands and excavate them and bring them there. Whoa, what happened?
If nothing changes and affordability continues to decline, this is a catalyst for immigration. The study found that the cost of living in Israel has surged over the past 2 decades and has become more expensive even when compared with some of the wealthiest countries in Europe like Austria, Finland, Denmark, the Netherlands.
So what we're learning here is that like if you are living in Israel right now, your heart must be really in it. You must absolutely love disrupting and killing Palestinian lives, Lebanese lives. You must love it. Your heart must be in it right now. Because if you're just a casual player in Israel right now, like you're just casual about, settling, you would have left by now, is what we're learning. It's fair. I mean, if your heart's not in it, you don't want to go all the way. I get it. I get it.
The research showed that the
Fucking
average household consumption basket in Israel is 21% more expensive than in the richest countries in Europe. In comparison to countries where GDP is lower, Greece, Cyprus, Italy, and Spain, the cost of living in Israel, as measured by the average consumption basket, was found to be 68% more expensive. Comparison of the cost of living in developed countries by the OECD lists Israel as the 4th most expensive place to live, and the leader of the study again saying the issue of tackling the cost of living has been on the table of decision makers for more than a decade, and not only has there been no improvement, but Israel is becoming more and more expensive because structural imports and other regulatory barriers are not removed while the population keeps growing. Addressing the cost of living effectively is complex and requires policymakers to be determined and persistent, but the ability of government to execute has been very low.
Yeah, so the government in Israel is a little busy right now. They're a little bit busy trying to figure out, the most cost-effective way to murder and displace children.
During the last 2 decades, the cost of fruit and vegetables has risen by 86%, while milk and dairy has increased by 47%.
Honestly.
And from 2000 to 2024, local production of fruit and vegetables grew only by 10%,
I didn't know this.
while Israel's population grew by 52%. So those are statistics in the West that you're never going to hear. I think Israel is just...
Did anybody know this? Like, okay, there's sourcing in here as well. He does actually talk about where they're from. He's saying them each time.
7% vegetables has risen, becoming more...
Let me see.
But in comparison to Israel...
Yeah, so you can go find the study if you want.
Austria...
It's up to you to debate the veracity of it.
Also, it has a 50% population increase in the last 25 years, while only producing 10% more fruits and vegetables. So you're seeing how this apartheid state is just absolutely unsustainable. It cannot sustain itself. And the goal of many people in Israel is to try and get as many Jews as possible into this country to help with its ethnic supremacy and also just help generally with its greater goals on the region in terms of doing more imperialism. It needs more soldiers, it needs more people in the country. But what they obviously don't tell people in the propaganda when they're trying to attract all these people to come to Israel, they show you the propaganda I showed you in the other video. They show you the nightlife. They show you the tourist scene. They show you the beaches. They don't tell you any of these things. That it is a 68% more expensive to live in Israel than Spain, but it's also one of the most poor developed countries in the entire world. So that isn't really a winning argument for people, and you can see why so many people...
There is only one reason to love Israel, and it's because you think that you have a religious divine right, or you think other people have this right to the land and its artifacts. There is only one reason to live there. There's only one reason to do all this. And it's because of a supremacy inside of people. Whether it's Christians that are Zionists that think Jewish people have a right to this land, or Jewish people themselves that feel this, Lanky hunk of junk says, damn, the stream went down here. Go ahead, engage. What do you got? So we're talking about how Israel is dog shit on a Just Chatting stream, and you come in here and say this stream went down here. What do you got for us? Are you a pro-Israeli guy? Change your title then. It says EVE Online, Israeli Apartheid, Magic the Gathering on the Just Chatting category, right? You see this? Lanky hunk of junk? You saw that? We're going to stop the stream now and talk to Lanky hunk of junk. So Lanky, you saw the word EVE Online in the title, and you missed where we were playing a little EVE, right? And so you come in during the Just Chatting section and say, this stream went downhill because I'm roasting Israel, right? I feel like you might have more of a problem with the topic than the content, right? Let's talk about Israel, Lanky. Let's chit-chat. What do you think about Israel, brother? Do you like this place? Are you getting incensed when I talk about Zionism? Talk to me, fam. Reactionaries thinking that they're entitled to my stream being what they think it is. Quite frankly, there's no better feeling inside of me than somebody coming here and expecting me to jump for them and then getting called out instantly and humiliated. It honestly feels good. He's awfully quiet now. Humiliated. Yeah, humiliated. I'm asking you real quick. What exactly is the problem? See how we're in the just chatting category and it says Israeli apartheid here? What do you mean change my title? I mean, you're just objectively wrong, and I'm assuming you're upset because of the Israeli stuff, right? Just another flag wanker? Are you a Brit? Brother, I'm a socialist from the United States of America living in Pennsylvania. I've studied Marxism. I spent most of my life as a liberal. Eating reactionary fucks like you alive is like a sport for me at this point. I hope you stay and let's talk. Where are you from? What do you do? Look how angry I got? Yeah, because you came in here and told me to do something for you, and I said, fuck no, you're a little chud fuck. Of course I'm angry. If someone came in your house and started shitting everywhere, are you trying to tell me you'd like that? No, of course not. You'd tell him to get out. You'd probably shoot him. I'm just going to humiliate you. We're going to stop what we're doing and humiliate you because you're wrong. We're not even talking about Eve right now. We already did it. You feel me? We already did that. You missed it. You can go watch the VOD. We're talking about Israeli apartheid now. You can't humiliate. I think I'm doing it right now, actually. Remember the part where you said I should change the title because I'm not playing Eve? What about the category, friend? You see this right here where it says just chatting? Does that mean I have to play Eve for someone named Lanky Hunk of Junk? Or do you suspect that maybe you didn't realize I changed the category, you saw Eve online, you clicked my stream and realized that you missed it and now you're going to take it out on us? Talk to me, man. What are your politics? Are you an American? Are you a British? Are you a liberal? Are you a conservative? What do you do? Talk to me. Let's have a little talk, you and I. I'm a socialist from America. If this stream went downhill, let's go all the way, you and I. This is your chance to really just stick it to me about how downhill the stream went. Hard right from the UK. You're hard right. So you are a reactionary chud fuck. So when I talk about Israeli apartheid and Israeli discrimination and Israeli propaganda, this upsets you because you are a reactionary. I get it now. I understand. I just want you to be aware of something, lanky hunk of junk. You know, people like us, we win in history. This is how it goes. Right? What happens after capitalism is socialism. Like, we see that. You compare your nation to China, the way you guys do things as capitalists to what they do as socialists. Just imagine where you're going to be in 10 years compared to China.
Autopilot.
Let's be clear here for a second, man. Your country, my country, this is the way that's dying out. The reactionaries, the far right, the chuds, the people that are pulling us back to feudalism and slavery, people like you have no place. You have no place. You're going to lose. It's just a matter of how much resistance, how many lives can you claim along the way. Lanky hunk of junk, let's be clear here. We're going to keep talking about Israeli apartheid. We're going to keep roasting dumb fuck reactionaries like you in my chat. We're going to keep this stream going exactly as it is. In fact, you know what? I'm going to make it more political now because you're upset by it. And that's the way the cookie crumbles, bro. We're going to keep radicalizing more socialists. We're going to keep developing working class consciousness. And when the revolution comes, homie, guess what? Oh, I'm extremely angry at reactionaries coming here thinking that they can have a place at the table. If a Nazi comes to my bar while I'm chilling with my friends and you start fucking pulling your cock out and start showing us your tattoos, I'm going to get mad. In fact, guess what? You're going to be lucky if I get mad, and that's all I do. You understand? Oh, I'm very mad. I'm mauling, I'm seething, I'm coping because you are a reactionary fuck and you have no place at the table. You're mad my stream is not Eve because you have 4 brain cells. You can't even read this title and you're going to sit here and tell me you're far right from the UK. Lanky hunk of junk. Let me tell you something, bro. You are the content now. I'm not going to do anything until you get tired. Blue, thank you for the gifted subs. I'm not going to do anything until you capitulate. That's it. You're the content now, homie. We milk chuds like you. You said hard right. Yes, you are a reactionary chud fuck. You don't even know anything about what we're talking about. All you know is we said Israeli bad, and I'm not actually doing Eve, despite the title being just chatting, right? So you are a reactionary, you are hard right, you are emanating Hitler particles, you are somebody for us to study and somebody to milk and somebody to call bad, right? Who's your favorite fascist? Are you a Mussolini fan? Who's your favorite fascist? As a hard right guy, who's your favorite fascist out in history? Talk to me. Can I gift Hunk a sub to piss him off more? Hell yeah. My YouTube chat's enjoying you, by the way. They're literally gifting us subs because you're getting roasted too hard. Thank you for that, by the way. Lanky Hunga Junk, let's talk, bro. You're a hard right. That means that you're a nationalist, I'm assuming. You think Britain should go back to the Empire Times. Talk to me. What do you think? What's the problem with Britain? Is it the immigrants? Like, I'm assuming just based off the fact that you readily identify as a hard right person that you are a racist fuck. Am I wrong? Do you like people of color? Are you somebody that likes when people get mad? Is that like part of how you do things around here? You just like to get people mad because they're not playing the video game that they clearly says they're not playing? What's going on? What's going on, man?
You clumsy pilot. This is hilarious. Our escape pod was destroyed
You missed
and you
them?
died. Well, actually, your old
Thanks,
self died
Fibonacci.
and I miraculously escaped. Lucky for
Bro,
you,
we are
this
extremely
is the
hostile
American insurance
to
firm.
reactionary,
Open the
conservative,
medical services,
right-wing,
more about this nifty
weirdo
thing.
fucks like you. Like, you don't get a place at the table. You're not going to have a real conversation with it. You are a nationalist. I know you're nationalist. Who's your favorite fascist? Right? You're somebody who obviously loves capitalism. You don't like progressive progression in a state sense. All you want to do is what? Close off the borders and do empire again? I mean, what's your end game, man? Talk to me. Fibonacci, thank you very much. I'll start banning people for the hype train when it finishes off. Haven't had a hype train in a while. And by the way, Lanky, I know you're racist. You don't have to tell us you're not racist. I know anybody who would willingly identify as hard right is a racist. They are. 100% of the time. 100% of the time, they're a racist. The number of times you've probably said a slur in the past week, triple digits, double digits? Let me check my Indian wife. He's like, look, oh my goodness, this is funny. Did you know our vice president is married to, guess what, an Indian woman? And they have mixed race kids. Yuck, by the way. Extremely white way of putting it, right? Mixed race kids. Let me tell you something, bro. The fact that you have an Indian wife doesn't mean you're not racist. In fact, who knows? Maybe you're more racist now because of that. I feel bad for her. You have a wife, a person of color, a Daisy, a wife, and children, and you have a father who is a hard right white nationalist living in the UAE. It sounds ridiculous. You can't make this shit up, and I feel bad for them. Like, you are literally like the meme. He's like, yeah, I don't like immigration. I'm a nationalist, but I imported my Daisy wife and had a couple of mixed race kids. You know, Brexit. What an absolute loser, bro. He's like, listen, I have an Indian wife, so I can't be racist. Bro, you could have 50 Indian wives. You could have 50 black wives. You could have 50 wives of all different shapes, sizes, and colors, and you're still guaranteed you're a racist fuck. Anybody who's hard right is a racist because the ideology of the hierarchies always come down to race. Sometimes, people have creative interpretations. It's always race, brother. I don't have to ask you if you're racist to know that you are. You are somebody who comes into my stream, complains about Israel on your screen instead of Eve. You told me to shut up and dribble the ball. You would have told Colin Kaepernick to shut his ass up and stop kneeling. You are a cretin. You are a worthless reactionary. And again, I'm going to continue to milk you. What's fun about it? How about you make a Reddit post about it? Lanky hunk of junk. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy listening to people like you. What do you enjoy listening to? What do you enjoy listening to? Somebody stand up for socialism? Somebody stand up for egalitarianism? Somebody standing against fascist morons like you? You enjoy listening to people spit back against fascists? Brother, your political education, you're not revealing it. I'm assuming you're uneducated as fuck. But if you want to define your politics a bit more and have me stop guessing, let's listen. Let's listen to what it means to be a nationalist, non-racist, far-right UK white guy with an Indian wife. Tell me how you make that work in your world. Tell me how your children are going to grow up thinking that you're just this good guy, not having any idea how much you conditioned them to think that, when in reality you are a piece of shit. You are a person who is far right. You are a reactionary moron. You are a guy who was upset because I wasn't streaming Eve, even though the category was just chatting. You're somebody who's like, I'm not racist. I have an Indian wife, like you're fucking JD Vance. You're out here fucking sofas in this conversation, bro. I live up to the stereotype of an impassioned socialist who can articulate his thoughts and shut down any reactionary who refuses to even baseline define what they believe. Yes, I'm happy to milk morons like you. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it. My chat loves this shit. Crops with the gifts, thank you. He says, go paint some roundabouts, you twat. Oh, a little Orban reference. I got that. I got that reference. Lanky, listen, bro, it's easy. When you study, when you put in the work, when you can admit you're wrong, when you're used to dealing with chud fucks like you, right? It's easy. No. All 39 people in your echo chamber? Right. So they're on my stream. They're conditioned, right? They're all upset with you. Why don't you go make a post about me? Why don't you go to the Eve subreddit and make a post about how I'm not playing Eve anymore and how I'm calling you bad names and I'm being mean to you and then I'm a little tanky. Why don't you head over to the Eve subreddit and make a post? That way you could get the opinion of the Eve community as a whole, not just my chat, right? And then we could go there and you can see all the people dunking on me for being a weird little tanky and how you're right and that far-right nationalists in UK, white guys, that's a totally normal class to be a part of and be unaware of. Go make a post. I'm not afraid of criticism. My stance is very principled in this context. Compared to you, it's literally like talking to a child. And yeah, I'm a 10 viewer, Andy. It's true. 39 is pretty high for me. I'm not going to lie. It's probably because you're here getting milked. Lanky hunk of junk. I remember your name, too. Look how triggered you got from one comment. Ooh, yeah, you triggered me all right, bro. I'm triggered. I am triggered, which means that I'm going to continue dunking you. So do adults are they not unable to get animated and impassioned and argue articulately and coherently and lucidly? There's nothing childlike about what I'm doing. In fact, what I'm doing right now is highly adult-like. I am completely and utterly decimating you. All you're doing is being, I have an Indian wife. I'm not, look how triggered you are. You talk about me being a caricature of a stereotype. Bro, you are a 4chan groiper. You are literally like one of these guys who can't fucking hang. You can't hang. Steven Crowder will run circles around your dumb ass. Yeah, you are the child. You come in here and says, damn, this stream went downhill. And you say, look how triggered you got. Ha ha. Ha ha. Go make a Reddit post. Link this VOD and let's have other people evaluate how you acted. Let's let the other chud fucks filter your behavior and see how you did. Let's let them evaluate whether this is antisocial chud fuck behavior, where you just expect people to perform for you because you're literally a slave master born 200 years too late, or maybe you're just an entitled fuck. Let's find out. Go ahead, make a post. I'm not afraid. Last time someone did it, I literally got more viewers. See how I dunked on you with no misogyny, no Nazi particles? I just literally attacked your ideas. You see how easy that is, Lanky? I'm gonna go get a drink. Hopefully this dumb fuck can form a thought here for us. He says dunked on me. Dude, you can't even type. We were asking you what your politics are. We're telling you to go post. We're telling you to do it. You literally got nothing for us. You got milked out fast, bro. My man's was all fucking show. Asmongold not streaming today? Shut the fuck up, dude. You don't get to tell me shit. Let me tell you something. You don't get to tell me shit. And when the revolution happens, bro, I'm gonna come and I'm gonna tickle your feet with a feather. How's that sound? When you're on the train. Dumbass. The train to Neverland Ranch so we can all play magical merry-go-round. Moron. Hell yeah. All right, level 5 hype train means I get to ban 5 people at random, which I haven't got to do in a while, so this is kind of hype. I might save it in case the troll decides to form another thought. Maybe I'll save one for him. What's up, Flaming Dragon? No, we just have a reactionary in chat who told me to shut up and dribble the ball. I had my title set as just chatting, and the title says Israeli Apartheid, and he comes in here and complains that I'm not playing Eve, and now he won't even talk. Like I said, I dunked on him. He can't even form a thought. It's not hard. You know what's funny is, like, the average leftist, even the average educated liberal can dunk me in a conversation, but people like this, my God. My God. Just really not working with a full deck. I'm not racist. I have an Indian wife and 3 children. Ha ha. Eve Terror, what's up? Just ban him? No, I like to make an example of him. That's why they don't come around here much. I like to make an example. As long as they don't actually say any slurs, I won't ban them like, right away. I'll get to make some content out of them. I don't actually like record it or anything. It's just for us, just for fun. The truth is that I'm new to, you know, understanding criticisms of capitalism, but there, in no question, you know, is this exactly what I say it is? This is a reactionary fuck who's not used to being challenged. White supremacy flows through him from all angles, and this is just what you deal with on an average basis. What's up, Endeavor? What's up, Fibonacci? How we doing today? Riz, how you doing? Sorry, I was rambling for a while. Thank you for the gifted subs, Crops, Fibonacci, Barney and Baloo, and of course an anonymous gifter. I think it was, I can't remember who it was. Jesse. Thank you for that. Listen, you know, every once in a while we have a reactionary come here, they just drop a slur and get banned. But sometimes you have people like this who don't want to engage. They just want to heckle. And the second you look at them, they back down. No part of this guy hasn't made an argument since he said he had an Indian wife. That was the last thing he said of substance. And you can clearly tell he's embarrassed about it now. Oh, that wasn't you, Jesse? Oh, okay. Well, thank you, whoever did that. He's like, but I'd be a good slave owner. Precisely, thank you. It's crazy how bad the average Eve player's OPSEC is. People in my corp keep linking GitHub repos they've worked on with their real names. Woof. Yeah, OPSEC's a weird part of Eve, I'll be real. Anyway, so Lanky Hunk, anything more to say, bro? You good? I think he's lying about the wife. He may not be. It doesn't really matter. The point being is that racists date people of color. It's true. It's a common trope, believe it or not. And honestly, it's because they're racist. That's not to say you are racist for dating a person of color, but that's not to say you're not either. It has no bearing on it. It has no bearing on it. None. I don't care if he's married to his mother, it's not worth your time. Well, you're right about that, but we don't really get too many reactionaries these days, so when they come by, we have to make the most of it. Gay people marry the other sex too? Gay people? Oh my God. Listen to me. Dunking on reactionaries, fine, but gay marriage? Listen, this is a bridge too far for this stream. That's way too progressive. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Shout out to my gay homies, my L's, my B's, my Q's, T's, I's, robots. Whatever the fuck you are, I love you. I hate this guy, though. I hate anybody who says I'm hard right. By the way, you know what hard right is? Hard right is fascism. Most people would say I'm like right wing. The only people who identify as hard right are people that are confused and think that like hard conservatism is still an ideology, or people that unabashedly love fascism. I gotta go, but that was good shit. Fibonacci, thank you very much for making it fun. Here, let me ban some people real quick, and then we'll keep it going. I think he's done now. We tuckered him out. Like I told you, I mean, these people have absolutely nothing to contribute.
Are leaving.
Oops, sorry. Here, let's ban people. Eve Tear, what the fuck? Here, I'll give you a 5-minute ban. So the way it works is when you guys give me money for hype trains, I start banning people randomly for short periods of time. So Eve Tear, our first winner. Congratulations, Straw Cap. Good talk. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Chlorokin, I can't ban that guy. Cheeseburger, see ya, buddy. Starkey, nice knowing you. And we got one more, right? Who's the lucky winner? Maximo, he just joined the stream and you get banned for 5 minutes. Congratulations. I can't ban him. This guy's unbannable. There's no ban. There's no button for it. Classic leftist. Rules for thee, not for me. Authoritarianism strikes again. Lanky Hunkajunks, thank you for trying, friend. As far as reactionaries go, you were pathetic. You don't know anything. I feel bad for your family. You know? And quite honestly, man, final thing I'll say before I permanently ban you is go fuck yourself. Give me admin, I'll ban Chlorokin. It literally won't let you ban me.
Israel because they hate living there, but this is nothing new. But like I've been saying, the propaganda around Israel is very strong, and the criticism from Israeli Zionists themselves, people who believe in the, you know, the Israel project.
Nice, Harvey.
Completely
that's exciting based on what corporate is.
And
good job.
I went on places like TikTok and Instagram. I started typing in like Israeli rent prices, Israeli poverty, Israeli jobs. Like, you really can't find anything. And if I go into like vlogs about Israel, you can't find things about this because so many people in Israel do not want to speak bad of their country, even though they know it's bad. And this is why Hila Klein's vlogs, where Ethan Klein is talking about what a dump Israel is very insightful because you really don't get this content. So for context, people don't know, Hila and Ethan Klein are prominent YouTubers. Hila Klein was born in Israel. Ethan Klein is American, but became an Israeli citizen. And they're obviously married with children and they live in America now. And in the context of this video, I think she was waiting for this green card or something like that.
You look different today? Is it the hair? What happened? Hey, Gerald, you just missed me yelling at a guy.
So he's stuck in Israel and he's constantly saying,
oh,
I want to go home. I hate
oh, okay.
it. So there's a video where he shows the street
have
they
fun.
used to live
That's
on
all I want you to do.
while talking shit about it. But I just want to show you a few clips throughout these vlogs where he shows parts of Israel he hates and he talks about how much he hates Israel.
Got it.
I'm just thinking about how much I hate Israel and can't wait to live. It's like if the country's so holy, why does everybody leave dog shit and garbage everywhere on the fucking...
See, that's what I had to say about Paris when I went there. I was like, dude, if this place is so cultured and beautiful, you know, the Louvre and shit, why is there like dog shit everywhere?
Ground. If this place is so fucking holy, why does everybody literally take a shit in the fucking street and not have to walk through it? I get the feeling sometimes it's cleaner in goddamn shit butt fuck cancer India than it is in this holy country. Today we are going to Akko.
I like how he, even before he was like uber radicalized into this like Zionista he is today, even then he was just such an edgelord fuck that he still just has to be like, well, you know, India bad.
Which is a beautiful little beach town up north. So you're gonna see that not all of Israel is shit. And by the way, I don't hate Israel. I'm just frustrated because I want to get home and make more H3 videos for you guys. I just get I get spun up when I'm away from home too long. I don't hate Israel. By the way, isn't this a great place to look?
I was like, I had a nice talk with some nice guys with an IDF badge, and you know, suddenly I don't really hate Israel anymore.
That looks. Isn't that nice on the nicest street in Israel?
I've been there once.
It's great, isn't it? That being said, I don't hate Israel. I don't think it's a shithole. I definitely like it a lot here. It's the same shitty street everywhere that you look. Everything looks
Bro, Philly looks better than that.
Can you believe this? This is what Israel's all about, baby. This bus driver's gonna kill us all. I don't know if this guy's like short on time or what, but our lives in danger. I don't want to die in this shithole with all these fucking people. So
wow,
guys.
Dude, this is funny hearing Ethan Klein describe Israel like this. Honestly, like I'm not so involved and like I don't really follow it all, but I know who Ethan Klein is, right? He's like champion Zionist, ruined his whole career over it, right? But like, just the idea that there's clips out here there of him like saying what a shithole Israel is. It's honestly kind of funny. Like, what the fuck?
Few clips I found where he's talking about how much he hates Israel, how dirty Israel is. He does complain a lot for some reason about how much Orthodox Jews he sees. Like, they go to Jerusalem, he's just constantly talking about what they wear. I don't know what that's about. I think I've seen people talk about that before. But like I said, this just isn't an opinion you really hear from prominent people out of Israel, that, yeah, they feel like it's dirty, people don't respect the place. And as he says in a few videos, it feels like he's in some sort of like Indian slum. Says it a lot less nicely than that. But it's rare to hear someone...
I think he said shit bumfuck cancer India slum, which is a wild way to describe what is basically like a favela condition.
Israel compare their country
wild being charitable
unfavorably to India. But now let's look at another video where he shows the street where him and Hila Klein used to live.
Welcome to the fucking shithole neighborhood known as Florence.
Bro, he hates Israel, or he hated Israel. Wow. He has, this is a lot of clips of Ethan Klein saying he hates Israel. What the fuck?
In Israel.
Too hype for you?
And
Sorry,
this is
I mean.
where me and Hila,
Our first apartment.
first apartment we ever had together, and the whole world was here.
I get
in
pretty
this
hyped sometimes.
neighborhood. In my opinion, this looks more like India than fucking...
It's always
You
India.
can't even tell.
You'll show an American, like an American city, and be like, wow, it's like fucking China in here. It's like,
Doesn't even look that bad with all the fucking like
same
wires.
thing, same
You
vibe.
guys see it during the week. This is Saturday now, so everything is
This
closed.
place is a nightmare, dude.
Street all the time, so everyone's honking.
It's fucked. And then we had like cockroaches. We had mice. There was like a whole family of mice in our apartment once. Looks like they cleaned it up a little bit. Someone's got
Yeah.
some cactuses out there and shit. I feel like this street is too nice almost. There's streets here that the wiring
Bro,
makes it
what
look
the
like
fuck
whole
is
neighborhood's about
this?
to go up. Little India? You get the idea. I mean, look at this shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck put this together? This,
Russian bloc Berlin
look
after
at
the
this.
war, dude.
Yeah, seriously. Look at this fucking place, man.
And right next to this guy who's brand new.
Yeah, that guy's killing it. But I love how when they made this, they're like, this is so luxurious. All these windows.
It
up.
just hits differently that this is like a king Zionist, the one doing this criticism to their architecture and society.
Anyway, Israel's a wonderful place, guys.
It is. Don't listen to Ethan.
I'm not being sarcastic. I love coming to Israel, dude. This is an awesome place. Isn't it?
You always sound
Look at this
sarcastic.
alley. Look how dope it is. Look
All
how
right, that was
fucking
funny.
good
All right,
looks.
that was funny. All right, sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I gotta walk it back. I laughed. He was like, look how dope this alley is. And pans over. It's like the saddest alley you've ever seen.
Zoom in on the power line. Look at that fucking.
You always sound
Look
sarcastic.
at this alley. Look how dope it is. Look
All
how
right, that's
fucking good
all
that
right.
looks. Zoom
All right.
in on the power line.
Broken
Look at
clock,
that fucking
right.
Wiring, dude. That's sick.
You
I
gotta
love
be a
Israel.
pro to do that.
Yeah, so Tel Aviv in these videos doesn't look like the paradise that I'm shown on TikTok and in Western propaganda. It looks like any developing country, and even the wiring stuff, like you'll see that everywhere in places like Vietnam and Thailand. He showed an apartment actually, which might be something I was talking about like these old socialist apartment blocks, which are now just stuffed with people. You see the graffiti absolutely everywhere, and people in my comments who had been to Israel, they were saying that like the litter is terrible as well. Like the litter is everywhere. It's just like a very dirty place generally. And as you can see, when we talked about in my last video, all the statistics that point to Israel being a...
You mean Tel Aviv architecture, right? Hey, yo, what up, what up, what up? We were. Wait, what? Who told you that? Wait, where are you coming from? Good to see you.
poor country. You can see it right there. It looks like a poorer part of like Mediterranean Europe, and you can tell that someone like Ethan Klein, who grew up in California even, he thinks it's a dump. He's constantly calling it a shithole. He's unfavorably comparing it to places like India, and you see from his videos it doesn't look like the nicest place to live. Now think about the street they're showing you, then think about how the population has grown by 52% in 25 years, then think about how it's so fucking expensive compared to even wealthy European countries. Beyond like
Again, I said this earlier, the only reason you could be in Israel right now is if you truly believe in Zionism. Otherwise, like, the material conditions would push you out for like anybody, unless you're just wealthy and you love it and you're in it for the game. Like, you know what I mean? Isn't it just like more obvious now than ever to anybody with the internet that like the whole like get the Jewish diaspora to come back and do the Zionism thing that we've like indoctrinated in like completely innocent people, like it's pretty insidious.
Moral objections, which you'd hope most people would have, but we know lots of people don't have. Why the fuck would you want to move there? Like, why would you actually want to move there? And if most people can,
we just had this dude in here that got banned. That's what I thought you were about.
And then watch these videos. Do you think they would actually want to still live there? I don't think so.
We had this guy.
And Hila Klein. That's back in.
We had this guy who identified as a hard right from the UK, and he was mad at me because I wasn't streaming EVE Online at this moment. So I just stopped the stream and just shit on him for like 30 minutes.
2017 though. I think that's 2017, 2018. So you could maybe say a lot has changed, but when the population has grown even more and Israeli food production has...
I'm trying to learn about Israel conditions right now.
And we just read that recent report, which came out in May this year, about how terribly it compares to rich countries in Europe.
Ireland?
Then I don't think much has changed. And it has probably got even worse.
He's from Ireland.
And to talk about this again, here's another Israeli Zionist who also talks about all the bad things about Israel that you never hear about. And I thought this was another good thing to show. So Daniel Rosehill.
We need a basketball emote badly.
5 things that positively suck about living in Israel. And I think you'll be surprised at them. But I also think it's a good article for highlighting why you never hear these criticisms. Like, where are all the prominent Israelis? Where is like Gal Gadot or Frenchie from The Boys? Where are they talking about what a dump Israel is? And
where's Gal Gadot? Is that what he just said? Is Gal Gadot anti-Zionist? I don't even know. No way, right? Also, Gal Gadot, excuse me. All right, let's be. Yeah, she's full Zion, right? Yeah, I was gonna say like, you know, he's making a joke. I just didn't get it because I don't know. I just assume her politics.
How they couldn't wait to leave and
that's
live
crazy.
In America. But this person points out why people don't talk about it and why Israel isn't a great place to live. On a serious note, the more I live in Israel, the less patience I have for the rose-tinted glasses viewpoint of this country that pervades among certain quarters, especially those who dedicate themselves night and day to promoting Aliyah. And because my faculties of it mightn't be such a great idea to write about this aren't currently engaged, I'm here writing about this. So let's talk about the Aliyah bullies, the ones that think that moving to Israel is the be-all and end-all solution to one's problems, and of Israel that all its ways are perfect and all its doors are lined with bounty. You won't escape them just by sharing a country with them, you know. When they make it here, those who do not seem to instantly mutate into those whose most cherished...
I mean, you know, there's a reason why most people in Israel will tell you that they're, you know, for the Zionist project. And it's not just because they believe in it. It's because there's very little escape for like a freshly born person in Israeli society to not be molded into this. And I need you to know that doesn't absolve them of responsibility in the same way that being molded into a Nazi or being molded into an American imperialist doesn't absolve you of responsibility. But it explains why there's so much Israel approval, is because this is what an abuse of authority looks like from the perspective of, you know, like an ethno state. Yeah, we would never call Israel authoritarianism.
Vocation in life seems to be shouting down any criticism of Israel, however mild in the grand scheme of things. We can argue.
Yeah, she was IDF. Well, to be fair, anybody in Israel is conscripted. I think it's 3 years or something of mandatory service. So technically, all Israelis are part of the IDF. But you know, I'd like to draw a distinction between conscription and volunteering, not to absolve the conscription people of their sins again, but to just highlight how depraved it is to actually go back and volunteer, right? For example, my grandfather volunteered for a war. My father was conscripted for a war, right? Slightly different conditions. Neither absolves the crimes committed, right?
Are really out there.
Yeah, based.
But trust me, they exist. Don't like your local
What's up, Three
post office?
Bobos?
Are you even a Zionist? Are you secretly holding meetings with Hamas in Jenin to plot our destruction? You are, aren't you? They knew it all along. For such individuals, any line of thinking that contravenes the idea that Israel is a flawless utopia filled with only the high-tech geniuses, masterminding life-saving algorithms, and tanned muscular youth building up the Jewish homeland
muscular
is like
youth.
Poisonous anathema to their...
He said tanned muscular youth. Do you want all the children to be into this or what? Because keep talking like that and they will be down.
conscience. It stings, and they paw frantically to get rid of its stench. Such thinking simply cannot be, and so the default response is to silence it. Such diehards of the Zionist cause, it may be a fringe element, but it's a significant one. Whether you want to nuke Israel or just don't like it doesn't matter one iota. Once you've crossed that line that begins and ends with government-sponsored propaganda and opened your mind to critical thinking, or the idea that there are some things that are kind of messed up here, like the fact that despite its socialism, Israel is one of the highest poverty rates in the OECD. You've already gone way too far. You're one of them. For such people, there can be nothing even mildly questionable
Damn it,
about
it's not
life in
working.
Israel. Nor can there be
It's not
room
working.
for improvement or...
Chloro can dribble. What? Oh, here, I'll fucking open a new window. Work. Do the dribble. Yes. So now whenever I don't play Eve, you can just spam the basketball. Whenever some chud comes in here and tells me to dribble the ball and shut the fuck up, you can spam the basketball. We're in good shape.
Learning from the successes of other nations. Their worldview
Dribble that shit,
is
Chloro.
uncompromisingly totalitarian, and it can reach an almost comical extent. If an Aliyah diehard were to tip over a bucket full of chlorinated liquid onto them while walking the streets of Tel Aviv, they might praise how ecologically savvy the local denizens are for having the consideration to provide newcomers with a free shower of disinfectant. There's a pandemic going on, you know. How considerate of them. Don't get me wrong, I support Aliyah wholeheartedly, but I also connect much more of the idea that means joining a collective project of construction and betterment to build the Jewish homeland. That idea actually gets me a lot more jazzed up than pretending everything's perfect. Because Israel is small, the startup nation is a startup itself, it's malleable, and we can all bring our hammers and our chisels here to make the place better. Blinkering ourselves through drinking our own Kool-Aid serves to effectively remove that as an option. To the extent that unyielding forced positivity is justified by saying that if everyone was totally honest, nobody would make Aliyah, I disagree. We can set realistic expectations. Silencing valid criticism of life in Israel just makes people...
We're talking about, he's basically doing a long read of a perspective from inside of the culture of indoctrination within Israel for the continuation of the ethno-state. That's what he's describing.
Feel
yeah, this is too long.
But like they alone have noticed.
The rest has been good though.
Need addressing, which is never a good feeling. For most, the bubble bursts at some point. Even I reckon the zealots among the zealots, or at least they realize that for all its singularity, it's the only Jewish country in the world. Israel is in other ways just like any other country, flawed with good and bad in different measures. Bureaucrats seem to relish in making life difficult. Surprisingly, the internet connectivity kinda sucks, and customer service leaves a lot to be desired. So there's more of the article I want to read, but I thought that was interesting. Again, this is a guy who is a Zionist, he lives in Israel, and he believes in Israel, and he believes in Jewish people coming to Israel.
Right, so what's significant about it is you have basically a prominent Zionist criticizing the culture of indoctrination and denial of material conditions within Israel. That's essentially what he should have said. And then he could have read a few lines. So it is interesting. I mean, that is bizarre. This iron dome of propaganda protecting Israel throughout the past half century has been relatively airtight. To have, you know, prominent people talking in this way is, regardless of your opinion, different. This is not normal to have Zionists talking about how it sucks to live in Israel. Even if they are Zionists and clearly misguided and unethical, they are at least within their own framework getting a single issue some level of introspection that it deserves, giving it some introspection it deserves, right?
To make a Jewish homeland. And even he's saying there are so many people here who are absolutely delusional and will not hear any criticism of the Israeli state because they've tied their identity so much to
that's
it.
what the Aliyah is he was describing.
Better at all. They're just so nationalistic about Israel. And I think so much of that mindset is why in the English-speaking world, you do not hear criticism of Israel. Like, yes, sometimes you see protest, and I guess if you read, like, Israeli media that isn't in English, or maybe you read Haaretz, you will see some criticism of the Israeli state. But by and large, if you're just a general person who consumes the news, or if you're in the UK, which has gone insane about Israel over the last 10 years, you will never hear a bad word about Israel, and you'll never hear a bad word about its economy, how the society is structured. You won't hear anything about all the problems that people living there face that are kind of similar to the UK. It's, you know, it's still a capitalist country, so it manifests in very similar ways, but on top of that, it's also an apartheid state with like an ethnic hierarchy. But I think this Zionist notion permeates a lot of the Western world that Israel is a perfect place. Israel is a perfect place for Jews, and they should all want to go there. But that's the propaganda, because they have to get people to keep coming to Israel. Because if you told people in America or in Britain right now, where they've ramped up the hysteria, where the government are freaking everyone out, acting like anti-Semitism is just this epidemic which permeates all of life, and everyone is an anti-Semite who's going to do terrible things against Jews. If you heighten that, which people in Israel often want to do, you can't tell them the reality, because they'll be like, why would I leave London to come to Tel Aviv when my life is so much better here?
This
Why
is the
would
whole
I
point of
leave,
the video.
I don't know, Brooklyn in America to come to Tel Aviv when my life is so much better here?
This is the whole point of the video, and we could literally just stop it there and start talking a little bit more and get this guy off the screen. And the reason I say we can stop it there is simple, because the entire thesis of this video is to address the fact that, you know, the illusion is slightly breaking. And this is what anybody could suspect from Benjamin Netanyahu's administration and their directives and, you know, the axis of fucking evil over here, right? You can guess that this was going to happen. You can't hide this level of destability, this level of material condition. Like, you know, if it gets worse in Israel, it's like they can brute force things, but they don't care about the people. They don't care about making a good government. The number one directive has always been making a strong government that can stay there and support the US's military ambitions and do an ethno state and maintain control and dominate the artifacts and push back against the barbarians, right? So make no mistake, this is an example of how, regardless of what imperialists want, there are forces at play that are bigger, there are other processes going on. And one of those processes is that people are learning more about how it sucks to live in Israel, which is a problem because that directly attacks the recruitment process of creating more Zionists that actually want to go there and sign up and fight. And that means more leaning on the US for defense and power and stuff, for manpower. And it just makes the situation even more lopsided and further sharpens that contradiction of like, well, you know, America is losing a lot by keeping Israel there too. You know, and if the gains are not worth it, like America will abandon Israel tomorrow. You know, Hasbara, you know, fucking Mossad activity aside, right? CIA, right? So anyway, the whole point I'm trying to make is that, like, you know, it seems unequivocal that people, even Zionists, can't deny that it sucks being in Israel for the reasons that this journalist felt like he could just call out and not get punished for, which is wild. That level of dissent is not super common within the Zionist sphere. And it is significant. And it means that Israel is not doing a good job. And it means that something good in the world is happening, which is that Zionists are not waking up and becoming good people, but they're starting to realize that, just like the lie they sell you when you join the military in the US, it's just a lie. This Zionist project, it's going to end in religious conquest. Had purpose when people were dealing with slave holders, right? You had that purpose because that was like the only way people worked, and it was terrible, but that was the purpose of it. There's no purpose to this settler colonialism anymore outside of just wanton ethno supremacy. And we have no business even like playing games with this shit anymore. But the problem is, not only do we play games, we pay them. We give them money, and they're playing our games. That's why when we talk about Israel, we're also talking about the US. They are not worth separating when we talk about geopolitics. Every time Israel does something, the US might as well be doing it too. Right? We joke about Puerto Rico, we joke about Greenland, we joke about Cuba and Venezuela becoming 51st states or whatever, all this shit. Puerto Rico's already a territory, but you know, make no mistake, Israel is a state of the US. You're just not told. Just like you're not told whether they have nuclear weapons or not. We all know they have them, but they don't publicly declare. They're the only nuclear power that doesn't declare it. And the reason they do that is because they can collect money from the US if they don't declare it. It's called strategic ambiguity. We should start our own nomad state, social nomads. Sounds like you're starting to try a revolution. Clippy can help with that. Who can tell me how this deck works? I think we have Bang Biscuit who knows how it works. You put it in the bin and play a blue deck like a man. Excuse me. I have brainstorm. Okay. Harvey. Also, like a man. Ew. Okay, I'm married to an Indian man. Okay, so don't call me a man. This motherfucker said I'm married to an Indian woman with 3 mixed race children. Imagine, I just can't, you know, like, okay, yes, I guess they are a mixed race, I guess, but it's just like so weird to call your own children mixed race. It's just so icky. Now, maybe that's normal, maybe you do it and you don't feel bad, but like, to me, it's just like, yuck. Like, no, you're my beautiful child who, you know, you're not a race, you're a person. You're an awesome person. You have parent that was this, and you have this was that, and you're gonna, you know, make friends, and people might hate you for who you are, but you're beautiful, and like you deserve the best, and we're gonna treat you with respect, and you can do wrong. Like, it has nothing to do with mixed. It's just weird. It's just weird. It just tracks for like a white supremacist to phrase it like that. Yeah, I got a couple of those mudblood babies. That's one reason I think he was lying about it. Yeah. But what do you think about JD Vance? Right? White, far-right nationalist. Well, I mean, you know, JD Vance's politics are actually complicated, but we'll just say he's a right-wing guy. We'll just leave it there. Indian wife, mixed race children. And just to be clear, like, mixed race, like, who gives a fuck? You know, in my life, I've dated mostly people that are Caucasian, I guess, just because of who's near me. But my current partner is not Caucasian, and it's like, you know, I kind of think that's like a cool thing because you have different experiences and you can bring more to the relationship. But it's not like, you know, it's just not. It's just. Chuds are weird. Windows or Linux? Are you asking which one you want to choose, or are you asking me? What do you think? You think I'm a Windows guy or a Linux guy? JD Vance is a grifter, IMO? Windows. Winix? Aleatoro, good to see you. He says, really? He called out Harvey instantly. That's awesome. He's like, really? Yeah, so I use CashOS on this machine, and it's a fantastic, fantastic distro. I think anyone who's currently writing Trump is a grifter. Well, you know, that's an appealing argument to make because they're not very good at imperialism, right? But one thing I'll mention is that one thing Trump, his administration and movement is good at is populism. And during the elections, like, you know, you're seeing the same whiffs of like what makes fascist leaders take that step when you get that people that excited about stuff, right? But the point is, like, are they all grifters? Well, yeah, because this is an impotent moron who can't get anything done, right? To be fair. Like, he's doing things, he's causing violence, but like, you know, in terms of like, you know, we've had much more capable, insidious presidents in our time. Can we get a JIT in Chloro battle? Yes. QRWE says, rampant casting Beseech 4 times in potential to storm count opponent health divided by 2. Yeah, pretty much. What about this card? So this is Ad Nauseam. This is before Beseech. Beseech is new to me. So Ad Nauseam was the old way. You would just cast this with Infernal Tutor and Lion's Eye Diamond Mechanics. And you would basically draw like 10, 20 cards or something, and then you would play them all and just insta-win with the storm count. This is like condition number 1 if conditions are sterile. But the way that Beseech works is Beseech allows you to cast a spell from your deck if you bargained it. So if you ramp into it and bargain it, you can just cast Gaia's Will instantly. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! And then you can start replaying your entire graveyard. You can do it like turn 1. Obviously, it's Legacy. But Gaia's Will is a new card to me, and this is just a crazy card. But yeah, so Donald Trump is definitely like, you know, a man who, you know, basically started like a right-wing populist movement, and, you know, people will call him whatever you want, but he's basically just an imperialist. I don't know how to describe this. That's not to say tomorrow he couldn't decide to become something else. But he's not eating the middle class. He's not eating the working class, the petit bourgeois class. He's not eating that alive. He's not consolidating corporation at an alarming rate. He's just doing more imperialism. And it's awful. He's terrible at it. Okay, he kidnapped Maduro. Wow. Wow. Wow, bro. That is kind of sad, actually. So anyway, yeah, so this is how it works. Do you play Magic, QR? You play Legacy at all? This is like one of my classic decks. I played a lot of decks. I started playing Merfolk. I played Bug Control, which was obviously now incredibly expensive. I've played Death and Taxes. I've played High Tide Combo. I've played Ad Nauseam Tendrils. I've played Tin Fins, Reanimator. I obviously like Combo a lot. The reason I like Test a lot is it doesn't have like the best. It is obviously can be fast, but you know, it's just an interesting deck to play. I love, you know, the toolbox of Burning Wish. It's just quite nice. Have I ever played Delver? I played Delver in other formats, never Legacy. Well, so Bug was before Delver when I played. You would not complain if someone captures your president? Yeah, I would complain. It's terrible. Yes. No, capturing a president is awful. It's illegal and wrong. Wait, did I say it's good? Maybe I was joking. No, chilling Gownry. No, extrajudiciously capturing head of state is not good. Capturing Maduro was not right. If that's, I just want to be clear about that. He threatened Pedro in Colombia with the same. Yeah, I mean, the Colombian threats will have to wait. They have Cuba and Venezuela to deal with first. I think now would be a good time to merge Colombia and Venezuela, create a mega state once again, Greater Colombia. Although that's probably genocidal in itself. I don't know how any of this works. I was just trying to say let's band together against the American gringos, but you know. I obviously want the peoples of Latin America, Global South to govern themselves and to not be attacked by capitalist imperial freaking fools. Someone captured Trump. I think most people will be fine with it. If not, well, I'm saying it would still be wrong and illegal for all the same reasons capturing Maduro was wrong and illegal. You know, you can say that Maduro is a dictator. You can also say that Trump is trying to roll like one. Whose side do you think I'm on? Pago, hey buddy. Sorry I didn't say hi. Good to see you. Sorry I've been distracted. No, chilling. I'm on your side, bro. I think that Maduro was a bad leader. I don't even call him a dictator in the same way the West does. Although he was honestly, he's not a good leader. But you don't capture bad leaders. You let the people depose them. Oh, no, you're from Eve? Yeah, so I'm a socialist, anti-imperialist. I live in Pennsylvania, U.S., but I've studied Marxism and I try to consume content from anti-imperialists. So hopefully that explains my perspective. So for me, doing regime change, as we call it, in Venezuela, for example, is just illegal and wrong and immoral. It's just wrong. Even though I don't like Trump, the answer is not to capture him. The answer is to develop working class consciousness and foment revolution. Foment conditions that could lead to revolution. What do you think of JIT being unbanned in Modern? I don't know. I don't play Modern. I don't play Magic. I haven't played Magic in like 10 years. I literally rented this deck last night on a whim on Moto. I have no idea. JIT was insane. I think nowadays JIT's not as good as it was. It's probably a one of in Stoneblade. That's it. I really don't know though. I don't know enough of Venezuela, but taking someone willy-nilly to sell them. There's a lot of history in Venezuela about oil rights, land. Maduro was also pushing back and doing his own kind of imperialism, like taking land back. But the thing is, you'll also hear people talk about Venezuela and its socialist politics. So you gotta understand. I think the best way to describe it is he just wasn't a good leader, but the people needed to handle that, not us. You studied insects and Marxism. I didn't study Marxism in school. I've studied it as a vocation, as a hobby, as a way of learning as an adult. I studied entomology and agroecology in college, if that helps. But I don't use the degree, so. Thoughts on Concord taking Jeddah? I think it's cool. Yeah, everything I saw I liked. I would almost prefer to turn off ganking altogether, but I like it. You know, easier pod management in the stations. Different people with different... I don't know, are the trade hubs going to be shared? We never really got an answer on that. You know how there's like a Mar, Mimitar... Are they all going to share the same pool, or are they all different pools? If they're different pools, it's going to be very interesting. But either way, I'm down. They're not? Okay. Well, I mean, that's honestly sort of kind of interesting. Yeah, Concord took over the sovereignty of Jeddah, and they added 3 more trade hubs in Jeddah. So if you don't have Kaldari factions, you can trade in another hub. But, you know, Kaldari is obviously going to dominate still. Anyway, Chilling Gonnery, thank you for the questions. Hopefully the clarification helps. Yeah. The only time you capture a head of state is if they are invading your country and like exterminating your people. Then it's fine. It's just a way to get the war to end. But if you just do it because you feel like you're the police, it's like you are a psycho imperialist. You haven't checked? They certainly will, but they're going to be like weird fringe markets for a while. I wonder if one day it ever evens out. That'd be so neat. I love the idea of spreading the trade out in Jeddah. I think it's cool. I think it's cool personally. All right, let's look at this deck. Maybe I'll hop back on Eve and look for that gas after I play a game. I'm using bottles for this instead of Steam. My Steam was being weird. Excuse me. Limited to 29 characters on my password. Big L. Rest in peace. So many of you have probably never, ever, ever in a million years seen this before. So I suppose I could take a quick second and explain what the fuck you're looking at. And we definitely have Magic players here, right? Anybody actually familiar with this or no? Anybody, we definitely have Magic players. Anybody know what they're looking at already? Yeah, you do. Okay. So this is called Modo, M-O-D-O or M-T-G-O. This is basically call it this now, but it used to be Modo. And this game is extremely old. And so what it is basically, it's different than Arena. Arena is a newer version of Magic Online where you're not allowed to trade cards. In Modo, you can trade cards. So when you have a card, it's yours. Like, so there's that side of it, which means you have to buy a deck. So what are the prices? Well, this deck I just showed you would probably cost like $200-300 to buy, maybe $300. And so the answer is here. I'll just show this to you. So if we look at this deck and we go to buy here in tickets, right? You can see 255 tickets for this deck. And if you were to buy this deck in real life, it would cost you $6,000, I think. The LEDs alone are $1,000 total. Yeah, so it's $6,000 to do this deck in real life with real cardboard. Now, I don't have any interest in that. I'm just dicking around. What I did was I rented this deck from a bot. I rented the whole 75 cards for like $8 or something, like a week, so just so I could play with it and get bored and stop. And then I'll rent like another one next week. Instead of buying them all, I'm not going to play Magic for that long, you know? This is like a decent way to like go back and tour the old format. But the point of Magic Online is that it's generally the only place to play Legacy Online and Vintage. If you like these formats, and even like old modern, like this is really the only place to play. It also has a really big Pauper scene. If you like Pauper, Vintage, or Legacy, you should play this. Also Commander. I don't know if it pops too often, but I'm sure it does. Yeah, look how many people are playing Commander. Oh my god, there's so many Commander players. Is MTG a rules engine? You have to do other... No, it's all... Yeah, so there's actually tournaments and prizes and stakes in this game. There's like, not gambling, but like poker. So it's all rules engine. There's no manual at all. We're going to play a game. I'll show you how it works. It's very old looking. It's very slow, especially because I'm running it on Linux. But I will show you how all this works. Let's look at my deck. So this is the Epic Storm or Rainbow Storm, whatever you want to call it, right? And so I basically just handed some bot $8 and I can play with this entire deck. And otherwise I'd have to fork over $326 to buy all these cards. So if you're smart, you'll buy all the cards that cost like 1 cent and just build up a collection and rent the expensive ones. Or you'll just buy them if you love Magic. I don't recommend doing that. If you want nostalgia, renting is for you. That's kind of what I think of it here. You're literally just paying a couple bucks to dick around with the deck. So once you have the deck, what do? Well, you can just play other people in 2 out of 3s. That's crazy pay to win. It's a card game. What's funny about it is Modo is actually a lot more affordable than Magic Arena. So if you play Arena, you're going to spend a lot more than Modo. Even though Arena is newer cards and these are the old expensive ones. So, you know, there's just not as many people playing this. Another thing is that people on Modo are extremely good at the game. There's like no newbies here at all. Yeah, this isn't even Wizards anymore. They sold Moto to another company. Isn't that funny? You can't, yeah, you got to do the rare system. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Over time, if you play standard, you'll spend more on MTG as well. You can also do drafts here. But for example, since I play Legacy, here's my options. I can play best of one against another player right now if they're in queue. See, I can play best of one against him. Nobody does this because why would you want to do this? You're just going to lose the combo. These are all people playing Legacy right now. Real players playing with real Legacy decks matching up. So at any given time, you just wait in queue, next person you play. I already played a few of these guys last night. Otherwise, you could actually put some tickets up. In Moto, one ticket is $1. So if you pay, for example, if you put 2 tickets up, you can 1v1 a guy. And then if you lose, you know, you're not going to get most of that back. You only get a little bit back. You would probably get, you know, like 1 back, and the winner would get 3, something like that. So like you can actually beat people and take their tickets and like start hustling and then trade the tickets for more cards. So if you're a god at Magic, you could play Moto and grind it and make, it's not like Arena where you got to do like, you know, play this amount of games, win this amount of things. You can literally hustle people and dunk on them. You can also play drafts and stuff, right? So I'm just trying to explain why I wanted to do this because I've been experienced with Moto. It's fun. I don't really plan to put money into this at all. I don't care. I'm just wanted a dose of nostalgia, and I got it. So I played a league last night. I put 10 tickets in, and I got 5 matches. I lost the first 2, and then I won 2, and then I lost the last one. So I went 2 and 3. I played against both of these people, I think. I played against the highest 2 ranked people out there. So I'm assuming that they sit in queue all day, ready to beat up on some noob. We'll probably play him again today, but... So I guess I'll ask this. Hey, Dal, what's up? Pookie, how we doing today? I'll just say this. Is anybody totally clueless to Magic? I don't want to bore you, but I'll at least give you like a 10-second rundown as to what this is. Has anybody never seen Magic at all? Because this is really complicated, what we're about to do. I don't want to like totally bore you. I'll just give you the basic idea of what I'm trying to do so you don't get lost. And if everybody knows, then we don't have to, you know, do no calm. And TG Arena sucks for trying to get a single specific deck. Clueless but interested? There you go. That's all it takes. So I'm going to tell you 2 things. I'm going to tell you only 2 things. First of all, I'm going to tell you what a format is, and I'm going to tell you what my deck's trying to do. That's it. So first of all, these are formats. This dictates what cards you can use. And so you're only playing against other people with your format. So I'm going to use old cards, powerful cards. I'm going to play other people with powerful cards, right? But if you want to play with the newer cards, much less powerful cards against people that are newer with the cards, you can do that too. We're going to go to Legacy, which is only second to Vintage, which you can use the truly most broken cards. So understand, we're going to play an old format with very powerful cards that do a lot. The second thing you need to know is that I'm going to play a combo deck, which means that I can technically win the game before you get to start your turn. I can look at my hand and then end the game instantly, depending if I have the right cards. It just so happens that in this format, sometimes people have counterspell magic in their hand that doesn't cost anything, and they can counterspell me before they even get to go. This game is very fast, very devastating, and very fun. Legacy is more like Yu-Gi-Oh! Than modern Magic in how fast and how powerful the strategies are. My strategy is simple. I'm trying to get mana or resources to create a spell that does damage to the opponent in huge numbers. So I'm trying to quickly combo into a lot of resources to just one-shot the opponent. That's my whole strategy. Whether or not we'll be able to do it, I don't know. Let's see if we can get a 2 out of 3 going for fun. I'm using this list here with 1 change. I have 1 change only. It is... I'm using Echoing Warrens. Or I'm using Echo the Warrens instead of Echoing Truth. Or Empty the Warrens instead of Echoing Truth, right? Can I make this smaller? Holy shit. There we go. I was like, geez, this is huge, bro. It's too fucking big. There we go. I watched Simon Nielsen play Emulate Titan. My brain hurt trying to follow. Yeah, I'm actually gonna like narrate for you guys. Even if we lose, I'll narrate for you what's happening because it's just kind of interesting, right? Because this is such a avant-garde format of Magic the Gathering. If you're a newer player, this is going to be bizarre. If you're an older player, this is actually an old deck. This deck is older than some of my chatters. This deck does a lot of fascinating things that really intrigue me, which is why I like it so much. Yeah, it can win immediately, but it can also fail really badly. All combo decks are capable. This one's actually got a lot of resilience for a combo deck. When we get to play Magic Chloral cards at some point then? You want to make our own card game? Yeah, sure, we'll do it. That's what the world needs, another card game. I would make a fantastic card game though, are you kidding me? With my community involved? Shit. Again, so Moto is, as a engine, it's not uber popular. US East time, probably your best time to get it, evening time. But you'll have to sit here for as long as the game takes, straight up. If you play for prizes, it does go quicker, though, I'll say that. And about the lightness, I can't actually get rid of this. I think it's just stuck here. I could technically reduce the opacity. I can't change the opacity? What? 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 I vibe with Hearthstone quite a lot, but the Power Creep got me to stop playing. Sure, Hearthstone was fantastic at launch, of course. I played the shit out of it, you know? I'm just to brag for a second, I played a lot of Hearthstone. I got Legend during Season 1, right? I love card games. When I was younger, I used to be really competitive with card games. I used to really try to win and do well. Not really there anymore. I still get mad when I lose, though. So basically what we're doing is we're waiting for one of these guys to finish a match, and then they'll play me next shortly. So just give it a little bit of time. If we can't get anybody, we'll just try the league instead. Short of that, we'll play Pauper. That'll always fire. There's also no bots in drafts in this game. It's only people. There's no bots at all. Same with Heroes of Storm, yeah. Pauper's great. Yeah, Pauper's a great way to enjoy Moto. Someone get in and stream snipe Chloro's own deck. Imagine trying to stream Magic and first match, immediately getting sniped and dunked. The idea of getting on renting a legacy deck just to fight me would be hilarious. Only one person really humiliated me yesterday when I was playing. Everybody else, you know, I lost more than I won for sure, especially while warming up before the league. But I want to say that, you know, there's a couple new cards that I'm not really familiar with that I'm having to learn really quickly. But otherwise, it's been decent. I've still comboed a bunch of people. The combo is super redundant now. Come on, I want to play. Let me in. I mean, I could join the league. But, like, I'm just going to feed to them. Let me in. I'll play. I want to play Magic. Wait, what about that guy sitting in best of one? Should I play him? Oh, he's still there in the best of one. Let me go play him. All right, let's play this guy. Good luck, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, good luck. All right, I'm playing a best of one. These are never smart with Magic because it's just combo city. But I got first and I am combo, so why the fuck not? All right, so something you've always got to do is evaluate your starting hand. Since we're playing combo, it's extremely important that we don't, you know, like immediately shit the bed. You know, 1, 2, 3, got the mirror. So 1, 2, 3, you know, I think technically we have breach here. And then we could replay. I don't think we have the mana to instantly win though. So what we could do is drop a land, triple artifacts. We could breach right now and get Gaia, replay the Eye Diamond, but there's not enough mana to do anything after that. So another thing we could do is... Oh, I didn't win the die roll? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, he's got Leyline out. Okay, I'm like, how is he starting before me? He's got Hexproof. Interesting. So this guy is playing best of ones with Leylines in his deck. So Leyline is a card that if you have it in your opening hand, you can just put it on the field to start with. It's very Yu-Gi-Oh-like. And this one gives him Hexproof, which really hurts my deck, but doesn't cripple it. So now I've got to think of a way to beat him without Tendrils, and we do have answers to this, by the way. This doesn't target opponent, right? We can also do Echoing Warrens as well against them, or Empty the Warrens. We don't have the ability to do any of these right now, though, so I'll probably end up passing to him and drawing a card and seeing what he's got. We could do something, but it's not a game-winning. Now, especially, it's not a game-winning. Next turn, we could... we'll see. Thaspian, got it. So during his end step, we're going to make sure to crack this fetch land and get one of these surveil lands. That allows us to look at our top card and put it in the graveyard if we want. So it's a Thoughtseize. You know, it's not really getting us there, and I want to say that we should probably go for a win here. Thoughtseize is a way to buy another turn and secure him from like having more disruption, but I feel like if he had more disruption, he may have played it. All this does is stall it out and weaken his hand. A Burning Wish probably gets us close to winning the game on the spot with an Empty the Warrens. Let's put this on the bottom. Normally I wouldn't do this, but he's playing this gimmicky deck. I think I'm just going to go for it. Unfortunate. Hexproof. Yeah. Good thing chat's here. I should probably read chat. Alright, so we certainly have mana now. I think we have the mana to cast Ad Nauseam, which should probably get us a massive Empty the Warrens or a Debt to the Deathless. So if we look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we don't have the Mox Opal, in fact. There's not enough cards. We really needed to rip something that wasn't a land there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. That's still 4. I thought Magic was about summoning monsters to fight each other. No, not like this. You know, it's inevitable. The next turn, you know, this guy's gonna get Ad Nauseamed at least. But I think I can just do it now, can I? Yeah, I would just give up the Beseech and do the Infernal line, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I have enough to Ad Nauseam. I'm just gonna do it. Why not? If he has ways to stop it, fine. We're gonna have to go for a Burning Wish into the Deathless, though. And if he has a way to stop it, so be it. We'll just go for it anyway. We don't... Imagine being this pathetic. Doing a one round match, starting with Leyline, and then giving up before I can even combo. What a fucking baby. I don't even know if I was gonna kill him. I mean, we would have had to have seen. Aw, little baby gave up. So basically, we were dealing with a guy with a gimmicky deck, and he only plays best of ones to try to cheese you. Typical. Let's go back to this lobby. That's why nobody plays that shit. Oh, did I just see somebody? No, I didn't. Okay. Come on, somebody fight me. Good fight, bro. Oh, we got somebody. Nice. All right, we got a 2 out of 3 now. Cool. All right. So I get to go first. A massive advantage with combo-based decks. No idea what he's playing. Let's see what our hand is. Starting with Guy Will is never smart. We have 0 fast mana besides a lead. You know, it's not pretty. It is a turn 1 duress, though. But it's a really awkward hand. It's like a turn 1 Duress, turn 2 Wish Claw Talisman, crack it for mana kind of hand. I think we're going to keep it, but it's not ideal. We're going to Wish Claw for like fucking LED or something. So our combo deck, it's really on us to make the game happen immediately, right? So if you're not like actually winning the game, you're going to have to make some type of play. We're going to play a land here and get another land from it. This is called a fetch land. We're going to use a card called Duress to look at their hand and make sure that they don't have anything that's going to stop us. We couldn't do this last round because he had some Leyline, which is just a wild card, by the way. To main deck. So he's playing Burn. So really, the solution here is when you're playing against Burn, you want to take away as much damage as possible. He does have Tormod's Crypt, which is weird, and it's pretty good against me, but I have Gaia's Will in my hand, so I'm not going to win with Gaia's anyway. So we don't care about that. You know, this is pretty annoying. It counters our brainstorms and stuff, but we don't really have anything here that's huge. This is really the only thing that we can take. It's just 3 damage. It makes his win condition less powerful. So really, we're going to probably have enough time to drop a Wish Claw next turn, and then pop off the turn after. I don't think he has any way to really stop this, so let's just give the turn to him. I can't fathom losing to Burn unless I took a hand that has no win con, which I don't like to do. So, oh, okay, I thought he was going to have the Goblin Guide come out, but he doesn't want to give me lands. Fair enough. All right, so let's let this guy go. So the Goblin Guide, it reveals lands, could potentially make me draw things. He's going to play his Tormod Crypt. We got to make sure we don't use the graveyard because he can just exile ours at any time, right? So this guy has haste and prowess, which means he can attack for a lot right away. This is a standard Burn character. The other one he had is a Goblin Guide, right? Goblin Guide is a 2/2 for 1 with haste, but it can feed us lands. Stream description is clear bid for variety streamer status. What's up, Lero? Yeah, I know. It's a wild title, right? All right. So because I don't suspect he has any way to kill me next turn, we're probably going to end up playing the Wish Claw and then next turn cracking it for a second LED and then hard casting Burning Wish with double LED and then looping. You know, we do have to be careful because of this. So we can't do the normal loop of grabbing a Beseech. So I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet. If it was an Infernal Tutor, this would be easy. So if we get Burning Wish with 4 mana, right, remaining. No, with 6 mana remaining, we could do lots of different things. But none of them really get this done. Very bizarre. I don't have like an Infernal Tutor in the yard. This here makes me so I can't like immediately combo out. Either way, we're going to probably try to beat him next turn. If we draw anything, if we draw like an Infernal Tutor or something, it'll be an easy dub. There's also the ability of getting him to burn his Tormod's Crypt earlier, right? So we are going to play this, and this is kind of like a signal to him that next turn I'm planning to win, because this allows me to pull any card from my library and put it in my hand, but it gives it to him. So he could do it next turn. So if you're going to do this, you probably want to win, right? So what's somebody's got? He's got 4 cards in his hand. We know that he played his Goblin Guide. No, he still has a Goblin Guide in there. A Bolt Wave, we took that out. So he's got a Pyroblast and a Goblin Guide for sure in his hand. He'll probably play that next turn. So I've got, you know, 1 more turn before I can Ad Nauseam. Or I'd be looking, because I'm going to run out of health. So I'd be looking at probably trying to end the game this turn no matter what. Otherwise, I'd be doing Empty the Wardens and trying to clog up the board and buy time, which always sucks. Not the cleanest of wins. It's only because he plays main deck Tormod's Crypt, which is, this is a sideboard card at best. When his Goblin Guide attacks, it reveals my top card. If it's a land, it goes in my hand. It's a Dark Ritual. Okay. We also got to remember he has that counter spell in his hand. All right, so we play the Goblin Guide and the Mountain, so we don't know what's in his hand now. It's 3 cards left. Dark Ritual could be spicy. So the problem is, I don't know what we're pulling from the board here. Like, we have everything. We have an Empty the Warrens instead of the Echoing Truth. We have Empty the Warrens, Death, Peer. Oh, we could Peer. Ooh, is this a Peer game? Oh, shit. I get to draw 7 cards? That might do it. So I think what I'm going to do is get this card called Pure to the Abyss and draw 7 cards and try to combo off of that. Because I don't think I have a good way to do this otherwise. If I can't draw 7 cards and win the game on the spot into a Tendrils, I do lose though, which is a little bizarre. Maybe I don't want to do that. Regardless, we're going to be comboing this turn. It's just Empty or Pure. So my play is the same regardless. Wait a second. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I totally somehow forgot that because we just got mana, now I can use Wish Claw to find the Infernal. So I can add Nauseum. Alright, we got there. We got there. Took some time. Fuck, I could just literally hard cast it. This is an interesting game. Wish Claw is not something that was in the old lists. Wish Claw is very powerful. It leaves a little room for doubt here that I can end this. We have 3 mana floating, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is enough to Wish Claw and literally play the Ad Nauseam and then end the game. So let's just do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold control to keep priority. It's very important you hold control in Moto. And then you're going to click it. And then pay 1 from here. And then while it's on the stack, you're going to activate your ability to discard your hand. Right? You want to do this now so you don't discard the card you tutor. Does that make sense? Now we discard our entire hand. We're going to let Wish Claw resolve. Give us our Ad Nauseam. And we're just going to... What's our Storm count too? We definitely need to keep comboing. So I could get fucked here, but I highly doubt it. So we're going to play Ad Nauseam. And now we're going to draw cards from the top of our library until we say stop. Every time we draw a card, we take damage equal to its cost. We're at 12 health. We have to win right now. And by the way, he could have a Lightning Bolt. So I have to probably stop at like 3 or 4, right? So I got to get a little lucky here. I could just lose. That's good. Great. Fantastic. Yep. Keep it coming. 3 storm count and I drew a tendril. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm almost there. I think I'm going to win this easily. Yeah, it's over. He's dead. Yep, it's over right here. So now all I have to do is play all these cards and watch this storm count right here. You're watching this number grow as I play these cards. Storm means how many spells you've played. Right? We're just going to hard cast these. We don't even want to... It doesn't even matter. I'm going to keep the Infernal Tutor in case he has some crazy thing in his hand. And then finally, we're going to do Tendrils of Agony for precise lethal on him. Paying... Did I just attack that? I didn't mean to do that. You can control Z to undo. We're going to pay all of this mana to do it. So basically all-inning him right here for his exact health, right? Since you had mana for Dark Ritual, Duress, Lead. I don't have any mana left over. Did I have mana for it? Well, we already knew it was... Oh, yeah, I could have looked at his hand, yeah. Alright, let's go to the game 2. Did I have enough mana to Duress? Hey, Rot Dog. Do you play Legacy? I don't see how I had enough mana for it. I used Exact Change to kill him. If I had mana for Duress, I would have used it. All right, so basically the idea here is this guy is, his strategy is really simple. It's to just zerg me down. He's going to go first. The game's going to look a lot different. There's really not a whole lot about this deck that we want to change. We really do probably want to keep DRSs in here to like get rid of price of progress and stuff like that. We're not really trying to sub in boomerang basics. The problem is he could have hates, right? So there's an argument in here to drop some of your disruption so you can keep the speed up, I'm thinking, for a potential answer to main deck hate. We haven't seen his hate, but we're assuming he's got something in there. Otherwise, we want to keep it stocked. Duress doesn't work against all the hate. There's a lot of hate bears. So this is how the deck works, is you're basically trying to calculate when I can, how long I can delay and how robust the kill was. That was a pretty hairy one. It was pretty close to not getting it done. And it was by virtue of having to use Wish Claw. Wish Claw is slow, but it's very redundant. I totally forgot that Wish Claw could get, you know, ad nauseum in that instance. Like, Wish Claw is anything you want, man. It's really good, so. We'll see how this burn guy holds up in game 2. He has a lot of advantage here. Like how it says I lost the die roll. It's like, not exactly what happened. So 2 Mox Opals is pretty bad news bears because, you know, they're legendary, they require artifacts. You know, we're on the draw. We don't really have a whole lot of game here. What you end up doing here is if you play your tap mana and then try to wait for turn 2 and do a brainstorm and see no lands, you instantly lose. So you really can't keep this. There's no lands here, but sometimes you can keep no landers with this deck. It just depends on the context. Doesn't look, it honestly doesn't look like we can keep this. There's no lands. We wouldn't even be able to get mana off Ox Opal because when you play the second one, it kills the first one or whatever. There's really nothing here. It's just a bad couple hands. So this immediately looks better to me. We have both a win condition and bear interaction. So this is a no-brainer. So as far as what we get rid of, you know, we have the choice of getting rid of speed in these artifacts, endgame, or bounce, right? To me, my brain says against burn, you're literally in a situation where all you really need is speed to end the game. But if he plays a hate bear, you're going to feel dumb for getting rid of this, right? So the Mox is by far the worst card in the starting hand. We have an Opal, which means we're going to need an artifact to play it, but this deck is absolutely, absolutely full of them. So I'm going to try to do... I'm just going to try to get lucky and be a little bit greedy here. We're against burn. If there's a deck to do it, this is probably it. But there's a million ways you could have probably handled that. So spear. Very good. No turn 1 ley lines or hate bears or anything like that. Usually the bears would be 2 mana. Could play weird cards too to beat me. Brainstorm. So we're probably going to land go here. We could end a turn brainstorm, but understand that if we do that, we're locking ourselves into the next 7 cards or so. So we're going to just have to pass over for now. And what we're looking at is we need like something like a lead, right? Okay, so he's burning a bolt instantly. It's weird to burn a bolt for that. Wait, is he not going to play a second land? Wait. If he doesn't play a second land, this is crazy. So he lightning bolted my face, right? So that his guy, you know, I guess he's just trying to zerg me down. This is what burn does. It's not nothing new, right? So I'm not left in a situation where I have the luxury of sitting here milling for cards forever. So if I was to, for example, crack this and get a surveillance land and then next turn try to brainstorm, like this is a really slow line of play. I'm going to get price of progress and killed. I sort of think that I'm going to have to just bite the bullet and brainstorm now. He hasn't played any bears. He's stuck on 1 land. I think he's getting unlucky. I think I can't get more unlucky than him. So during the end of his turn, we're going to use this instant brainstorm, look at the top 3 cards, put 2 of them back. So there's our Lion's Eye Diamonds. It feels good. We also have a Duress as well and lots of mana. We even have the triple artifact to do it. So we basically put Boomerang Blade back, and it doesn't matter the other card we put back. And the next turn, I think we just win. Yeah, it looks like it's just an easy win, even possibly with duress. So this guy is getting absolutely hosed on. So if we drop our land, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. It's not enough for the duress on top of it. But what we could do this time is we could duress him and then do a breach play. And then replay our petal, replay our lead. Right? So for those plays, you do actually have to think about it. Right? You're going to have to go through it. So first of all, storm count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The storm count would almost kill him instantly if there's enough mana to do everything. So basically, regardless of what happens here, we're going to be sacrificing this for a Badlands. Comes into play untapped, dual land. And the question is, do we do an ad nauseum play here, or do we go for a loop? And a loop would involve Beseech. So no matter what, we are going to be doing something here. So we might as well not dilly-dally and just look at all of our stuff on the board. There's no question we're going to be doing something. He's passing priority to us, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. We'd have to make sure to use the Mox Opal now. So I don't forget, I'm just going to do it now. If we use these, the Mox Opal can't be tapped. So with 7 mana available, we could use 1 for Duress, 2 for Tutor, and then 3 for Beseech. But I almost like not duressing the guy and doing Infernal Tutor into Beseech here and trying to loop it off of that. I think we can make it happen. I think we're there. And if not, we'll go to game 3. I don't really feel like doing the math because I'm on stream and I'm fucking stupid. So how's that sound? So let's go here. And we're going to hold control and play Infernal Tutor and then sacrifice this, discard our hand. And off of Infernal Tutor, we're going to get Beseech. Beseech is a card that allows us to play a card from our library, right? And to do this, we're going to crack Lotus Petal. And we're going to activate Beseech with Bargain and sacrifice the Mox Opal as well. Now, using Beseech, we're going to cast Gaia's Will, which you normally can't cast, but if you play it this way, you can cast it. Very Yu-Gi-Oh-esque, right? So we're hard casting Gaia's Will. We're going to basically exile it and then cast it without paying its mana cost. Now we can play anything from our graveyard. Very fun, right? So we're going to replay the Lotus Petal. We're going to replay the Mox Opal. We're going to replay the Lion's Eye Diamond. We're going to replay the land that we cracked, right? We can't do that. We already played the land. So with all that said, we can even replay the Breach if we wanted to, if we had the mana, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. So what we do right now is we play Infernal Tutor from our graveyard, crack the LED, get Tendrils of Agony, and kill the guy. So let's first of all use Mox Opal so we don't lose that mana. And then we're going to hold control. We don't really need to do this like this, but we're going to cast Infernal Tutor. And we're going to get Tendrils of Agony. Notice our storm count is at 10. We only need 10 to kill him. So Tendrils of Agony. Tell me we have a Tendrils in this fucking deck. Did I already use it? Where's my Tendrils? There it is. I was going to say, if it's not in the deck, I give up. I'm just going to quit on the spot. Wait a second. I didn't hold control. I didn't use the LED, did I? Hold on. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up, didn't I? Oh, no. I didn't activate the LED, did I? Don't I lose now? We got to go to game 3 because I didn't activate the LED? Wait, there's still hope. Oh my god, there's still hope. Oh my god, I can still win. I can't believe it. I can still win. Watch this. You want to see how busted this deck is? I just fucked it up, but I can still win. That's so funny. This deck is so fucking busted. You can just be like, oopsies. I made a mistake. Yet I'm still going to win brainlessly. This game seems stupid. This mode is like Yu-Gi-Oh! There's no other way to describe it. I'm playing an extremely, extremely stupid deck. Beseech made this deck extremely redundant. You would have lost there in the old version. Hey, Maya, what's up? So we mulled to 5 and still murked them. Burn has very little game against this. The only problem with Burn is that you can't do like ad nauseum strategies with it, right? A little bit complicated to figure out what to do with it. We haven't even really used Burning Wish that much. This card is ridiculous. Just read this card and tell me that's fair. Mr. Fish, what's going on? Bang Biscuit says, shut up and dribble the ball, my guy. Oh wait, I should change it to Magic Online, right? Wow, there's a lot of Magic categories. What the fuck? That's weird. So you may be asking yourself, what's the point of this? Why would you have this when you have tendrils? Because this doesn't target your opponent. This would work on a guy with hexproof, right? Why would you have this? Well, because, you know, sometimes you're too low health to do ad nauseum. And so this is a potential way out of that. No, so the way this works in Magic is that this pulls it from your sideboard. When it says outside the game, it means sideboard, yeah. It's a little bit busted. So you get 15 cards for your sideboard and 60 for the main deck. So when you get these wishes, they pull it from your sideboard. Yeah, Burning Wish here. This is actually the main engine of this deck. Otherwise, it would just be ad nauseum tendrils, kind of Beseech style. If you choose to run this multicolor with red, it's because of this card. The other tutor we use is this. And this is a complicated card, but basically the way it works is we use that Lion's Eye Diamond artifact to discard our hand whenever we play this, so that we always get Hellbent. Does MTG limit you to 60? No. Wait, the online thing? I doubt it, no. No, I doubt it, no. It should be parity with current rules. What's up, Blue Star? We rented this deck for a couple bucks just to play around with it. It's such an old school thing for me. 5-color Rainbow Storm here was one of my favorites. We used to play it with like Silence and Orm's Chant. Now we have Hexing Squelchers. And Boomerang Basics. These are new cards, but they're just, you know, power creep. That's all it is. This is really the card that I think has kept this. Where is it? How come I can't find these cards? It's so weird. Oh, because they're over here. This card right here is truly. This is just brainless. This is a brainless card. It's like when they made this, they're like, well, we know people use fast mana in eternal formats in the form of artifacts, but that's not going to matter at all with this bargain mechanic. And when we played in person, yeah, so this is the old school Moto. There's also Arena. Arena's newer. This one you can trade cards and they have value and you can buy them on the market. The other one is collecting only. So the way Beseech works is if you can get the mana to cast it and bargain it, you can just pick a card from your deck and play it. Turns out if you play this, you can replay your entire graveyard and win. Back in the day, this deck wasn't this broken. Back in the day, this was how you would win almost every time. You would just get mana to play this guy, and then you would just keep drawing cards until you would get low health or you had a win. And the reason why this works is because everything in this deck costs like 0 or 1. So if you ever ad nauseum, you can just keep drawing these for free with no penalty. That's why the deck was called Ad Nauseum, and of course Tendrils is the way that you win the game traditionally. Right? And really, one thing to note about these decks, these like Wish decks, the Burning Wish backbone, is that, you know, most people get a sideboard that is explicitly for correcting your deck to beat your opponent between matches, right? In a round. You know, Wish decks have to devote a lot of their sideboard for like actually finding targets for this. So you'll see cards in here that you would never actually bring into the deck ever. Right? They're just here to find for this. So it honestly like seems really good, but it also has some downsides. You just heard thunder? The heat spell is over? I hope it's not a dry thunder. If Wormhole taught me anything, dry thunderstorm is dangerous. But basically, this deck, tried and true to my heart. There's other combo decks that are really fascinating. Doomsday is a fantastic combo. I love it. But this one I know how to play very well. And besides Beseech kind of putting a wrench into my mental math, I do know this deck pretty well. It's fun to play. This has game against pretty much every deck in the format game 1, but like most combo decks, it's pretty easy to counter out. Games 2 and 3 are quite difficult with most combo decks. Reanimator, it's even harder. Reanimator falls prey to the same hate bears, but it also falls prey to graveyard hate. This deck gets around graveyard hate. Sure, Gaia's Will is there, but you don't need it. Last night we got a small tornado in San Antonio. Holy shit. Yeah, the board is like Boomerang Blade, Ley Lines, and Squelchers. That's it. So you're really only dealing with a couple cards that you ever board in. This card's pretty nuts. You know, Ley Lines are just a fantastic way for this deck to have some game against those faster than you Reanimator decks. You know, I've seen a lot of the Rainbow Storm completely forgo this slower style and go for an all-out style where they just keep shuffling their graveyard into their deck and like keep drawing new hands. I saw Brian Cook playing it too. That's probably where the deck is headed, but I guess it's a little bit too fast for me, and I wanted to play the traditional style, so let's see if we can find another opponent. I could see if we do it. We could do a league. I don't mind that at all. Basically, like, yeah, this is a little expensive to do it. You basically pay $10 to enter a league, and your performance, you either get some tickets back or you get tons back, right? I want to say I went 2 and 3 and I got half my entry back. So I wonder if I can go in 3 and 2 or if I'll go on 5. I think it'll be fun. Let's do it. Dun, 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 dun. It's basically like poker with Magic. So like Arena, it's impossible to relate to this. I know gambling is bad, but this isn't really what it is. This is just stakes. This is stakes. This is like a cash game. Yeah? We're going to play a cash game of Magic and see if I can get better. If I get smoked, I get smoked. If people snipe me, they snipe me. Give me 2 seconds here. They want money for this shit. Can you believe it? Money? All right, I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'm gonna come back. We're gonna play Legacy League, and I'm gonna get absolutely fucking spanked. So just give me, I don't know, 2 minutes. I'll feed my cat, go pee real fast, and you guys can watch me waste my money. How's that sound? Here be. Love you. Ah! Ah! I'm tripping. Solemnly swear to blame every loss on stream sniping. Amen. Amen. So if I go 2 and 3 again, I'll basically have another entry. I'll have 50 plus 50 I can enter off of play points then. If I go less than 2 and 3, I'll have to pay these fuckers again to try this. But if I go greater than 2 and 3, maybe, just maybe, your boy will be out here doing a little upwards mobility, you know, bourgeoisification, if you will. 1 mana bounce the hexproof against the first guy would have been sweet, although you ended up not needing it. Yeah, no doubt. I think against that guy, you know, we're not looking at tutoring the bounce for the ley line. I think we're looking at that alternate win condition. Back in the day, I would have had to have done that because that alt win condition wasn't a thing. We'd be looking at probably tutoring mana and then wishing for the end game and just beating him. But bouncing, it could be a way to get in there as well. Also, there's always the option of doing empty the warrens, right? You haven't seen me do this yet, but sometimes if you don't win, this is an old way. Nobody does this anymore. But this is an old way to, if you can't quite kill them, just put a shitload of goblins on the field. Like sometimes you can just put out like 12 goblins and win in 2 turns anyway, even if you can't one-shot them. The problem with Empty the Warrens is that generally, you know, they can find an answer or even combo and beat you after you have your goblins out. So it's like a last resort. But sometimes against certain decks, you can even like, for example, if you're up against Burn and they have a bunch of creatures out, you could do like a baby Empty the Warrens with a couple of cards and then next turn or 2 turns later combo them out and use these to stall. It's not common, but it's an example of like how this deck has evolved and like what it tries to do, which is to toolbox its way out of situations. You're basically dealing with a deck with 10 tutors, you know, like 20 pieces of fast mana. At its core, this deck is nothing but a combo deck. We add Duresses and Thoughtseizes as a disruption tactic, but, you know, obviously they're there as protection. Slivers forever. Slivers are dope. You know, this is like old school legacy shit. You know, this is like people, you know how there's different profiles of Magic players? This is very much so. Spike players are attracted to legacy, right? People that want to play for fun and enjoy cool combos and like being creative, that's more of a commander thing, right? People that, you know, want like huge amounts of competition and like new things, they're into standard. People that, you know, value their time and money, they don't play Magic at all. This fucking window is literally impossible to resize. I'm about to just give up and rage quit. Here we go. Here we go. I got it. All right, let's see if we can get in this league. So again, we're not guaranteed a match or anything, but if we get in here, we get 5 matches and then our record, right? So let's give it a shot. You have 3 weeks to play 5 matches. That's a lot. He's got MTG in his name. How the fuck do I win this? That's just an L right there. So I got Melody, Mox, Wish, Storm. It's not a very strong hand. Triple Lander is never good. It's like a freakishly weak hand. The only problem is we have Brainstorm and a fetch land and stuff. Like, we literally can't mulligan it, even if it's bad, because we're on the draw. Switch Rig, what up? Commander, yeah. I should have got a commander that I can play in my chat sometime off stream. Be fun. Turn that brightness down a little bit. Effect. Ah, Seat of the Synod. So Affinity. Could this guy be playing Affinity? He's gonna have a lot of things in game 2 and 3 to stop me. You know, Affinity can beat you pretty quickly, but I'm not gonna like lose next turn. Whoa, whoa, hold on, wait a second. So double Lion's Eye Diamond. These are the things that you sacrifice them after you cast your spell, dump your hand, and get a ton of mana. You know, so this is pretty spicy. Because I suspect he's playing like Affinity or something like this, I don't really need to go immediately. But make no mistake, we could play Burning Wish with double lead backup right now with the Chrome Mox off of the Brainstorm. And wishing with 6 mana, you know, If we had more things in the graveyard, we could probably chain that. But the fact of the matter is we could play both leads again, but there would be nothing else to play from the graveyard if we went for a beseech right now. Alternatively, we could try for the Goblin Beatdown plan, but I almost kind of suspect that, you know, Affinity might have a way to deal with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, you know, this is really like up to you how you want to do this, but I can't Ad Nauseam right now, or else I would. Right? So let's just pass, and I'll end a turn Brainstorm and see what we can kind of get cooking here. I need more options, basically. This is an example of the Epic Storm not pulling the trigger as fast as it can, like other decks that want to, that are similar speed. Yeah, so, you know, this is pretty much going to be a free win now. We pretty much have sort of done the right thing. He could have some counter magic, but it's almost guaranteed he doesn't, based on what I'm seeing there. So I got to be careful that we can at least cast Wish here, so we're going to have to actually get the Badlands instead of the Underground Sea here. Force of Will is still a thing. Yep. So he's blue. He could be playing Force of Will. Also, Pact of Negation. I've been seeing it main deck. But he's playing Affinity or whatever this is, right? So we're assuming he's not... Oh, I can't end a turn Brainstorm off that play, which is hilarious. I should have got the fetch land. It was a mistake. I was thinking mana for next turn. It's all right. Let's see. If I draw a land here, I'm in the clear. If not, let's see what we got. This should have been a Surveil land or blue so I could Brainstorm. Huge mistake in Legacy. So we drew a land, which means we're gonna probably want to use the Mox on the Brainstorm anyway. But it's okay. So basically, what we're looking at doing here is we're looking at can we kill him? We can get Beseech, double play our leads, but we still don't have. We still have the issue of no way to replay the Wish because you exile Wish. Why is this so awkward right now? Oh, maybe if we do the Peer the Abyss play. Let's do the Peer the Abyss play. I think it's time to do that. Okay. So let's drop our land, and right now... we're gonna do, I think, Peer the Abyss off of Burning Wish and draw a ton of cards, basically, is how this works. I just have to be careful I don't fuck it up. So since we're going to be discarding our hand, we are going to be using the Chrome Mox, and we're going to be imprinting the Brainstorm on it, so it can produce blue mana. And then finally, we're going to be using these cards to activate Burning Wish, and then double tap the lead, and we're going to be playing a card called Peer into the Abyss with exact mana, which draws us basically a shitload of cards, which means if we can't kill him outright, he'll die next turn for sure. So we're going to hold control, and we're going to... in fact, let's crack this first, so that we don't actually kill ourselves or something if we do a rounding issue and get a delta. We're going to hold control, keep priority, and drop our Burning Wish with red and a blue. And then before we do anything, we're going to crack these and go all black. We'll go all black. Why not? So Burning Wish resolves. Now we have 6 mana floating and 1 we haven't used. So we're going to use Burning Wish to fetch Peer into the Abyss, which does 9 damage to me, and I take 9, and I draw 9 cards. And so what I'm hoping to do is overpower this guy, since his game 1, he's not going to have a way. Even if I can't kill him now, it's a good chance. Good chance. You know, we're going to be able to murk him next turn. But we might be able to just kill him here if we get enough mana. So we get a 9, we get another lead, we get a petal. Certainly don't have a way to kill him here. Definitely awkward. So what we'll do is I think we'll save Storm Count for next round, and we'll discard a card and pass, and then we'll try to go for a play. We obviously need a tutor, or the fact that we have the guy in our hand is really unfortunate. It was a really bad play ultimately, but I think we're still probably going to win. Just depends if he can one-shot me here or not. We could, of course, pedal for Duress right now. I don't think it's necessary. I think what we'll do is we'll discard Oh, holy fuck. Wait, hold on. Wait, oh my god, I forgot. I have more cards than that. Right. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus! Alright, no, we're good. Look at all these fucking cards, baby. I forgot about the little arrow, little scroll arrow, John. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you silly Moda. Alright, yeah, so he's 100% dead right now. There's absolutely no way out of this. I was gonna say, I thought I was gonna draw more cards than that. It's supposed to be half my library. Alright, so let's do this. And we'll imprint one of my thought seizes, because I have another one. And let's just take a quick look at his hand so that we can get information for game 2. All right, most people will surrender if you try to look at their hand. That's why I did it. All right, so game 2, he's playing Affinity. You know, we're expecting Hate Bear, so we should probably bring in 2 of these again. We're probably going to want to leave Duress. The problem is it doesn't hit the creatures. It's a little bit awkward against it. We'll probably take it out again. Everything else will probably just leave. You know, it's really not that easy for Affinity. He's going to have to get a Hate Bear, and if you don't know what a Hate Bear is, it's basically like a 2-mana creature that prevents me from winning the game. He's gonna play one. We know he will. It's just a matter of, can I survive long enough to deal with it? You know? Can I get a Thoughtseize off? Can I do a Boomerang basic when I play off when he pops it? Never been happy about rain. We had so much rain last weekend, it was insane. I was getting actually like worried. I started to finally understand what it's like to be in like Seattle or UK. Well, I guess you're in the UK and you're saying it's not raining, but there is chat in Moto, by the way. You can just chat with your opponent anytime. It's just opt-in nowadays. It used to be opt-out, which is kind of funny. So we have our land, we have acceleration, we have win conditions, we have Thoughtseize. You know, it's pretty much a snap keep. The only problem is this land is slow. So we'd have to Mox to get the Thoughtseize off, right? But we can probably Mox the Wish Claw is probably what we're going to do. We also get to draw a card. If we draw a land, we're in good shape. So Legacy is very fast, but you can also play control decks that go to like turn 40 with each other, you know? It all depends on like what you're playing. Control decks are overwhelmingly powerful. So are aggro decks, and so are combo decks. Legacy is like a broken game state, right? All right, so this is a land. This is like a flip land. This has something on the other side as well where you can bounce stuff. So he's going to play a Lotus Petal. All right. Wait, what? Oh, no, sorry. He's Affinity. I'm an idiot. Wow. I mean, this is like... Maybe I shouldn't be so happy, but like this is completely irrelevant that you just wasted a petal to get this out. Like, he's just going to go for a traditional beatdown strategy. If he had a Hate Bear, he should have played it. If he had Chalice of the Void, if he had Null Sphere, if he had anything, he should have played it. I mean, I could almost just, like, straight up win the game right now. If I drew an LED, I would have just won right here. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, which is not enough to ad nauseum or anything. But we're certainly going to just Thoughtseize him right now and probably just win next turn. Let's see what he's got. Let's get our Underground Sea. We'll use a Thoughtseize, which reveals his hand, and we get to choose a card and remove it. So at this point, like, it's just shooting fish in a barrel. So he's got 2 Force of Wills and a Force of Negation with no win condition. Ah, I see his win con now. Okay. Interesting. So basically, his goal was not to do a Hate Bear, it's to pack counter magic and get this out quickly so he could try to pressure me, which is smart. So here's the problem, right? He's only going to get to cast 2 of these. And I wonder if I can keep track of his cards, right? So either way, I think what we'll do is we'll get rid of Force of Negation instead of one of the Wills. There's also an argument to get rid of this as well. I'm going to get rid of Force of Negation because the Force of Wills at least do damage to him, which is useful. And then we'll just pass and see what he's got next. Again, he's dealing with a normal... He's doing a good job. He's trying to beat me down with counter magic backup. He still has 2 Force of Wills. We're going to keep track of his cards here, right? But if he doesn't draw another land, like this gets very strange for him very quickly. I have the ability to potentially go through counter magic. I'm not saying I will, but it's possible. There's some interesting things you can do to fake people out. But he's probably very good. It's probably not going to fall for it. So he's got 4 cards in hand. We know what 3 of them are. Let's see if he plays a land or not. If you guys don't know what Force of Will is, you can cast it from your hand for free to counter a spell, but you have to exile a blue card. It's format defining. All right. So he passes. Wonderful. It's 4 cards in hand, double counter spell essentially. So what we'd like to do is probably keep developing our board state here, I think. And I'm going to try to bait out some of his counter spells with like Wishclaw Talisman or Beseech, right? And if he doesn't answer them, we could potentially win off of that. So let's Surveil. Off of this land, it's a duress. I mean, yeah, we probably want to keep this up here. So the idea I have now is, could do a couple things. We could drop a Chrome Mox, right? And we could imprint Beseech and try to cast the Wishclaw. And he's got a question to ask. Do I want to counter this Wishclaw or not? Right? And then next turn we duress his remaining thing. We still have an Infernal Tutor in our hand. He has no win condition still. We're probably going to give up the Beseech in our hand. Wait, can I just cast the Beseech now? Am I actually brain dead? Dude, this card is so new. Holy fuck, I can just cast it right now. Granted, he has Force, but I wonder if I can get him to cast it on the Beseech. Now, we'd have to ramp into it, basically. I like my idea here. I think we're actually going to sacrifice the Beseech here. Ooh, or is the Tutor the play? What do you think about sacrificing the Tutor instead? Oh my god, that actually makes a lot of sense. We know we're getting a duress next turn, right? And he's got to choose. Do you want to counter this Wishclaw or not? This Wishclaw we know gives us a card. He's going to have to counter it. I mean, does he really want to deal with this? If he does, fine. It's going to make it really hard for him later. Yeah, he's going to counter it, which is wild. So he gets rid of this, and what else? That. So we actually know what's in his hand again. These are the 2 cards left in his hand. He literally has another Force, so we're about to duress it away, and then we can combo and win the game. You see how easy this is? Granted, he could draw 1 more card, but we're going to see what it is. This is kind of how I want to do this. I'm going to save the duress, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have enough mana to duress and then Beseech for Gaia and then repeat and win the game. So I think he's in trouble. He needs to literally draw something here that can stop my combo from behind a duress. That's not it. That is not it. That is a Urza's Bauble. All right. I think he's dead now. The next turn... Oh, so he's going to get another card in my upkeep. He does technically have 1 more card. We're going to duress it anyway, though, so what does it matter? It's a very interesting match. Whenever they have these like free counter magics, it's always fun to try to navigate through them. So if all goes to plan, I should just be able to literally cast a duress on him and then determine if I win or not. I think. I haven't actually planned the play out. So I'd get another land. I would get another petal and another ritual. And another beseech. I think I just kill him here straight up. So first of all, we want to cast duress on him. He's probably not going to counter it, I'm assuming. If he does, then it doesn't matter. All right, so he's got a Tormod's Crypt. I can't believe he didn't play. Oh, he just drew it. Oh, this is bad. He's got this, which he can't cast in a Force of Will. So we can actually technically get rid of this, and he can't cast the Force of Will. But we're going to get rid of the Force of Will. Be thorough. And now I'm pretty certain we can combo. Right? So we're going to go Petal, Dark Ritual, That's 3, 4, 5 mana. Beseech. Sacrifice the Chrome Mox. Get Gaia's Cradle. Replay the graveyard. He's going to surrender here in about 2 seconds. We have to actually sacrifice this now. Now we cast it with Bargain. We kill the Chrome Mox. We get Gaia's Will. And then we're going to cast it. He surrenders. What's funny is like you shouldn't surrender here because I'm still gonna have to figure out a way to win the game. I'd have to go land, pedal, Chrome Mox, ritual. Yeah, I guess I have it. I could just beseech for another one too. But I guess I mean I barely have enough mana to kill him here. He probably shouldn't have surrendered instantly like that. Wow, 2-0 or 1-0. How about that? It's nice walking it through. I mean, I guarantee everybody left. There's still 20 people watching me play Magic. Wow. You guys are all sleeping, right? Mr. TNN says Force of Will. Yeah, yep. Sorry, I wasn't really reading. Did you see his hand? He had double Force of Will and negation. We still just breezed through it. The problem is his threat wasn't significant enough. If he would have got Tormod's card out too earlier, he could have had more time as well. So if you're wondering about this deck, this is a tier 2 deck. This is not a tier 1 deck. And if maybe this is like a B tier deck if you want to phrase it that way. This is actually looking better than it is today. Just lucky, right? We'll get pwned here in a minute. Writing reports are sleeping. Same. Hell yeah. Hey, Sniffles over on YouTube. What's up, dude? Love your Eve content. Thank you. Sorry, I'm playing a little Magic right now. I always forget I'm streaming to YouTube as well. If you're still here, Sniffles, hope you have a good rest of your week. Bang Biscuit, you still here, bro? What do you think? Test solid tier 2 deck, yeah? You just came back? No, I'm just saying, oh, I just beat a guy. I'm playing leagues now. I'm playing a 5-match league. And I just beat a guy with Rainbow Storm. So I was wondering what you thought of the deck, but you weren't here. He was playing like Affinity. Oh, the deck, yeah. I was just wondering, like, you know, I don't know when you played, what you did, if you still play recently, but like, you know, what do you think about Storm these days, you know? I don't know the meta. I saw Reanimator and I love the deck, but I like Storm more. It's harder to hate Storm. You're about to watch like a real player dismantle me or somebody, but real as in like somebody who has like a strong, you know, tempo or control deck. Tempo decks shit all over Storm. They shit on Storm. Daze decks, Spell Pierce decks. You can't beat that. Like I guess I'm wondering, like, what did you play in Legacy? Did you tell me that? I'm trying to get a little conversation going so I don't bore my chat. But basically, you know, like, I looked at the decks and like it looks like Doomsday is a more robust combo than Storm is right now by far. I remember the meta super well. Got it. You know the format from watching it? No shit. Here, let's look at the format then together. So we'll just go to like one of these stupid sites, right? Look at the Legacy meta. You can see Dimir, so blue-black tempo is about 1/10 of the field. So this is obviously, you're going to see this a lot, especially in paper, right? So this is going to be using the new Tarmogoyf dudes. You'll see Rogue deck. Sneak Show is a tier 1 deck. This is your premier like creature-based combo deck, and Reanimator is going to be tier 2 for sure. You'll see Epic Storm down here, which is technically what I'm playing. Another Death and Taxes, solid, cheap tier 2 deck. It's only $1,000, which is a lot actually. Tron is $16,000 for the deck. Jesus Christ. What costs so much? Oh, Candelabra, of course. You need 4. Candelabra are $1,000 a pop. You need 4 of them for the deck. Don't you need it for lands too? Yeah, you need a Candelabra for lands too. Yeah, right? No? Maybe. Oh, okay. Never mind. Just Tron. Why are they charging it? So a little bit confusing, right? So these are paper prices. These are paper prices, as in like for the real card that they printed that people really love and value for some reason, right? The online prices are just based on like what the few online players will pay for them. So the online prices are dirt cheap compared to this. For example, let's look at Tron. Offline, it's $17,000. Let's just look online and see what it might cost, right? It would cost $300 online, which is so much, but you can see how it's not 17 grand. Why are people paying so much? There's actually like a robust resale value market, and there's also like appreciation. It's a speculative market, not unlike stock markets, but there's also grading. It's really dumb, Emmy, but like it's okay. This is not normal, these cards. Most people don't play with these cards. These are old, ancient, valuable cards, right? This is legacy. Most people play normal, newer cards that are maybe, you know, a deck is a couple $100, like, you know, maybe, which is still a lot, but not for Magic. So if you're wondering why people pay this, well, they don't. These cards were not like this. This deck was like $200 when I used to play, you know? Well, not really, but Candle Arbor was still expensive. But this was like a, you know, a couple $100 deck. Just over the past 20 years, there's so much speculation, and they're not going to reprint the cards. It's basically idiots taking money from idiots, and the players suffer. That's why we play online. Basically, the NFTs. I mean, if you have a problem with the trading card game, then I'm right there with you. It's extremely stupid and exploitative. Yeah. It's dumb as hell. But I'm trying to explain to you that what I'm playing now is actually not that bad comparatively. It's still bad, but I'm not going to buy paper Magic cards. It was fun as a kid to go around into like, you know, Wild West and hawk your deck and fight people for like prizes, but I'm not really into that anymore. I just like the mechanics. It's fun. My most expensive 200, yeah, and that's still crazy expensive, right? But you get what I'm trying to say. Legacy is not normal. Can I link it? Yeah, you can link anything. If it eats it, let me know. I figured out how to check my auto mod list. Shrines aplenty. I hate that Magic became a speculative asset. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. No, I agree, Paul. Hey, buddy. Goshentai of Life's Origin. I don't know what any of these cards do. Spark Double, I know that one. Into the Royal, Brainstorm, I know those. This is Commander, right? Okay. I'm like, yeah, a lot of one-ups here. That's awesome. Good man. I'll have to get a Commander deck so I can fight you guys. Magic's supposed to be a silly cardboard game that I play around the kitchen, yeah. And you know what? You know, when we say supposed to be, we know we're wrong when we say that. But the idea is like it started off that way and it's lost its way, is the idea. And I agree with that. You know, you can take Magic seriously. For example, I don't know, have you been watching, Paul? I've been playing Legacy, right? This is, you know, on the serious side of Magic. Not crazy, but, you know, these people really want to win. They know all the mechanics. They're just nerds, right? But kitchen table Magic Commander is like fantastic to this day. This hasn't aged as well. This is nostalgia and testosterone. Commander's all I play these days? Hell yeah. 4-year doesn't allow for a ton of competitive MTG. I played my girlfriend one time with the starter decks, like the 30-card starter decks, and she was like, all right, well, that was a game. Haven't played since forever, since become Cardboard Fortnite anyway, yeah. I mean, why do you think I'm playing Legacy, G? Look at this deck list. I don't know, again, I'm not trying to like do anything, but like these are almost all old cards. Thoughtseize, Duress, Dark Ritual, Brainstorm, Infernal Tutor, Burning Wish, like it's all old. There are like 2 new cards, I admit. Even there's power creep, but it just reminds me of the old days, slinging cardboard, whipping ass, and or taking L's. I play with 4 buddies anymore. I don't like the new tourney stuff. Tourney? Like tournament, or the new like the new style of like franchisee, you know? You know, I kind of want to change this deck list a little bit. You know, I feel like there's been times where I had mana and a wish and no ability to end the game. I wonder why that is. Makes me want to put an Infernal Tutor in the board. But why would I do that? Because you can't Burning Wish for ad nauseum, that's why. That's why this is out here. That's why it's even here in the first place, I bet. Time to go get him. See you, Bang Biscuit. Take care, partner. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry if I'm boring today, everybody. Just playing some Magic. I think it's quite entertaining, but again, if there's no nostalgia there for you, you're just like, well, what the fuck is this? It just looks like people playing Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, just making up words. Just understand that my deck is a combo deck. I'm trying to win quickly. I'm trying to win without them stopping me. And my first matchup, I played against a guy who couldn't stop me. And then game 2, he could stop me, but I managed to see what he was doing with this card. And I was able to play around it, right? Tournament competition in stores, got it. It was super fun. Nowadays, I think it's probably a little sweaty for me. I don't think I'd want to ever play Magic again. I'm just enjoying the nostalgia trip. I think it's interesting from what on earth are these people doing sort of way. Yeah, the rules for Magic are wild. Have you never played, Emmy, at all? You're too young, yeah? This is definitely an ancient art. So I can tell you, I would have been playing this game, with these cards 2007, 8, 9, 10, 2010, 11, around that age, and then stopped. So I would have been playing Legacy in that, 4-year range. Played a few times with my brother. I actually remember summoning creatures. So yeah, so really, what's the problem with creatures? Well, to be fair, you gotta summon them, and then they gotta sit there, and the next turn they gotta attack. It takes a while. Typically, the old formats have access to all the cards. The spells just go way faster. The creature strategies only work if they look like this. You see how this creature... Oh, you can't see it. You see how this creature has, the effects on it? This is the type of creature that Legacy likes to play. The other formats, like these, Standard and Pioneer, these have fantastic creature strategies. Also, Kitchen Sink and Commander play lots of creatures. Legacy, Vintage, the only creatures you get are basically going to be spells with legs. The creatures are cool, though, yeah. And Legacy doesn't really base it on what's cool. They base it on what's fast, what's redundant, right? And that's, why this probably isn't... This is like ancient Greek to you, because this looks nothing like tabletop Magic. If I had more time in the match description, I would talk about what they were doing as well. I mean, I don't know if there's a replay, but... that guy was playing Affinity. Affinity is a strategy where you have a ton of artifacts that all work together. So you just play 5 different artifact guys and they get huge. The problem is he got a hand with lots of counter magic and not enough dudes. So once I saw that, I just took my time and then I picked apart his hand and then I killed him. He needed some more dudes. So he just got a little unlucky, right? We can absolutely play Pauper or something, but the truth is creatures are a great part of Magic, but this deck has no creatures. The only creatures you'll see me sometimes pull these guys in if people are counterspelling me, or sometimes I'll make a bunch of goblins. This is very much so one of those decks that has no interest in putting guys on the board. What's an example of a Legacy deck where the guys are really important? How about Zoo? How about we look at actually the board? Oh, the top deck plays creatures, Emmy. Look, the top deck plays creatures, but they're very specific creatures, right? What they do is they have an insane amount of value. And we're not going to read these. But basically, this is a creature that turns into a planeswalker. And this is a creature that just does damage all the time to everything. Right? So these creatures get played, but only when they're extremely strong and playable. And then you back it up with counter magic and, counter spells and hand disruption. You back it up with that. This is called a tempo style, where you put stuff down for cheap and then back it up as it wins the game. It's what he tried to do with his Affinity deck, but it didn't have the goods. Another example of a creature-based deck would be Sneak and Show. It's not really fair to call it a creature-based deck, but the point of this is to play this card called Show and Tell. I mean, look at this card. It says each player may choose something from their hand and put it into play. So both players just get to play a thing. It just so happens that when you play this, you happen to play a pretty big thing. You happen to play this, who's pretty big. So when you do it, you tend to win you tend to win the trade. Right? How's that for a creature? Every time he attacks, you have to sacrifice 6 permanents. Emrakul, Emrakul, yeah, I didn't even think about it. Yeah. So Sneak Show basically uses this card called Show and Tell to just all right, we both put a creature into play, tee-hee, and then put out this guy. It's really awesome. I've played it before. It's actually not that easy to stop either. It's not as easy as graveyard-based Reanimators. There's, of course, Reanimators as well. This was one of my favorite styles. You just have a deck that just plays a card called Entomb. Ready for this? Where's Entomb? Wait, we don't play Entomb anymore? All right, nobody plays in Tomb anymore. That's busted. We just rotate through the deck. Okay. Well, this looks nothing like what it used to look like. You just shit guys in your graveyard and then you reanimate them for like 1 mana. It's pretty cool. So I guess something we could potentially do, I can't actually change my deck now, but you could potentially help me fix this deck later if we get any people that know about Legacy. I'm assuming it's mostly just friends from my Eve stream here, just hanging out, shooting the shit, being a good sport. But if anybody's actually like good at Legacy, I wouldn't mind Storm advice. Had the card in paper, I sold it for Warhammer 40k entry. Which one? Embercrawl? Zendikar around that area, Rise of the Eldrazi, that's around when I started to sort of take Magic a bit more seriously. That would have been 09 maybe? I can't remember. So you sold a Magic card for Warhammer? Damn, that's illegal. By the way, we hate Magic here. We hate it. I'm gonna start calling it Rainbow Storm because I'm a fabulous woke bitch. And you can't stop me, technically. There's like 4 people here. You can't stop me. You would need at least 40 to stop me. Good luck. Good luck, freaking reactionaries. Heard in the US, you can trade Magic card for healthcare? That would be more equitable than our current system. You could go play Friday Night Magic, use your shaft to get a little healthcare. Brian Cook has his own website. Yeah, so TNN, I've met him before. You know, he's in the Northeast too. I've played at tournaments with him, yeah. Do you know him, or are you just familiar with the archetype? You know, I've been in tournaments before and done well, and he's put it on like the website and stuff, so I'll just say that. It's one of my favorite archetypes is Five-Color Storm, Burning Wish Storm. Brian Cook was a guy that wrote up about it, and he gets credit for the multicolor storm thing, really pioneering it. And it looks different than this list now. Even I always liked it, but you know, back then there was a big divergence between Ant and Epic Storm, right? People were playing like Orm's Chant and Xanad Swarm and Epic Storm, and a lot of people were playing 2-color Ants, just blue black. I remember that when I was playing, and you know, it was Brian Cook was always hella stubborn. He always did pretty well with his deck. Sometimes he did really well, and he always was really interested when other people use the archetype too. That's where that website comes from. So shout out to him for all that. I gotta try the new version of it. Their super fast version that keeps shuffling your deck back into it. Feeling with Tess, used to play years ago. No shit. No shit. So this is not crazy to you. You know everything that's going on here, yeah? Oh, I love it. Make sure to speak up if I'm doing something stupid. 2,000 point Space Marine Army. Alright, let's play another match here in a second. Let's get sniped. We didn't get sniped that round. Other archetypes, I've talked about it before. I started on Merfolk, which was like about the cheapest deck you could build that had great game in certain tournaments depending on the meta. Yeah, Legacy to me was always the most fascinating stuff was combo, tempo control. Never really was a fan of like the aggro strategy, but played some. Always enjoyed Reanimator, morphed it into Tin Fins, you know, when that became popular. A super fun hybrid Storm Reanimator deck. Not new, but not familiar with the new cards and the combos, yeah. So pretty much all you have to know is we got this card that costs 4 mana that casts a card from your deck. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know anything about it. It's called Beseech. 4 mana, cast a card from your deck. And it just so happens that they added a card that basically lets you play your graveyard. So we have Yawgmoth as part of the combo now. So instead of just going ad nauseum or going for Empty the Warrens or going for some loop, we can actually do the old Ill-Gotten Gains combo, but do it really redundantly. Where we Beseech for Gaia's Will and then replay all of our petals, all of our leads, and our lands the same turn and then combo off and murk them. You can also play the Beseech again. You can Beseech, get Gaia's Will, drop your mana again, and play Beseech again and combo them with Tendrils. This is a very, very, very stupid card. And I'm glad they made it because I think this archetype might have fallen off without it. I'm not sure. It seems like tempo nowadays is extremely strong. I don't know why Moto people don't play tempo. It seems like I'm not fighting any tempo at all. It's all control or like these aggro strats that bring in bears. Where's the tempo with bears? I auto lose to a deck with days and bears. Hate bears. Bears. Yeah, this is a bear. A little guy that stops you from doing something. So if I play this is a hate bear against, essentially, you wouldn't really call it a hate bear. This is more like protection. But this is an example of a hate bear, where you drop it and it stops the opponent from doing something. All right, let's play. Big, muscly, hairy bear. Calm down. Let's not blame before they added them. Bunch of Warhammer nerds in here. Friggin' Warhammers are taking up all the tables in the game store with their terrain. Meanwhile, Magic is like, buy SpongeBob. Should probably text my girlfriend and be like, hello. Are you alive? I think it's Eid right now, isn't it? Anybody do silly Islam shit here? Hantaraxi, what's up, gangster? I'm calm because Affinity Matrix isn't here to tease. Uh-oh, I see. No land, but we have tons of mana with a tutor and a lead, so it's like it's hard to argue with this being one-shottable. So if we look at our mana, we count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have enough to turn 1 ad nauseum tendrils. So this is generally a keep situation. Notably, we have no lands, which is an interesting situation to be in. But because we're on the draw, we might even get one. See what happens. He's running a creature-based deck. He's running a sliver deck! Shut the fuck up. Who is this? Who is this from chat? Stop. Who said that? Who is this? Stop. Stop. That's crazy, bro. Yeah. Yes, queen. Yo, this dude's gonna have force of will too. That's the best part. They're gonna stop me and I'm just gonna walk right into it because I don't care. All right, Mr. Sliverman. He passed priority. Fantastic. Didn't really see this coming, not gonna lie. Okay. We could Wish Claw or Infernal Tutor for Infernal Tutor is cheaper, so we're gonna hold control and then crack the lead. Pay the tax. Oh fuck. Here we go. No, I got it. I'm good. So now we pay the tax. I thought I fucked it up. I was like, no, please no. Alright, so now no response, and we'll fish for ad nauseum. If he has force of will, I hope he casts it now. Otherwise, he's gonna forever hold his peace. Now we start drawing cards. So we haven't played a land yet, by the way. No land. LED, Beseech. We certainly already have enough to kill him. How the fuck do I see my whole hand? Jesus Christ. What is this? This is fucking Baby Town Frolic over here. Jesus Christ. Duress. Bloodstained Mire. I mean, this is certainly enough to beat him, but let's just do 1 or 2 more for fun. One more. Last one, swear to God. Alright, let's beat him. So now we play the lead. We'll play the Chrome Mox. No, we'll play the... Alright, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You shouldn't do that, by the way. You should just let the guy waste his timer. I don't know why you'd give me more time. It's weird. This is so stupid. Well, it's a combo deck. I happen to have a turn 1 win there. So if he wasn't playing first, I would have beat him before he even played a sliver. So here's what I can tell you. He's gonna have hate bears. He's also gonna have counter magic. I'm almost positive. If he doesn't, this is gonna be a really tough time for him. So I'm just gonna assume that he has counter magic and bring in 2 of the boomerang basics and take the hate bears and take the duresses out. If he's got a ton of counter magic, so be it. We'll bring in the hexing squelchers in round 3. Let's go to the slivers, not at the D&D canceling. We still got 2 minutes here. I like to take the full breaks to kind of parse what just happened here, since this is a competitive match. Also, my hand is just way too small. Like, I can't even see what's in it. It's crazy. When I do an ad nauseum, I gotta figure out how to do that. So there's even faster decks, Emmy. So there's an old deck called Belcher that is like, I don't know, it's like a 54% chance to just like one-shot you. You know? But like, you know, any disruption stops it. Even like a Force of Will. So it's like kind of fair. This one has like a much lower chance to murk you. But it's got so much in the way of it can display patience is kind of the hallmark of Tess, and the reason why I like it. You can actually play a little bit of a mid-range strategy with Tess, whereas, you know, Ad Nauseam Tendrils was about racing or nothing else. Granted, you do want to race with Tess, but I guess I'm just trying to say, like, it's hard to shut this down, but it's slower. That's what it comes down to. Oh, look, he's still editing his deck. How do I change the way this looks down here? Is there some way to change this? You know what I mean? Like, what is this? Baby town fucking frolic shit. Alright, so what do I have? I have a tutor. Mox Opal, Thoughtseize. I mean, this is a really bad hand. We don't even have a fetch land to shuffle away the brainstorm. You know, because the guy's playing slivers, I feel like, you know, we have a win con, we have a mana, although we can't use it, and we do have lands. We have the turn 1 Thoughtseize. It's like going to 6 here would be, you know, I think what you would do more often than not. But I wonder if the guy even has counter magic or not. If he doesn't, I don't need to go anywhere. He's got an Aether Vial, Classic, Merfolk, Goblins all use this. This thing every turn gets counters, and you can tap it to put a card from your hand into play equal to the counters. So if you have a 2-cost guy, you tap it to put that guy into play. So let's take a look at his hand here. Got a Burning Wish. I mean, kind of weird. Let's do a Badlands, and we'll do a Thoughtseize, and take a look at his hand. This is a very important part of combo. Otherwise, if you don't look at their hand, you can't know what's going on. So he got a choice. He could daze it. No, he can't daze it. He has nothing to daze with. He can Force of Will it. He's going to Force of Will it. Woo-hoo! So what's fascinating about this is, like, you know, if you're going to Force of Will it and freely counter it, you have to exile a card from your hand. So you lose so many cards for this, you know? And so what we're going to do now is, now we understand he has no cards in hand. He has an Aether Vial, so he's going to get a guy out. But the chances of him having another Force of Will, pretty low at this point. If we rip like an LED, it's possible he gets murked immediately. I'm not really feeling confident that I can beat him next turn, turn after, but I mean, if he doesn't play anything here, he has his Aether Vial ready to go, but this is going to be a slow board state for him, is my point. We're probably going to get the opportunity to rip more disruption. A lot of tutors here. Sheesh. So you know, we could hard cast Burning Wish here since we have so many tutors. But I'm really not really sure if there's anything that we would need. Nothing really calls out to me as like helping here. So this is instead, I think we can't really Infernal Tutor for like a Mox Opal. We don't have the mana. I think we're just gonna bide our time and realize he's in a weak position, so we don't need to actually ruin ours. Right? So let's Surveil, look at our top card and put it in the graveyard or leave it up top, one of the two. So Wishclaw Talisman, you know, we definitely do not need this. We need to get this out of here, is the idea. We're going to hold the Mox Opal in case he does like a Hymn to Torok or some shit. I'm sure he won't, but And we're just going to keep drawing and passing. We're obviously not in a strong position, but I don't want to weaken my grasp over this. I want to be able to brainstorm. I want to be able to do things. He didn't even use his Aether Vial, so he has no 1-drop. We're pretty sure he's got like a Pact of Negation or like another Force of Will in his hand. That's why he hasn't done any creatures. Got his second land. Very good. All right, so we got a Hate Bear coming out, I guess. Nope, just a regular Sliver. Huh. Okay. Is this like a fun deck? So keep in mind he's got an Aether Vial, so he could technically tap this to play another creature immediately from his hand. That costs 2 mana, so we got to keep that in mind. He could play something in response to us. As we continue our turn here. Very slow. I mean, the mana is very helpful, right? We can actually rip an Infernal Tutor for another Dark Ritual right now and save mana for Brainstorm, which I think is what we'll do. So I'm going to use the Infernal Tutor. I'm going to show him Dark Ritual. And then I'm going to go fetch another copy of it. And that way I actually finally have the mana to pop off. You know, it's at the point now where I think we have 6 mana. We could get Beseech. I wonder if I could just do it now. So no, I don't have 5 mana. I can't get Beseech. I can't pop Opal. So I do have to wait a turn. So we'll Brainstorm potentially at the end of his turn or to hide one of these cards if we need to, if he does Hand Disruption. If he doesn't use his Aether Vial now, I'm extremely confused. He's going to use it, right? Thank God. So now he's got an army. Now I have a clock, right? What is he going to put down, though? Slivers get 1/1. Okay, that has nothing to do. Okay. So he's going to advance it to 3 or keep it at 2? Aether Vial is a classic way to get tempo with these decks. He's leaving at 2. Okay. So, you know, he put out a green guy. We have to assume he's got another Force of Will. We don't want to just rip it all and just immediately lose. So the Brainstorm into a Duress would be a game-winning play here. Okay. So he's got 2 cards left in hand. He's got a nice army out. I essentially have like 1 more turn left to kill him, is how this works. If I know my magic. So we're going to want to... We need to be mana efficient here because we don't have time. We need to obviously Brainstorm and rip the goods now. Mox Opal useless, but it could be good off a Brainstorm. Remember, if we Brainstorm and hit 3 dud things, like, or it somehow fucks us, we're locked in. We're not going to have time to fetch land. Right? We would need to rip one, so... Let's go to the end step here. And we'll Brainstorm after he's done. Oh, he's got a Wasteland. Yeah, so we're going to obviously do this in response. It's nice of him to do that. I mean, it's smart. Wasteland is very good. I'm just going to Brainstorm now before I fuck up my mana phases and lose it all. So, I mean, yeah, we got another Dark Ritual. I mean, if the guy doesn't have counter magic, he's in big, stinky trouble. I'll just say that. You know, I guess I find it disturbing I don't have like a Duress or Thoughtseize on the board for Burning Wish, because that would kind of seal the deal here. So let's put our Mox Opal back, and we'll put this Infernal Tutor back, and he's going to destroy our non-basic here. I'm assuming he's going to get the blue one. I have no idea. Maybe he does the red one. Oh, he did the red one. Okay. I still got the pedal. All right, so now it's my turn. We know what I'm about to draw. I just put it back. We have the tutor. So the way it works is he has no mana. He has no cards for Force of Will or Force of Negation. We know that he's not going to counter us. We can't daze us. There's really no card I think that exists that can stop us from comboing. So we're just going to combo as if he has no way to stop us is basically how this works, right? You basically get a free storm count if you do Infernal Tutor for a Dark Ritual. So let's just rip a Dark Ritual now. And we're going to go to kill him here with the full combo. We're going to pay the tuition here for the Infernal Tutor. Copy our Dark Ritual again. Get our last Dark Ritual. It's important you don't like do that and not have it. That'd be a huge waste of mana. All right, so now we have all this mana, and since we know he's not going to counter us, we strongly suspect it. We're just going to go through it. I think he's just holding mana. If he beats us, he beats us. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he can, but I'm going to assume he can. At this point, okay, so he's gonna Aether Vial. Okay, what do we got? No response. Let's see what his bear is. What's up, Blanings? So he's got this guy. So this is gonna stop me in my tracks, basically. And what's gonna have to happen is I'm gonna have to then get a bounce spell and deal with this next turn, right? So he had the goods. He had the hate bear, right? It's very good. He didn't flop over. And we're probably going to pay for that. We knew he didn't have the counter magic. He had one card. Did he have the hate bear or not? He did. So let's see. This is going to lock me out of everything, completely kill the mana. But what's wild is, how much health do I have? Well, if I get another turn, it's possible I could still beat him with this board state. No, I don't think I actually can, because I'm going to have to Burning Wish for the bounce, and I'm not going to get it in time. No, I think I just straight up lose now because of that play. I think it was very good. I think it would probably be proper to save our time and concede here and move on instead of trying to top deck some situation that can't exist. Because we need to preserve time so we have a good way. So he had a great hate bear. It was very good. The Aether Warrant, one card left in hand, kept on 2, and he had the Canonist. That'll beat you every time. So we know he has forces, right? Yeah, so he forced. So I wonder if we bring in some of these Squelchers and potentially ruin his day with these. We definitely do not want Duresses, though. These are terrible against him. He has literal creatures that are like spells that I can't target with Duress. Good fight, good fight. Very savvy sliver deck. It's just, might as well be standard, like kind of like creature-based mid-range strategy with the backing of Aether Vial and some hate bears. It can get the job done. Definitely sucks to lose to like that, though. So I get to go first. I have some hate bears of myself in here to deal with his counter magic. It's also possible I could just murk him with no Force of Wills. Let's see how many cards that he keeps, though. It's very important to see how many cards he keeps. So we have, what is that, triple Mox Opal? What the fuck? With absolutely nothing behind it. We actually can't keep this, sadly. So this hand looks pretty decent. Let's see. If we put Gaia's Will back, we have the anti-hate bear attack here. You know, having tendrils in your hand is bizarre, but it's not really a game changer as long as you remember it. We do need to put this back, though. So that basically this ends up being land, ritual, lead. I mean, I could do some stuff right away if I rip a card, but it's my play, so I don't really get that luxury, do I? This has no gas. There's absolutely no way to win off of this, which means you could just sit here and lose. It's a very strong 6, and going to 5 is pretty nuts, though. So I'm going to keep it, and we're going to roll the dice. We're going to put Gaia as well on the bottom of our library so we can potentially fetch it later. Let's give it a shot. We're just basically going to play our land and pass. And it's really bad. We don't have disruption. We do have an answer to the bear, though. So really, it's tough when you play these tempo style, and this is what this is. It has Aether Vial and it has counter magic as tempo. It's tough because you're dealing with their threat, you're dealing with their counter magic and their hate bears. It's just a lot to manage. You got to pick one and just hope for the best. We don't want to just blind combo without taking a look at his hand or anything, right? There's a lot of cards we draw right now that just get us instantly killed here and we just lose. I'm actually shocked that Slivers looks this good, but losing to the Canis is a play. He's got the Vial, okay. Let's see. At the end of his turn, we're going to do a Surveil here. We're going to get the black Surveil land and take a look at the next card on our deck. Hoping it's good. It's a fetch land. What am I looking for? I'm looking for, I guess, Duress. But it is, of course, important to keep building the base, too, if I'm going to be doing this. It's a fascinating question. Do I actually want this land or not? I think I do. This is going to be a slow game where I have to make sure he has no counter magic, and then I bounce his bear for the win. So let's just do it like this. I'm going to leave it on top. Then we're going to draw it and play it. And then pass again. The fact that he has an Aether Vial is really annoying because the Boomerang basic is sorcery. It's really fucking annoying. He can just deal with it. But the thing is, I can bounce the Aether Vial with the basics if I want to get safety, right? And we're going to pass. We're probably going to do another surveil next round as well. It's a very slow strategy, but I have no choice. This guy has too much disruption. Caracas. So there's the canonist. So technically, I want to say if I draw like... So here's the problem. If he has counter magic behind this, it's like impossible for me to win. But if I was to draw, for example, a... You know, Infernal Tutor right here, I think I could still win this. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana to play with, right? So basically, let's let this resolve, and at the end of its turn, we'll go Surveil again. We're really trying to filter into a board state where we can't be overcome. Chrome Mox. I mean, it activates the Mox Opal, but it's not sexy. It certainly doesn't get it done. We need to put this on the bottom. Or on the graveyard. Let's see what I draw. You know, it's going to definitely change the mood if I draw something live here. Drew a land. Still, that deck's still not loaded, which is the problem. We called it at the start of the game, is I'm just not loaded here. I wonder how much pressure I actually feel, though. He hasn't actually started the beatdown at all, and it's like turn 3. What if I beat him with Urza's Saga with the artifact token? It's unironically like an actual path here if he has no backup. If he has full counter magic, I probably win with token spam. I'm not even joking. I might even angle that right now because of the board stain, because he has 4 cards left. It all depends, though. I don't know. Maybe he'll play his hand out. Sliver Hive, 4... He's gonna get big guys, though, is the problem. I can't. Another Aether Vial? Interesting. I almost wouldn't have played that if I was him. Alright, so he's gonna come in for 2 damage here. We'll take it. And we'll go on to the next phase here. So, like, you know, anything from a duress to a tutor is, like, productive here. Otherwise, we're going with a beatdown plan. If we get nothing for it, we're gonna go with a beatdown plan. He's playing a lot of cards. Another Canonist. Kind of locking me into the beatdown, isn't he? What's fascinating is I can still dump my artifacts, though. Dude, I think I might even try to beat him with tokens. I think it's like how we should go here. He's just trying to kill me with bears. I can get much bigger tokens. Let's try it. Also, I have the ability of hard casting tendrils later if his guys ever get out of here. This is actually interesting. All right, so this is going to go to phase 2. We're going to make sure that we get all of the value here. We got another land. Very bizarre hand. Absolutely no gas. Really problem with Storm is if you ever want to take one of those hands, you can pay for it, and I am. And so what I'm interested in doing right now is I think I'm going to actually play my artifacts out. So that when I make this, there's no chance that it gets like... it could get like Swords to Plowshare. But I'm actually going to play it because Storm is really not an option at this point. We're probably going to use Boomerang Basics to win the board at this point. Which is a fascinating statement. Alright, let's do it. This is really a wild game of Magic. This guy has played enough hate bears to slow me down. To the point where I wonder if I'm going to have to find another way. If I draw another Urza Saga, this is going to be amazing. Okay, what does he got? He's playing another creature with his vial? What is it? Watch it be another Canonist. It's not. What is this? Shroud. All silvers have Shroud. So he's dumping his hand now. Interesting. I've still got 10 minutes on my clock. He has 20 minutes on his. I gotta be careful. I take a while to play this game. A lot of paths you can make with a deck like a Rainbow Storm. And and plus I haven't played in like fucking forever. I have no idea how this game works anymore. I'm playing against slivers. This looks bizarre. So this puts us at what? 10 right here? I mean, he's got to be careful. I can make a blocker. Yeah, he knows I can make a blocker. That's crazy. All right, so now I have to basically make a token in response to this thing getting killed, right? Easy. So now I have to make a token again. Ooh, I got another LED. This is really funny. I'm literally about to do an artifact beatdown plan on this guy. This is so funny. I can't get over this. This is Storm, by the way. So I suppose let's just grab... I mean, I already have LEDs. I guess I'll just get a pedal. What does it matter? Look at this. I have 6 6s out right now. I'm about to start beating him right now. This is so fucking funny to me. And you know what's really funny is like I have Storm too. I could potentially dump artifacts and tendril him in one turn even with these. Is he going to triple block? He won't. If he triple blocks, I'm going to storm kill him next turn. I might even be able to do it after this. No, I can't. Never mind. Alright, okay. I didn't triple block. This is so bizarre. Sliver deck went. We're literally playing against one. What's up, Spooks? This is a league play, too. It's so fucking funny. I really want to draw another Urza's thing, though. Alright, I guess this guy has too much hate, not enough heart. That's the problem. He's got triple Aether Vial, double Hate Bear, but I'm beating him with artifact tokens. Who would have saw that coming? He has a shit sliver deck. Oh, Spooky, don't be elitist. He's dealing with a one-turn combo deck. He has to slow it down. He's doing a great job. He really is. This is a very powerful sliver deck. Turn 5, you better have a sliver overlord. Oh, right. I forgot. If you don't have one out, they take the sliver deck away. All right. So again, we're literally on this weird quasi sort of beatdown plan, and I suspect like he might. Oh, look at the Thoughtseize rip. How cool is this? How cool is this? Now I get to see what is in his hand and make him embarrassed. What do you got? He's gonna shit out a creature in response. All right, what do you got, bro? Another. That's awesome, G. What's your last card, bro? Is it a land? It's a land. All right. All right, so I got 2 6/6s out. He could do a quad block. I take out 3 of his guys. I still win the race. He's got nothing in his hand. I have a boomerang basic. Can't play it. Let's just double attack and fucking see what happens. I think I win the race. You have double 6/6 to deal with, my dude. You know, good luck. Also, I can do Tendrils of Agony for 2 damage, which is relevant because I have, you guessed it, 12 on the board. This is Legacy, bro. You know, this is different than like Fun Magic. So he's gonna triple block. You know what's crazy about this is like what's wild is like next turn, if I draw Infernal Tutor, I can bounce and then kill him with Storm. It's so wild. I can't believe it's happening like this. I can't believe it's not butter. He's responding to the bash plan with, all right, throw everything in front. So this is the card in his deck. We need to watch to make sure he doesn't play it, yeah? He's got Aether Vial on all the different takes. We're using creatures? Yeah, he's using sick creatures. I'm using artifacts, which I don't know if they're creatures. Also, spelling creatures like that is based. Spooky, hope you had a good day, bro. Shout out to Sliver lovers. I've never seen a Sliver deck in Legacy do this well. I guess times have changed. A pretty good day? Hell yeah. All right, did he play his cavern? He did, so we can get rid of this. So his hand has one card in it, right? He could hard cast Force of Will, maybe. No, he might not. He doesn't even have the blue to hard cast Force. You know what's wild about this, honestly? Is like, I think I'm, like, if I have any luck at all in me, I'm about to combo this guy after all this. You want a taco date? No shit. It is that day. How about Rainbow Storm beating a guy down with artifact creatures? He knows he's not going to block with it, so he might as well attack. It makes sense. Come on, give me just a little tiny bit of lucky here. Give me an Infernal Tutor or a Burning Wish, and I will literally laugh really hard. Come on, do it. Do it. You know you want to. This guy's not having a good day here. All right, so let's bounce his can't. Oh, he can replay it. Uh-oh, with the vial. Uh-oh. 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 Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. I have an idea. Check this out. So I'm going to attack and see what he does. Okay? Wait, why do I have mana? Oh, untab. You fool. You fool. Bash and hit with tendrils? Yeah. I'm going to bounce, and if he replays, if he doesn't immediately replay, I'll be able to put tendrils on the stack, maybe. I don't know if I have a mana for it. I guess I do. I do. So I can hold aggro. I can use my priority after Boomerang to play tendrils, and at that point, it's too late. So let's just see if he block. Oh, he can't block. I just want to see if he replays or anything. If not, we're going to probably try to go for it. Oh, he is. He has another blocker. What is it? This is awesome. So wait, hold on. So let's let him block. This is so funny to me. Does he have another 2? He does. He has another 2. That's crazy. He's just juggling these fools. So we can't actually finish him right now. But I can Boomerang and then Burning Wish. I don't know what that would do. I get to do Boomerang plus any play, technically, unless he immediately spits it out. I mean, I'm tempted to, like, see what he does next turn. He's got no cards in hand. I mean, this is pretty easy peasy lemon squeezy. I don't really have to do anything. I can just pass. But I really wouldn't mind Burning Wishing for, like, Beseech here, you know? So I could threaten Boomerang Basics Beseech or something. I think I actually go Boomerang Burning Wish, no? No, Boomerang is for the Tendrils play next turn. It really is. So I wonder if I just YOLO the Wish. I'm just not in a position to use it is my problem. I'm just not in a position to use it. I don't need to. Let's see if he puts up a threat. I might need it later. You Burning Wish for more creatures? Oh, I had any in there. If only I could target them. Fuck! Actually, good match. Yeah, this is fun. Yeah, he got the disruption off. He has a ton of hate bearers. He hasn't had any counter magic, so it's been interesting. He needs to draw something very powerful or he's gonna lose. He needs to draw like a very strong card. If he draws like a land, it's just ogre. It's all Jover. So he's gonna come in for the 2, and I wonder if this just seals his fate here. He's gonna have, like, if he doesn't block the 5/5 next turn, he's gonna die. If he does block with it, I can combo him. So I don't see a way out. He's gonna have to, this is gonna have to be a live card here, basically. So let's just do it like this. Let's swing in and see if he solves the problem himself. Let me just get this out here because I'm a noob who plays lands before combat, apparently today. And let's go to combat and then swing in there and see if we can just end the game here. So here's blocker phase. He's not blocked at all. Okay, so he should just die then. Oh, here's the blocker. God damn it, this guy won't die. What is this? A 2/2 sliver? Okay. So you're going to block with that. All right. Okay. Still can't kill the guy, by the way. You know what's interesting? Wait, what have I done? Okay. I could almost kill him even through playing this. If I responded with, like, Dark Ritual. But again, no threat. We might as well just pass and pass conditions. We could use any of these to try to accelerate the game, but he needs an answer and he needs it now, or he auto loses. Let's remember that. We don't need to be hasty and think that we're in a rush. I'd rather keep it open, see what he's got. 4 minutes left. Thanks, Switch. Yeah, I gotta play faster. Shit. He's trying to bleed me out. If he swings again, I think it's just over, right? He's got to hold the blocker back. Yeah. No? Okay. So now I just do this thing where I swing, put him at 3, and then boomerang, keep the stack, tendrils, kill him, right? So, and there's the besiege. So let's go to combat and swing. Does he have another blocker or not? He does. Okay. He doesn't have a blocker. Okay. So you take 5, and now I think I can kill you. Oh, he used the wrong... Wait a second, he can't replay his thing now. Wait, he can't replay his thing now. Now he just dies because he can't replay his Canonist when I bounce it. Okay. He's just tapping to show he doesn't have anything. Okay. What is he doing? Why did he do that? He's just pissed. Okay. Got it. So now is the part where we abuse the stack. So I'm gonna tap this. I'm gonna hold control and boomerang his guy, and I should be able to cast a spell before he has the ability to replay it. Now he doesn't have the ability because he uses Aether Vials like a dum dum. He would have had another turn if he didn't do this. Maybe. No, he didn't. Never mind. He was dead anyway. So now we can just start. So right now what we should do is use tendrils immediately, so he'll die. Oh, I gotta fetch here first. I'm like, I can't afford this. I have 2 minutes left. I have plenty of time to tendrils him here. So now we can tendrils him, and it doesn't really matter. I don't think he really has a way to heal or anything. I didn't see anything. So even if he does, we'll beat him down next turn. But I want to just do this to get out of the way because I'm running out of time, right? Beautiful. Crazy slivers deck. I didn't expect such a cacophony. This game 2, he countered magic me. Game 3, he spammed hate bears. And we literally won off the virtue of this one land. This one land right here. This land is very strong. Let me show you. If you guys aren't familiar with this card, get to know it. It's a land. It's basically an enchantment that comes into play as like a land for a couple turns. But you can make like tokens off of it. It's dummy thick strong, and even if it disappears, you get like a free Lion's Eye diamond off of it. It's really good. So Slivers doesn't really have the most chance in Legacy, but you know, he did the thing. You can replace Slivers with any tribe there, and he did exactly what he needed to do. Get tempo. The problem is he didn't have tempo. He had all hate bears. If he had a big sliver early on, he would have won that whole game. You see how long it took him to do anything? He needed blockers. It happens to me all the time when I play tempo and aggro. Is like sometimes you lose sight of what your win con is. Now, I didn't have a win con for a long time, but he never had a win con at all. He was too slow to even set it up. And that's never going to work for like a fast deck like, you know, a fast deck like Zoo or Slivers or whatever it is. A lot of the original Slivers are only playable in Legacy, yeah. Don't you have a sorcery for goblin tokens? Yeah. I'm a little scared about goblin tokens though, without like the rest or anything, but you're right. When were you thinking you could to do that? Burning Wish for it before and just try to get some off. I never had the opportunity because of the Canonist, though. Those are all Legacy only. I mean, good thing we're playing Legacy, right? Just playing Slivers against Ad Nauseam Tendrils is a tough ask. They assemble very quickly into very strong units, but they don't have the disruption required. You can play Daze and Thoughtseize with it, but then I wonder why you're not playing Delver and, you know, Barrow Goyf, right? You get it? But that doesn't mean Slivers doesn't have a place. I bet this deck can beat decks based on what I just saw. It's just a hard match. You're not like Merfolk where you have like everything baked in, all the counter magic baked in, like, you know, Curse Catchers and Dazes and Spell Pierces main. You don't have any of that. You got to bring it in. Wasn't that serious? Oh, you mean when somebody said you have creatures when you said creatures in the board? I forgot. Yeah, this technically is creatures. Derp. It'd be funny to get like other sorceries that create other odd creatures in the library as like a weird online only counter. Do you guys think you could play this deck having watched it for a little bit? You think you could pilot this, seeing how it works, or is anything still confusing? Like, if you've never played it before, what's still confusing about this deck So we can just talk about it and take a little breather. I'll keep playing until I lose, I guess. It's hard for me to like show you everything, but this card took me a long time to really understand what the point of it was. But the point is to only combo it with the Beseech card. That's it. That makes a lot more sense to me. I was like, how the fuck does this make sense? It turns out that when you cascade or like hard cast from your deck a spell, they use the mana cost up top, and if it's done there, it's free. Absolutely not, yeah. Couldn't pilot it myself, yeah. I guess that was more for Magic heads that have played, my bad. I'm an idiot, like Spooky. For a new player, there's no way you could play this. You could have played that Slivers deck, though. When I teach you how Aether Vial works, you could play the Slivers deck. Aether Vial is a really cool card. I don't know how much it's played anymore, but it was a really cool card that you could wrap your head around and understand the whole point of this. Like, the whole point of this card is, like, every turn it gets, like, a counter, and then you can just use it to summon your creatures instead of paying their cost. So what's significant about that is, like, they can't counter that. If you just put it into play with the Aether Vial, they can't counterspell it. And you can do it anytime you want at instant speed. So your creatures become spells almost. You can do it at the end of their turn and then untap and attack. You can do it in response to things, right? Freakishly powerful card. It's also 1 mana. Like I said, Goblins, Merfolk, classic examples of decks that want to use this. It's pretty swag, yeah. And this works with creatures, right? If you understand this, you could play Slivers or anything, really. You know, playing a deck like Reanimator would definitely be a little bit more difficult, I would imagine, for the average player starting off. For example, Emmy, like, you like creatures, right? Reanimator is a creatures deck. It's just, instead of casting them, they kill them and then reanimate them. You might like that. But let me show you, like, this is one of the, it's changed now, but back when I played Reanimator, this was the premier card that you would reanimate. Can you guess why you'd want to reanimate this card? Remember, you could pick any card in the whole game of Magic back then. Why would we choose this card? Again, it's different now. Don't tell me that. I know. Why would we choose Grizzlebrand? Oh, you can't even see it. What the fuck? I'm an idiot. There you go. Because he's sick and has wings? That's actually true, yeah. So he's like a 7/7, he's big, he costs a lot, he has flying lifelink, but it's that second line that's really important. Like, imagine, like, let's just say, imagine turn 1, you like, you send him to the graveyard and reanimate him. Turn 1. That second line on his card right here where it says pay 7 life, there's no limit on that. You could just pay 7 life, draw cards, and then be like, you know what? I'm going to pay another 7 life and draw another 7. And then you can like heal a bunch and then be like, hey, I'm going to pay another 7. And you can just draw your whole deck instantly if you can keep healing or use those cards to win, depending on your strategy. So like the point of Reanimator was originally to get a Grizzlebrand and like draw your deck and then like give him haste and just one-shot them or stuff like that. You know, it's varied throughout the years. 7's a lot of cards. Yeah, you start with 7. It's basically an insta-win if you can draw 7. But imagine being able to do it repetitively. That's why they chose him over all their creatures. Again, different now. Lanix, do you play Magic? Do you play current Magic, or what are you into? Talk to me. You can only have 7 cards in hand. Yeah, so at the end of each turn, you'd have to get rid of it all. But that deck would use it to beat you on the spot. They would use another creature, reanimate another guy, and then just like crash in and kill you right before you could do anything. Reanimator nowadays is like a combo deck that wants to finish you off, you know? Some homo. You're playing Rom Graveyard, like him as a hand, essentially. And like they have such effective ways of getting it in the graveyard. The problem with Reanimator, the reason I won't play it online, is that if you play games where it's like 1, 2, and 3, you have to have sideboard. They'll bring in like 8 cards to beat you, and then like you have very little chance. You play Commander now? Nice. Anybody that says Commander, you're on my side. I like you. I don't play. We called it Elder Dragon Highlander way back in the fucking day, but I think Commander is probably the most sane and cool game mode there is. As long as you're not like crazy annoying about it. Like I had a homie who had like a really expensive EDH deck, and it's just like, fuck off. Nobody cares. I'm trying to play Rofellos even though he's banned. I don't give a shit. Trust me, even though Rofellos is banned, my deck will suck. You played way back in the day? Yeah. I want to say like 07 to 2011 is when I really played Legacy. Love Commander? Yeah, no doubt. Commander's fun. I think we should play Commander as a community with each other. You know? I'm gonna head off. Emmy, yeah, take care, dude. Miss, thank you for hanging out with us. And you know, Magic's tough. I'm surprised you lasted this long. Have a wonderful night, yeah? See you, Miss. I stopped because it was so expensive. Yeah, I don't fuck with that. None of that. It shifted a bit from casual fun to competitive Magic 2.0. Commander, yeah. Well, can't you choose? Well, there's no tournaments. You can choose your allies, yeah? There? Do you have friends that take it too seriously? Or, like, are you doing it online and people take it too seriously? I'm wondering where you're doing it at. And maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel like you maybe could just pick people that are more casual. You know what'd be a fun thing to do with your friends is to, like, every time you play, let your opponents ban a card from your EDH deck, you know, as like a way to, like, you know, make it fun. Everybody gets to ban a card from everybody's deck. It would just be fun. In LGS's, got it. Don't. I'm willing to bet there's commander tournaments, aren't there? Or no? Is it just like young men and their testosterone? Either way, no worries. We could easily play games like that, you know, together. I don't know if I'll be interested in Magic tomorrow is the point, but I've really enjoyed playing Legacy yesterday and today. Banning cards is almost as fun as banning chatters. I banned 6 chatters today, 1 permanently. I just banned him for 1 second. Authoritarian regime. Who got the perm hanner? I guess I don't want to dredge it up, but somebody that was complaining that I was not playing Eve, even though my category spooky was definitively just chatting. It was definitively just chatting. He came in here like, you're not playing Eve. I'm like, it says just chatting. Why are you like this? And then I'm like, what are your politics? He's like, I'm a hard right UK man. And I'm married to an Indian woman with 3 mixed race kids, so I can't be racist. It's like, listen, I'm not saying that, you know, most people would ban him, but like, I don't need to prove nothing in a court of law. This guy was like very below our, what's the word? Our level of coolness. Right? Chuck him in the fuck it bucket? Dude, I love that you rhyme fuck it with bucket. That makes the throat brings me back. You know what we should do real quick? We should look at other decks. So there's 2 flavors of Rainbow Storm, right? There's 2 flavors of it. One of them I'm playing, this is the older version. The one that Bryant Cook and of course other people are playing is much faster. And what it does is it uses Emmerich roll. What the fuck? Oh, this is show and tell. What am I looking for? What's my deck? What is my deck, folks? I forget what my deck is. Oh, Epic Storm. Yeah, there it is. Stupid name. So a lot of people are using this card right here. It's Runeborn's Hellkite. And what the point of this card is like when you discard it to your graveyard, you can use your fast mana to just shuffle and draw 7 more cards, right? And you can chain this with Eons, or Echo of Eons. You can just keep doing this from your graveyard. You can keep drawing new hands turn 1 until you get a winning hand and kill them. The whole time building up Storm, right? This is a faster version of Test. I don't like it because it's just, this reminds me of, you know, Belcher. You know, you're literally playing a card called Gamble. Now it works really well because you don't care if you discard the Runehorn Hellkite. It doesn't matter. But I don't like this because this is less robust, but it's so much faster than what I'm playing. So this could be the way to go. I don't know. But this is like, you know, turn 1 is like easily you're winning turn 1 50% of the time, in my opinion, with no disruption. It runs silence instead of like duresses and thought seizes, and you know, this is a characteristic of a deck that just wants to protect its game-winning strategy, like Belcher, Char Belcher. So like, this is not that robust kind of game. You know how we just played last game? We kind of played control and we like tried an alternate strategy and kept it and won with it. You cannot really do that with this, I think. I mean, you do have Burning Wish. You do have it. But you don't have the hand disruption. You don't have it. So you never really get to feel comfortable with playing against them. You have a Thought Seize in the board, so you can Burning Wish for a Thought Seize, which isn't bad. Am I right? Is there no infernal tutor in here? Holy shit, this deck is wild. Also, can somebody explain to me why people play skateboard? I've been looking at it now for 2 days and I can't figure out why people play this. Anybody know? How the fuck is this main deck? Lockdown? Bro, this is a turn 1 storm deck. Why would it need a skateboard? What target? What do they? Oh, I just realized what it is. I just realized. It's because Urza's Saga can tutor a 1 mana artifact. So the skateboard is a way to deal with like an Aether Vial that's taunting you, or maybe like a Wasteland that they don't want to use, or some artifact that they're holding in response, like a Tormod's Crypt, right? This is like a Tormod's Crypt counter main deck. Interesting. You just figured it out for me. It's because of Urza's Saga. It's because of this line right here. This allows you to toolbox for it. I mean, I don't know if I like it, but this is Bryant Cook plays it too, and he's the one that writes the most about the format. Did you ask him to drink almond milk and ban them from wasting water? What, the chud? No, I milked him until he went away, and then after he stopped responding, I banned him forever. We shut the whole show down for like 20 minutes, just lambasting the man, haranguing him, assaulting his ideology and character. It was pretty gaudy. I think the view count went up. Yeah, I literally got a hype train in the middle of it. I was literally shitting the guy so hard I got a hype train. I don't know what that means. But I got nothing but hate for these people that identify openly as hard right. Shut the show down or increase viewers? Well, I mean, I stopped doing what I was doing. The show is more important than the view count, I guess, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm just a fucking weirdo. Tutoring a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle skateboard with an Urza Saga seems hilarious. This is why I fucking love my homies, dude. You know? If neurodivergency is wrong, I don't want to be right. Do you understand? I don't want to be right. I want to live in the world of autism. It's much better there. I want to live in the land of people that see it differently. This is a much better world. My man's like, it's pretty nuts that Urza's Saga is summoning a skateboard from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Ow! Oh, wait, I just realized there's a dual purpose. Wait a second. Wait, look. You can equip it for 1 more and it gets haste, and guess what? This deck plays a creature. So I wonder if the idea is when Urza Saga pops off, you can grab a skateboard and combo with Runehorn Hellkite. I don't understand it though. You're doing 6 damage for all of this. This is a weird card, folks. I feel like if I had this in my hand, I'm just going to scoop. I'm just done for the day. By the way, I'm 2-0. Which means that technically I can't do worse than I did last night. By the way, I played until 4:30 a.m. Okay. I don't personally see the problem. You know what I mean? Nobody's sniped you, Matt. Life is good. Life is good. P9 getting censored. Oh, you silly gooses. My cat is fed and watered. My girlfriend is eating fried food with her family or something. Not sure what exactly they're eating. I think it's fried food. Everybody's happy. Mr. Chloroquine is over here just trouncing on young men and women playing Magic the Gathering. You see how I did that? You see how I threw women in there? Can't tell me I'm not a feminist. You can't tell me. You can't tell me. The British right wing. Yeah, the British, I mean, like, listen. Like, that only means one thing from coming with an empire. Like, okay. I mean, it means one thing no matter, regardless of circumstance, but like, you know, if I heard someone that was, let's say, a Chinese citizen in diaspora saying that they are hard right, I would imagine that they're just somebody opposed to, you know, the motherland or wherever they came from, and they disagree with like communism. But like when somebody in imperialism, in capitalism to this degree, in Britain or the US says that they are hard right, like the imagery that invokes is wild. Because they could have just said right. You know, and they know they're dealing with somebody that is leftist and against capitalism. And they can't help themselves but throw that hard in there. It's like, you're hard right. What does the right stand for? Regression, hierarchy, dominance, right? Individualism, anti-collectivism, right? You're hard for that? Okay. Oh, God. At least he's honest. I'll give him that. If nothing else, guy's honest. But when people come in here and they're like, listen, my wife is Indian. I can't be racist. It's like, dude, listen to me very carefully. You are racist. You can be racist because you have a XYZ wife. And 3, like, damn, I feel bad for her. No such thing as a hard right British white guy that's somehow not racist. That doesn't exist. Not a thing. I'll stand on that. They might think they're not racist, and the liberals might, you know, condone them and say they're not racist, but, you know, to the rest of us, we understand the paradigm here. We get it. We get it. You may ask yourself, what, is being reactionary synonymous with being racist? No, but the Venn diagram is almost a circle. I put money that there was no wife. Everybody's saying that. I mean, shit. Why even doubt him? I mean, if you believe him, it's even funnier. Can't believe I'm doing so well. It's kind of cool. Remember, this is a $10 tournament. I basically put $10 on the line. I got 5 back so far. Let's see if I get trounced. I'll probably end the stream after a loss. You know, because of my feelings. No, because, you know, I streamed really long yesterday. I don't want to stream again super long. We should play Magic on Fridays. It'd be really kind of funny. A little Friday Night Magic, yeah? Yeah? A little Chloroquine Friday Night Magic? My buddy Noah's been trying to get me to play Magic now for like 3 years. Again, we used to play together. And I'm like, nah, fuck you. Nah, fuck you. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, I love Magic now. He's like, what is going on with you? Why are you this way? I'm like, I don't know, man. I just suck. By the way, I'm sure she was racist too, just for what it's worth. I'm sure she was racist too. All right, we're up against a guy named Cleo. Good luck, buddy. If you're sniping me, go easy. I got my land, got my triple artifact, 2 land, got a lead as well, and an Infernal Tutor. I mean, if he's playing a fair deck, this is really bad news bears for him, right? I think we're just 1 mana short of popping off immediately, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I think actually I could probably do something now. Maybe not. I could, you know, get a breach going. And then replay a bunch of stuff. You can replay the LED, the Opal, but I'm not going to be able to do anything after it. So what I'll probably have to do is drop my land and surveil, and then next turn try to pop off with enough mana. It always feels bad when you could probably get there or do something impressive, but you're not quite ready to do it, and then like they find a way back in. But the truth is, this is what the deck's all about. It's about, you know, biding your time instead of just like mindlessly going for it. I think this is that's something I struggle with. So at the end of his turn, I'm going to surveil my deck with the old land. We're going to sacrifice it, fetch another land, and surveil with that land. Classic strategy, and using these fetch lands to get something useful or to shuffle cards away. Fetch lands are a big part of Magic the Gathering in older formats. Little Mox Diamond. That's an interesting card. It kind of implies he's playing, you know, one of these artifact strategies. Not sure which one yet. Mox Diamond is definitely not Affinity, I'll tell you that. So he's going to discard Discard a card here. Surely something useful. Maybe you're playing like an Emery deck. I don't really know contemporary Magic like that. He discarded a Wasteland. Dropped his own Urza's Saga. Is this Tron? No, it's not Tron. Is this Tron? No, it can't be. What is this? I don't know what this is. Is this Death? No, it can't be Death and Tag. What is the Mox Diamond? I don't know what that is. Malevolent Rumble. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand. Eldrazi. Oh, what is this called? I have no idea. Is this isn't Tron though, yeah? No, we would have seen it by now. Nope, it's not it. So he's doing a lot of activity on turn 1 right here, but it doesn't really look like he's going to have a way to stop us from comboing. So, like, I think I can just kill him here with an Ad Nauseam. I'll have 1, 2 mana, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's enough to rip the Internal Tutor and get the Ad Nauseam. So, again, not really sure what he's doing. But we're assuming in game 2s and 3, he's going to have extreme disruption. He's going to have lots of artifacts to stop me from doing my main core strategy. So it's going to be probably losing a game 2 or 3 at least. Hopefully we can win one of them, get lucky and pop off before he finishes us. He's spending a long time on this. This is good. This is actually a guy that spends more time than me. Shocking. So again, he's basically putting a permanent card from the top 4 cards of his deck into his hand. He spent 2 mana to do that. He's also going to get a token that can add another mana, so he could continue his turn. Yeah, we can see the card he revealed, yep. We also saw other thing as well. So his graveyard's here, right? This is a Boseiju. I don't know who uses it. I've seen this before. I don't know what it's called. Eldrazi Stompy? Is that what this is? No. I'd have to figure out what this is. I just don't know what it is. So he's got an 0-1 and 5 cards in hand. And basically, I think it's just like a free win for us. I'm going to surveil anyway to make my hand even cleaner. We'll do black and red. So Gaia Will on top. I mean, that's wild. Like, I'm about to put it in the graveyard, which means I can't combo, but the idea is I'm going to add Nauseam anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's pretty funny though, I'd like to see Gaia's Will here. So I definitely can't use it now, which is fine. We just won't use Beseech for that. We'll just chain Tendrils a million times this turn. We'll see what we get for a card though. Another Petal. I mean, this should be a pretty simple game at this point. He's passing aggro too. I'm not sure, you know, what he's got in store here, but it's gonna definitely result in we could also Infernal Tutor for another lead here. Probably not a terrible idea. I don't know if I have the mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's hurting my brain to think about it, so I'm about to just not do it. It's an easy win with Ad Nauseam. I'm just going to stick with what I understand instead of counting the Infernal Tutor lead. You should probably get another lead here, I think. Is he going to counter me here? Does he run main deck counter magic? Interesting. I just don't know. I just don't know this thing. All right, so we got the Opal out. Let's cast the lead now. You think he has counter magic? I still don't know what deck he's playing. I'm like trying to look through the deck thing. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll cast Infernal Tutor and hold priority. We'll use our Opal before we turn it off like a dummy. And this. And then I will activate the lead, get enough for Ad Nauseam, and see if he counters it. If he counters it, well then we will have to proceed. Alright, so he hasn't countered it. He has one last chance to drop a counter, and that's Ad Nauseam. So we have 1, 2, we have just enough mana for Ad Nauseam, looks like. I know we have plenty actually. So now we get to draw cards until we run out of health. 15 health. Lotus Petal, land. I just ripped a Beseech. Remember, we can't Beseech for Gaia, but we can Beseech for Tendrils. I mean, this is a pretty easy win. We can pretty much stop whenever we get mana. We have 1 Mox, 1 Lotus Petal. Ripped a Lion's Eye Diamond there. Dark Ritual. We could probably stop at any time now. I'm gonna go one more. Chrome Mox. Let's go one more. Next damage we take. Alright, took Burning Wish. I think we get it done now. So let's stop. And then start playing our artifacts so I can see what I've got. Let's see here. Let's play our Moxes. He's just trying to drain my time, which is probably smart. Let's get rid of the Duress, and then we have enough mana to cast another Duress later. So let's do a Ritual here, and then we'll do a Duress, take a look at his hand, see if we can get him to surrender. He didn't, he just let me see his hand. What the fuck? He didn't play Sphere of... He has main deck Sphere of Resistance. It would have stopped me from comboing. And a Pithing Needle? What the fuck? This is wild. Is that lands? What is that deck? I don't even know what that is. Alright, so we have 2 mana remaining. Plenty of things in the field. So we're going to next do a Breach, right? And then we're going to discard our hand. So let's Breach now. And we'll Breach for Tendrils and win the game. So we're going to hold control and do Breach. And we're going to sacrifice, I guess, this thing. And very carefully now, we're going to respond to this with enough mana to cast Tendrils. And then we're going to let it go. Then we're going to get Tendrils of Agony over here. So, oh, fuck. Is it in my graveyard? No, never mind. It's here. I was going to say, fuck you. And then we're going to cast it, target him. And then no response. Same target, same target, same target, same target, same target. He's just burning my, there we go. Burning my time. All right. So he had so many ways to stop me and he couldn't play them for some reason. He had like actual Pithing Needle. He had Sphere. Dude, that one must have been so he's going to whip my ass in games 2 and 3, dude. I'm in big trouble. I'm in big stinky doo-doo trouble. Sheesh. It's brutal too, because like Duress and Thoughtseize are good, but he's on the play, which means he's going to get him out beforehand. We really don't want to actually have Duress spam on this game. Again, we want to take him out. We don't need Hexing of Squelchers. Woo! We're going to get murdered in games 2 and 3, dude. Woo-wee! Like, okay, let me show you. So this was the card that he revealed. Let me hide myself. This was the card that he revealed. Imagine what that does to Storm. The whole time I'm casting free spells. Imagine having to pay one for each. He also had Pithing Needle, which you could, you know, it doesn't do much against my deck, admittedly. But you could use it on Wishclaw Talisman, for example. So I can't use Wishclaw. It doesn't work on the mana. He also had Crop Rotation, so he could have got like a Bazooka Bog, cleared my yard in the middle of a combo. I mean, dude, he had a lot of ways to deal with me. Oh, it's brutal. I feel bad for him, honestly. Am I making anybody want to play Moto? Or are you guys like, I will never touch this with a 1,000-yard pull? You see how I used the yard there? I'm very, you know, very anti-metric here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's get in there. Go again. Good luck. Johnny says he got quiet in here. What's up, dude? Yeah, no, I'm just narrating Magic. It's cool. I ain't mad that Peoples is lurking. You know what I'm saying? How are you, Johnny? We're playing Storm, and I'm doing really well for some reason today. I think I'm getting a little lucky, yeah? Feels good, though. I like it. Running down the rest of the reward track. Plagioclase, yeah? Obviously. Must be Plagioclase. What do we got? You know, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of mana. Double Mox, Chrome Mox is bad. 2 Wishes, Tutor, you know, it's like, I see this and I go, the only way to win this is to like draw like 100 cards. But you know what else is kind of sort of funny is like you could technically do an Urza's Saga strategy here and beat him down with tokens again. I just don't think he's going to fall for that. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to slow roll an Urza Straga beatdown strategy and see if he wastes all of his shit on disruption. Seems to be missing the confused discussion about the attack that I'm used to. Ah, you mean like physical magic? How you have to argue about it? Got it. I gotta watch my timer too. You're about 8 minutes a game. 8 minutes, 20 seconds a game. Gotta watch that. Alright, good luck, dude, man. It's funny how happy I am because I'm not losing. When I lose, I get salty. I haven't really lost a whole lot today. I'm about ready to lose. There's the diamond. I'm just going to pass the turn to him. Signal to him I have no plays. Let it happen. Really, the storm deck's not really going to force a will you. That level of card disadvantage is too much to surmount. So we got something out here. What's it do? If a player casts a spell, if no colored mana was spent to cast it, I see. So this stops all my artifacts. Well, I guess we're not doing that strategy. Wow! All right. What's interesting, though, is I'm going to get a peek at his hand here, aren't I? I'll grab, I guess, Badlands here. And we'll take a Thought Seize. I mean, I don't hate this. It's one artifact. I could potentially deal with it. I have the Burning Wish in my hand to get the bounce. I'm still within combo ability here. I just need to make sure he doesn't have more disrupt. Oh, interesting. He has nothing behind it. Nothing but Wasteland and 2 sagas. Interesting. Whoa, I have a lot of time, chat. I have a lot of fucking time. He's gonna Wasteland, I get that. And I can't play my mana, but I can take my time here. Whoa, this is a wild match. So he's going to roll the sagas out and have a good beatdown, but it's going to take a little time to get going. He's going to dump all his mana to do it. Is he going to let me use my mana? Or nah? He's letting me use my mana. Huh. Dude, he's got to be hella careful because, like, I could Dark Ritual into Ad Nauseam and then get, like, the bounce spell and then win the game with all my artifact mana. He's got to be very careful. So right now, I mean, this is ridiculous, but, like, I feel like I just get the bounce spell now. Is it not basic because it has basic types? Wait, which one? Wasteland? Oh, no, he can target this. He can totally target this. It's technically a non-basic land. It just has their types. He just didn't do it. Yeah, it's a little confusing. This is an original dual land, like the OG ones. So, like, at this point, like, it's so annoying for him to deal with this. I just grabbed the thing from Burning Wish. And then at my leisure, I kill him now. I have Ad Nauseam in my hand. You know? Is my game lagging? Oh, there we go. So now we just pass, and whenever I feel like I don't have the blue man, I see that, but he's got to get his win cons out. You know? He's got 2 cards in hand. One of them is an Urza Saga. This thing is lagging really hard. Let me minimize this. There we go. So let's get rid of that. He's going to play the second Urza Saga, hopefully. If he gets any more hate, sure, he could potentially still grind me out. Wow, look, he passed again. Oh, this is still my turn. Never mind. Here we go. So he's going to make his token. It's very small, though. It's like a 3/3 for now. I feel like I have 3 turns to kill this guy. Now, I want to Ad Nauseam next turn if I can help it, but I'm not going to have the mana to, is the point. I'm going to have to get pretty low here. We might end up having to beat him with Gaia's Will instead of Ad Nauseam. Because of the situation. He still has the Wasteland, too, right? The reason he didn't kill it is because he wanted to get his token ASAP to BB down, which makes sense. I should probably just hard pass to him right now so that I don't waste any more time. I actually ran out of time yesterday once with Storm. Don't let me play control. Hey, what up, cheeseburger? Yeah, we're playing a little legacy right now. He's got a void mirror out, which is, you know, pretty decent, but still lets me like tutor for stuff. It's really weird. I'm not quite in a winning position, but within 2 turns, I'm hoping to. So he's got his expedition map out. Now he can tutor for a land. There's exploration. He can play more lands a turn. So this is, I guess this is lands. Is that what this deck is? Yeah, I think this is actually lands. Yeah. So this is a deck called lands where like 43 of the 60 cards are all lands, right? So he's got double wasteland. That's going to be pretty powerful, admittedly. So the double wasteland play, admittedly, pretty powerful stuff. If he plays Life from the Loam now, I might be uber cooked. You know what's funny about Voidmare is like I could pay colored mana to cost to play something. It just counters 0 cost spells. That's all it does. So like we can't get the Chromoxes out because we can't pay for them, basically. Yeah, awkward stuff here. I think he's actually successfully done it with that second wasteland. Now I feel pretty hopeless. It's very good play on his end. I'm gonna have to be faster than that. He's gonna have 3 tokens out, so I basically have 1 more turn after next turn to do anything, and I'm not gonna have the mana for it, so it's probably like we should scoop for time. But let's see what he's got. I should have a very, 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 very high win rate against him next round. He's not going to have the ability to stop me from beating him turn 1 no matter what he does. So we're going to have to take this on the chin and realize that, you know, giving this guy a few turns, he can get his wasteland lock and kill you. Let's see. I have a lead there, so can't play that. We'll probably scoop after I see my next card. Can I see the art for the card with the boomerang? Sure. It's like anime art or something. I'm not sure what silly set this is from. It looks like anime to me. The way she's like hunched over. Oh, is it Avatar? Nice. My favorite anime. So the skateboard has been equipped, folks. Oh my god, I just realized skateboard. Oh my god, I just realized skateboard is for the tokens on Urza Saga. I just realized what it's for. All right, we learned. It's for putting it on the tokens so you can end the game with the damage. So clever. I actually love it now, unironically. So he's gonna get the W here, yeah? All right, beautiful. Let's go to the next game. I didn't think about skateboard plus the tokens. How did we not think about that? I'm blaming chat for that. All right, so the idea is I actually have a freakishly high win rate against him on turn 1, but the problem is, I'm also going to want to run some disruption and some counter to his bullshit. So like, there's really no way for me to just like easy peasy lemon squeezy just snap my fingers and combo him outside of getting lucky. I'm also going to want to include the disruption package. I should also include boomerang in here just in case it gets going. I think that ultimately I have probably over a 50% chance to beat this guy. I'm saying that because I won game 1, so game 3 I get to go first. It's a huge advantage for this deck because he doesn't have counter magic. But if I get hands that don't do it, of course he's going to get a chance to play his bears, and then it's back to that grind. So let's see what we got. You know, it's pretty bad. We have our win con, and we have, you know, 4 mana, but not nearly enough to do anything with. So what this ends up looking like is, you know, we have the dead card of Guy as well, and what we could do is play all of our artifacts turn 1 and put the Wish Talisman out, and then next turn try to combo, but at that point he gets his counter out. So what we really need to do is just go immediately down. The other alternative here, we're looking for a hand with duress or a kill. Really. Like Thoughtseize or duress. So we have a duress here. What we don't have is mana. But what's really fascinating about this is if we Chrome Mox... Fuck, we don't have it. We don't have it. I was gonna say we could Chrome Mox for the Thoughtseize and the next turn potentially still pop off, but we have to get rid of the tutor for it. Wait a second. Wait a second. This is a turn 1 win. What am I talking about? No, it's not. I don't have the mana. I gotta put a card back. So hold on. 1, 2, 6, 7 mana. Wait, isn't that a W? Wait, isn't that a W? Right? We have double lead and infernal. Oh, we just don't have the ability to cast the tutor is the problem. Yeah, there's no way to cast the tutor now is the problem. Yeah. Bummer. There's just no way to make it happen, right? Wait. No, this is not enough cards. What about Beseech? Do I have enough mana to do that into Beseech? No. Drop a lead? Not enough. It's brutal. You know, there's literally an argument here to drop a Mox and then eat the Infernal Tutor to get the Thoughtseize. But you're literally praying. It's really brutal. I don't know if I should have kept this. I think it's good. He mulliganed too, so I have a chance. I also have the option of passing, which is not great. Either way, I don't think we can really use this. Let's put it back. So it's just going to be a brutal turn 1 for us. It's almost like a pass. We either Thoughtseize or we pass. I think what we have to do is to just Thoughtseize. It's going to be an extremely awkward game. But if we don't Thoughtseize, we're not going to have any chance of winning. He mulled to 5, we're going to Thoughtseize. We're going to Chrome Mox our Infernal Tutor, get rid of our winning condition, use the Thoughtseize to strip his only way to stop us, and then hopefully draw into a land, Brainstorm, double lead, win, right? It's really janky, but going to 5 is even worse, in my opinion. So let's sacrifice this and Thoughtseize the guy. Let's see what he's got. 5 cards. He's got absolutely nothing. No wastelands either. He has absolutely nothing. Oh, here we go. He's got a crop rotation. He could get the wasteland, but it's not going to actually affect me. I mean, for fuck's sake, I really kind of believe that I still have a chance here. So we're gonna, you know, the crop rotation is his way to get an answer here, whereas this is like a fantastic way to start his engine. But starting his engine is really not a problem. None of this stuff actually threatens me. Crop rotation, on the other hand, is his tutor. We're gonna have to get rid of that. So what we're really looking to do, and it's just crazy, is like, we're looking to draw a land, Brainstorm into a W. What's up, Tiny? Still going. It's so bad, but we're both mulling. It's game 3. We're both desperate. We can see the man's hand. He got rid of crop rotation. He played his exploration. Beautiful. So he's going to play another land, Thespian Stage, or... Oh, he got an Urza Saga. So we know it's in his hand. Okay. So I have a few turns to make this happen. He could draw a bear. I could draw potentially a win in 1 or 2 turns. So let's see what happens. It's not really what I had in mind. You know, like a land or artifact mana is all live. Even, you know, certain cards are really live right now. We have a lot of, we have like, you know, probably 80% of our deck is like live right now. We can at least make something happen. But we drew a Brainstorm, which is good. So he's got nothing going on either, thankfully. We have a bit of time, right? He played Thespian Stage. He's got 2 cards in hand. He's got a Caracas. Hasn't played any Hate Bears. Thank God. We're obviously going to look for a land or something that can get this going, right? Pedal. It's something. We can pedal, brainstorm, look for the land, drop the second brainstorm, fix this, and kill him next turn. Let's do it. I mean, it's possible to even kill him now if, like, God cards happen, like a Dark Ritual, Infernal Tutor, or something. All right, so there's Mox and a land. Beautiful. And also our win condition. So we put the brainstorm back, and then we'll put... I think we'll put the Mox back and the brainstorm back, shuffle it away, and then let's just do that now. We're going to put the Mox. We don't have the things to sacrifice for it. And the brainstorm, they go bye-bye, back on top of our deck, and then we're going to play this, right? And I think we just straight up win here now, right? I actually have the mana to literally play Burning Wish. We got the God card finally. I think it's happening. Let's not fuck this up. We're gonna need red. We're gonna need Badlands. So now at this point, we're gonna play our leads, and then we're gonna try to combo him. We know that he can't stop this. We're strongly sure he can't stop this. He's got 1 card in hand, right? So we're gonna split our mana. We're gonna go to our board, and our board is going to have a card called. Let's see, what's our storm 4? Let's see what I should do here. I still got 8 minutes, plenty of time. In the board, what I could do is I could draw half my deck and try to combo him that way. I don't think I have the mana for it. I could Beseech for Gaia. I might even have enough mana to do that. Either way, I'm going to be doing this. Let's do this now. So hold control, pay the mana. And then once it's on the stack, add the red and black to your pool. Beautiful. Now this responds, or resolves. We're going to use its ability and go to the sideboard. And it's like, you know, I could do something like Empty the Warrens, but he actually has answers to that. It's possible Empty the Warrens gets us there, but I think we could probably win, right? We're at 5 storm. If we get Beseech, we can double tap our Lotus Petals, our Lion's Eye Diamonds, and then rip the... Are we able to do a Beseech again? I'm not sure we can. We also can't Wish again. I don't think Beseech actually wins, does it? So if I guess still got time. If I fetch Beseech right now, right, and play it, I have 2 mana floating. I go get Gaia. I come back. I have 2 floating. Play Lotus Petal. Play Lion's Eye Diamond. Play Lion's Eye Diamond. I already played a land this turn. And at that point, I mean, I'd be brainstorming for a fucking play, which doesn't seem very, you know, kosher dill. Otherwise, I'd be looking at doing Peer into the Abyss or Empty the Warrens now. It's possible Empty the Warrens is the play here. Otherwise, I'd have to get extremely lucky off the brainstorm. It's probable I can just kill him based on a huge Empty the Warrens board. He's gonna have one. He's gonna have a couple. No, he's gonna actually have a couple blockers. I don't know if Empty the Warrens gets there. Holy shit! I'm gonna have to do this. So let's do the math. 2 floating, get Beseech. Beseech goes off. Gaia goes off. 2 floating, 3 available, and a lead. You'd literally be brainstorming. That really isn't really the play. Oh my god, it totally is the play. I'm so bad. I forgot how this works. It's Beseech. You can play the leads for free and get the mana for free without bullshit. I'm so stupid. So this goes off, and we're going to sacrifice this. I forgot how this works. I think we just get there easily. I forgot that we can just play the leads and get the mana for free, right? We're going to be able to Beseech again for the win condition. He has 1 card left in hand. I mean, for fuck's sake, if you somehow have a counter to this, I'm going to slap you. All right, so here's the card. Now we're going to get Gaia's Will. And we're going to play it from the stack. Right? And now since I have no hand, I can freely cast these leads again and get unlimited mana, right? Beautiful. So let's just cast the leads again. It's fucking annoying. What the hell? Here's another lead. Let's cast it again. And we'll just get the black mana now. We have nothing in our hand. We can just get it for free. Maybe I should get blue for the... Nah, no, we'll get more black. We're going to play the Lotus Petal again. And then we're going to finally Beseech one more time. We might as well just play the Chrome Mox and not imprint it, right? Just for the Storm. And then finally we're going to Beseech again. And this time we're going to get Tendrils and kill the guy. Sacrificing the Chrome Mox. I forgot about Beseech, and the way that LED works is really fucking ridiculous. So here's Tendrils, and this will do it. Whew. That was rough. Now, man had a rough mull. He had mulled to 5 in game 3. And I kept a hand with no lands, and I fucking imprinted my only win condition just to thought seize him, and I didn't even get anything for it. But I knew he had no game after that, so he could have top decked some hate bear and given me a problem and probably won that. I think if I did empty the Warrens there, he starts chaining his Ursa Sagas with blockers. He's gonna have 4 tokens and start blocking, right? Yeah, that was a very close one. I gotta remember that when you do your loop with Beseech, those leads, you get to just play them and get the mana for free. It's literally a Black Lotus when you do Beseech. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. I'm so used to only using leads with discarding in response. Crazy. Good fight. I guess I gotta keep streaming. What the fuck? I was gonna stream until I lose, and I just can't lose. Whew, let me get some water so I don't get dehydrated. 1 minute. Here's a chair stream. Enjoy. The light. It burns. The light burns. I'm pretty sure this this fucking antenna doesn't help with my headache situation. Ow. Ow. Little chloro torso action, you know? You know what I'm saying? You notice that? I got no trans chatters here and I start showing my torso. You see that? That is what transphobia looks like in 2026. Paku, how are you, dude? You play Magic, bro? I got 2 more matches. My new best record. Do you really? Do you play Legacy? Nah, you don't play Legacy because of your comment. What do you play? What do you like? No shame. Commander? I'm playing like that stinky Magic, you know? That Yu-Gi-Oh Magic. Totally different. This is an incredibly ominous thing to say. You just look your opponent dead in the eyes during a tournament, you're like, young man, bullets don't use to stack. You can't call judge on a 9mm. Alright, I'm just gonna keep playing, fuck it. Somebody's gotta knock me down. I am trying to win really hard, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna win. That's not how it works. Actually, hold on 1 second. Look at the deck again. I keep getting these situations where I feel like I'm not confident about the board, where I don't know what's in it, or maybe I'm missing something. Was I missing something that round? Like a duress in the board or something would be interesting. Like even Cabal Therapy would be kind of interesting in the board. It's just, you know, no way to double proc it. I wouldn't mind like one more target for Burning Wish in those scenarios where I've got mana and I just can't quite find the loop. But what I'm starting to think is that it's for this. This will probably always get me the loop and I just don't know how to use it yet. Hey P9, have a good night, mister. Sleep tight, mister. I'll probably be up for a while. I won't be streaming for much longer, but I'll probably be up for a while. Mostly new sets and powered cubes anyway. Sounds like the right way to play Magic to me, bro. You certainly don't want to be playing Legacy on paper. You know? Oh, hydration. That good. So definitely an interesting deck. I'm glad I rented this. I'm not sure which one I'll rent next. I was looking at Doomsday. Never used it before. But basically, this deck is like a combo deck. Similar to mine, but better. And it just plays Doomsday. And like, when it does this, you just instantly win. And the reason you instantly win is because of this card right here. Where you basically instantly win the game if your deck is blue enough. So it's just like, it's like crazy combo. Looks quite interesting. Very strong. Sneak and Show, obviously very strong. Has a lot of resiliency. One of the things that some of these combo decks lack, like Reanimator and Epic Storm, is like resiliency to sideboard. It's true. Like Epic Storm, you beat this as a deck that can put a threat down and then hide behind it and like do a little bit of disruption. You beat this deck. You do. One Thoughtseize, one Delver, one Daze instantly beats Tess. Put a Force behind it, it's lights out. If you can hide your hand, it's nuts. So game, you know, decks like Bug, blue, black, green do very well against these types of decks. You can see the turn 1 kills don't happen every round. It's like maybe 1 in like 5 rounds or even capable of it. And that seems good, but it's not, because if you're not on the play, it doesn't even matter. They have disruption, so let's play. I didn't expect to be playing so much Magic right now. It's actually ridiculous. But now I'm committed. I gotta play until we lose. Only 2 more matches left. I think I can handle it. Hopefully. European chatters are dropping out like flies. Just gotta be mindful of the time. I'm definitely really slow to play. I think it'll come back, the speed. There's a lot of card reading right now. That's gonna come when I learn the decks better. You want to get to a point where if you play this game and you want to win and you're like spike coded, you want to get to a point where you're only reading like niche cards. You certainly don't want to read the basic cards like I've been doing. All right, good luck, Wookstar. Show me what you've got. So we got a lead here, Lion's Eye Diamond. We've got a couple of win cons. We've also got an ad nauseum in hand. Always bizarre to see that. You know, it's a strong hand, right? A little bit confused in general, but we'll keep it. Let's see what deck he's playing, see if we can figure it out. I don't know what that is. Is this lands again? When this land enters, choose a land card name. Activated ability of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana. What is he going to choose? He has no idea what deck I'm using. What would he choose? Just like a generic card? Petrified... Wait. Oh, Wasteland. Oh, so he chose... Okay, good. I'm like, dude, if he chooses one of my fetches, I'm going to freak the fuck out. All right, let's move on. So I get the Thoughtseize and get some control here. Yeah, I'm assuming this is lands. My bet. What else would play that, you know? So let's go Underground Sea and take a look at what he's got and kind of take our time. We're not really expecting a counter to this, so we should have full control from this moment on as long as we don't slip. So, oh, this is Eldrazi's Stompy. Oh, wow. I don't know what this is. I've just seen it. Target player creates color tokens, scries X, exile cards from graveyard. Interesting. So this is like utility. So he can actually exile my cards from the graveyard. This one says gains haste, devoid trample, exile target artifact or enchantment upon ulls, return target creature. So this is the only thing that interacts with me, quite frankly. So it's a question of, do I want to get rid of his interaction or his beatdown? And the answer right now is interaction. I didn't read all the cards perfectly, but I think that's the only one that interacts based on my glance. So let's pass again. Eldrazi plays that. Hey, Hayden, what's up? Yeah, I've never seen this deck. I don't really know the meta. I haven't played since like 2011. I'm gonna need some help, is what I'm gonna need. All right, so he's got an Ancient Tomb. I've seen this card before. So he's got some mana, right? He's got 3 mana. Hasn't used it though. So let's see what I can do here. Not really in a position to where. What else did we get rid of? I got rid of this. He hasn't played the Cavern yet. Not really in a position where I think he's going to interact with me if I try to combo him. So I'm hoping to just combo his ass. It's really not happening though. So it's like, you know, do I think he's actually going to beat me? No. So it's, I could definitely grab, you know, another lead here, possibly, with an Infernal Tutor, right? Based on what I can see about his hand, he has no chance. But he could always draw something that's really strong. So I could pay for this, but I think I'm going to tutor another lead and then beat him next turn, is how this is probably going to have to go down. So let's just rip the tutor and see if I have the right idea here, if I'm too scrubby. The question is, do we think he has like hand disruption? Should I play the leads now? Probably not. I'll just hold him for next turn. Fuck it. Let's see what this does. Yeah, okay, so this exile artifact, yeah, definitely can't play it then. Yeah, so there's really nothing he can do. Unless he top decks a card now, it should be a pretty trivial kind of Gaia's Will win, I think, with the leads. I can use the leads and then play ad nauseum even from the yard. One of the cards in the hands can exile your lead. Yeah, this one. Thank you. I should read chat. We have players that actually play this game. All right, so he played this thing. It says can't be countered because he paid with the land that makes it uncounterable. So it just basically gets Eldrazi out of control. So we'll pass the turn. Let's see if we can kill him now. I could have actually got a third lead and gone and got the Besieged from the board for better storm count. Technically not the best management. I think I'm just going to have so much mana here, what doesn't even matter, technically, right? So we're going to grab some mana here. We're going to hold control and cast Infernal Tutor for the Beseech. And when it's on the board, we're going to sacrifice the hand for it, basically, is how this is going to go. And then if I understand this right... Oh, fuck. Wait. Can I... Oh, shit. How does Beseech work? Can I do this or no? Did I just fuck myself? How does Beseech work? Can I use an enchantment or no? Oh, fuck. I'm screwed. How does Beseech work? Oh, we can use enchantments. Yeah! Woo! Let's go. Well, that was lucky. That was lucky as hell, fool. I have no idea what I'm doing. All right, so we'll grab Beseech, and the idea now is we should tap this for mana before we sacrifice it. Drop the Beseech, grab Gaia's Will. Oh, thank God for that. That's why they play that. That's why it's so important. I was always wondering, what's the point of this? I see it's good, but not that good. So now we grab Gaia's Will. We can double drop the leads, get all the money back, and then literally ad nauseum or do any number of things at this point. We just got to play for our time, right? Maybe he'll surrender? No? Okay. So let's put this back down here. So we'll drop the leads, get the mana from those. All right. Okay, good. Whew. Yo, thank God. Thank God. That was the thing. Woo! Man. That would have been awkward. All right, so the man is playing Eldrazi Stompy or something like this. I have no idea what it is. So does he have Chalice main deck? No, he's not actually playing this, is he? Oh, maybe he is. Oh shit, he has Chalice main deck. How lucky am I, honestly, though? What the fuck? All right, so these Duresses, honestly, are almost dead against this guy. They're just not going to do anything. There's one spell they hit. So I don't know if this is the right play, but let me just real quick drop these out and put 2 boomerangs in so I have some chance. And I wonder if there's anything else that even goes in here. That's so wild. He doesn't use a yard or anything. That's crazy. 100% Chalice. That's crazy. How lucky am I? Yeah, because he plays the dual lane. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. That's how Stompy works. I guess we put the rest is back in. Is there anything else we put in here, though? I just don't know. Hey, what's up, Dirty Pink Pastry? I don't think there's really anything I can slide in here. I guess the Duress has come back, and I need one out here. I need more, like, mainline bounce, I guess. I'm not really sure. All right, good luck, mister. Let's see what we've got. I'm just drawing leads all day. Again, no starting mana, but we could get double mana off the opals. You know, no chaining here at all, though. Unfortunately, no way to actually set this off. It's a funny looking hand, though, isn't it? Like, you don't hate it. If I had an Infernal Tutor, you'd bang. So he kept all 7 cards, too. You know, to keep a no-lander is pretty nutty, but we technically have the ability to leverage these opals either for burst mana or just blue, and we're really going to want to play the leads anyway right away if he doesn't chalice us, so I really honestly don't hate this hand. I know it's bad to have these plus the leads, but we have the bounce. Like, if he chalices a 0, we have the play. We just may not be able to actually get the mana for it. I'm going to keep it. I feel like it's bad, though. Let's see what he does. You'd mull. You're a better player than I am. Pretty much entirely playing around Chalice at this point. In which case, if he has it, well, I'm playing around him not having it. He's got Leyline? Okay. I mean, honestly, like, not the worst for me. If he plays Chalice now, yeah. Woo! How lucky am I, dude? What is this? Wait, what is this? I could still ostensibly kill him right now. Wow. Unlucky, man. Leyline is good, but not good enough. I could also bounce it and just do the normal combo. Unlucky, bro. So I can't kill him, obviously. But what I can do is get all my artifacts out immediately and just leave one opal up. And hit him with the Duress. See what's in his hand, get some control here, and then potentially go for a strategy later. I really feel like that's what we're going to have to. We have no choice, no lands, right? So we're going to play the Mox Opal. You can only get this for mana if you have 2 other artifacts, right? So it counts itself. So these 2 leads we can play. If he dropped Chalice at 0, I think I just auto-scoop. But he didn't do it. So we're going to use the Mox Opal now to do a Thoughtseize, I think is the play. And then we're just going to see if I can control the conditions here. So he's got a creature that says, when this creature enters your target opponent reveals their hand, and then, oh, so he's got a Thoughtseize guy in his hand. That's relevant. And this says, whenever a colorless creature enters, they do 1 damage. So he's got a Thoughtseize guy in his hand, then a bunch of lands. So Eye of Ugin is quite good. It takes a lot to proc it. Petrified Hamlet, we've seen this before. You know, we're not really worried about this because all of our artifacts are mana. With the exception of Wishclaw and then Ancient Tomb. So we're going to take his Thoughtseize, obviously. You know, we're not going to be able to get it off the field, really. And we're going to pass the turn. There's so many cards right now that murk this guy, right? Any of the tutors, right? Even, I think a Ritual gets her done, maybe? No. Yeah, I think a Ritual next turn would get it done. We can get the Besiege going. So anyway, a lot of cards kill this guy, and I think he knows it. He's probably not in a happy place right now. You know, I mean, it's just a game, but 5 cards in hand. Let's see if he plays the card that he just drew. You know, if he plays Chalice at 1, sure, that's a problem. No rod. Okay. So he drew some disruption off the top. Hey Hal, what's up, buddy? Yeah, we're playing some Legacy. He drew the disruption off the top. Fair. That's part of the deck. He probably has a lot of disruption. So what are we thinking here? You know, I won't have the ability to use these things to do mana until I get a land to boomerang it back, and then I can pop off once again. So I actually need to draw a land now, as well as a win condition. But ultimately, nothing's changed. Nothing's really changed. It's just now he has a buffer where I have to answer this before I can pop off, which is good, which is great for him. It's exactly what he needs to do from my limited perspective. So let's see if we can maybe rip a land and feel good about it. Pedal. So pretty much we have lots of mana. But he's got the Null Rod, which is, you know, I'll keep it at $150 with you. Null Rod, pretty good here. But it's one of those situations where if he gets a Chalice, he's going to play it at 1 or 2 or something to stop my tutors. He's not going to drop me from doing these. And if I can answer it's like, yeah. 1, 2, 3. It's tough. We're just going to have to keep rolling it out. He's probably going to win this game if I know anything about Magic based on how this is going. He's one more disruption item away from just straight up winning. There's his Ayavugan. He played a Section Ancient Tomb as well. Glaring Fresh Breaker. So this was his threat that he had. He needed this to start ending the game. Fair enough. And then he got another one of these guys. So interesting. So he's going to quite literally use it to get rid of my boomerang. He's doing the layering he needs to do. He's also drawn very well, by the way. He drew a Null Rod and another Thought Knot. It's about time the opponent's drawing well, because I've been drawing extremely hot all day. So from this position, it's going to be exceptionally hard to beat him. We're going to have to sort of get a land and a boomerang, bounce the guy, get a second boomerang, bounce the Null Rod, and go for it that way. But either way, there's pretty much no way for us to do this. If he somehow doesn't take the boomerang, fair. But he certainly will. He might be tempted to take Ad Nauseam, but certainly he understands Legacy. People on Moto tend to understand this way more than you know, even I did back in the day, much less now. So terrible position now. Now we're undeniably in a horrible position. We're one Karn away from scooping, basically. So again, what we need to do is to make this actually happen at this point, we would have to draw a land and a bouncing thing. But we unfortunately at this point have kind of like 3-turn clock. So there's really no way to do this at this point. So we're probably going to be interested in preserving time so we can really calculate and beat him game 3. But he did a fantastic job. He drew hot, and quite frankly, I had this dead core of my hand the whole game that somebody said I should have mulled. But, you know, hindsight is not a real analysis, you know. You're done on board at this point? Yeah, there's really nothing I can really draw here. I'd have to draw a land, bounce, and then somehow hope he doesn't do anything else. I really did need to lose a match. I mean, honestly, I've been getting extremely lucky. Good to see you, Hub. Yeah, we can concede now. Good fight, good fight. Now we're going to go to game 3, and I have the play, which really is advantageous for me. You know, he's going to potentially do a leyline strategy, which is fair. But you need to be sort of sensitive to what you mull to, because if you don't have a way to win with this deck on the play in game 3, you will lose the game every single time. You can't keep a disruptive hand. You can't keep like oh, maybe it'll work hand. You need at least some way to win, even if you think they'll disrupt you, right? That's what I'm going to try to channel here. I'm going to try to get goblins out. I'm going to try to do something so that I can just take advantage of the initiative here, right? That's going to be my play. My little play. So obviously we'll start first. To call it an advantage would be an understatement. Remember, he won that without Chalice. He won that without any disruption. If he gets the disruption, this game looks a lot different. It's imperative that we pop something off here, you know? So what are we looking at? We're looking at double land. We got one source of mana, wishes, and an agony. This is a very bad hand. It has win conditions in the form of wishes. It also has the ability to grab things to bounce, right? But what happens when he drops his chalice, right? What happens when he drops his null rod, right? What are you doing with this? You're going to go land. You don't have red. How are you going to get the wishes? We obviously can't keep this. Here's a completely manaless hand. So we have to go to 5, which is really unfortunate. We'll probably lose whenever you go to 5, but you really can't be mad about it. You just got to keep your head up and see if they make a bigger mistake. So we've got a land. We got tendrils. We could put tendrils and Gaia back here. Keep ad nauseum. Try to ramp into it in some capacity. This is about as low. You know, we don't want to go any lower than this, right? But the idea of us winning is extremely slim now. We basically have no plan. We have no gas. We have nothing. And this is the virtue of a combo deck, is if you're relying on capping them at the start, you're gonna face situations where you can't get the goods and they get the disruption. So let's wax a little poetic here, get rid of these cards, and see if maybe this guy shits the bed. Got his ley line out. That's helpful. All right. So remember, we always have the artifact beatdown plan. They never see it coming, even though he also has it. So, let's proceed. And we're really just hoping to top deck everything we need to assemble a win, including the counter disruption. The ECCM, really, if you will. The electronic countermeasure. We're going to need some of those. So there's the chalice. Maybe I should have shit out the opal. All right. Off to a good start here. Probably should have played the opal. A little bit loose. All right. I'll take a land. I'll take, obviously, the bounce spell would be fantastic. Another song. I mean, interesting. Let's see what we've got. This is probably the defeat of the young Chloro. One more piece of disruption and it's Scoop City. And we know he's got a lot. He has actually main deck like Eldrazi Thoughtseize things. It's crazy. So we actually don't have the ability to start popping these tokens off, which is kind of funny. We also can't do this because if we play it, it'll get countered. So funny. So we're just forced to pass yet again. Hoping maybe we can play some creatures from this and get another land, maybe play 1 or 2 tokens. There's the null rod. Okay. Technically doesn't stop this plan. I mean, technically we are completely disabled and locked down, which is kind of, you know, what you expect with this, but this isn't interacted with yet. Granted, we're going to lose a charge, but we're going to get another artifact out of it to boost the count at least. I have to choose the order. I forgot about that. Wonder if there's like a toolbox spell in here I could do as an anti, you know? What's the phrase? I guess we'll get a lead just in case, right? Ah, it gets countered. No, it doesn't. Okay, good. Good. Technically, now I could use the lead to make a token. Oh, never mind. I can't use it. Never mind. All right. Very good. Very good indeed. Let's pass the turn. We're not going to get to use our Saga token. We got locked the fuck down. If only I had a skateboard. Yep. We could have played it and not been able to equip it. But we could have tapped this thing. You're right. Would have been good. We need that skateboard pronto. I might unironically put it in now that I understand what it's for. It's quite nice. Just wild to imagine it. We could probably scoop at this point. It's kind of futile to keep going. It'll just reduce our morale. So we'll just say good fight to this guy. Did well. Game 2, we could have had it. But we did not get the gas going, right? Good fight, man. What's my record? I'm 3-1, and I'm 7-4 in games. Not the best, not the worst. Way better than yesterday. But I'm assuming it matches you with people's similar records. I have no idea. I'm going to play, I guess, the last game. I only got one more game left. Might as well play it. But I am getting a little bit tired. We'll blame that on being tired, yeah? That's the plan. Deck seems good. It really does. Obviously, today seems like a fluke of a run, but it seems good. Can't believe how robust the Lion's Eye Diamond plus Beseech combo is. It's just so good. I can't get over that. Now, we're playing Magic the Gathering, a very old format, which allows old cards, which old cards are very powerful. And so basically we're playing with an old format, and, you know, games can be over instantly or they can take a long time. It's quite cool. This is how I used to play Magic a lot. I've played lots of formats, but this is always my faves. We're up against someone named Tadoot. Good luck, Tadoot. My last game of the day. We got a land, we got a Opal, no way to proc it, double Thoughtseize, double Brainstorm. It's a really bad hand. It's a really bad hand. There's like nothing you want out of this. You know, we're on the draw, you know. You can make arguments for try to flatten it out with Brainstorm. You can make arguments for ramping into Siege. We have no mana at all. There's no choice. This is much more my style right here. We have no lands, but wild enough, we sort of have the ability to play Beseech turn 1. If you Beseech and do Gaia, you replay the Lotus Petal, use it to cast Dark Ritual again. It's not quite there. Let's see what we draw. I'm going to keep this. So I got to get rid of Summit. I think it's looking like the Wish Claw, maybe. We might even just like YOLO the Beseech, depending on what we draw. And see if we can maybe find a way in. What's up, Jaff? Haven't played Magic in many months. Makes me want to go play some Elder Dragon Highlander. Hell yeah. Most of my chat say they play Commander, which is probably the correct way to play Magic. So he's got blue. Could have counter magic here, right? We do have a Thoughtseize. We should be mindful. I mean, fuck me, dude. It doesn't get any funnier than this. At this point, it's begging for a Beseech play. So you can recycle all of these, including the Petal, and then go for some type of either Tendrils or go to the board and grab one of those ways to end the game, or even a Warrens, right? I'm pretty sure we have all the mana to do it. So basically what we'd be doing is we'd be using the Chrome Mox and printing the Tutor, right? Using that to duress him or Thoughtseize him. And then if he doesn't do anything about it, we're going to Petal, we're going to double Ritual, Beseech, sacrifice the Chrome Mox, replay the Petal, replay the Lotus Petals. We're going to Beseech again for lethal, right? That's kind of how this goes. So first of all, let's do Chrome Mox, and then we'll imprint the Infernal Tutor. And we're going to test him, make sure that we don't... This is a redundant quick kill with no lands. If he counters this, then, you know, we got stuff to think about. But if he doesn't, or if we see his hand, we can potentially kill him right now, I think. I think it works, right? All right, so he's actually playing Reanimator. So he can probably kill me next turn. That's funny. We'll probably get rid of his mana here, right? Shallow Grave and Reanimate and Animate Dead both work here. What is this? Brutality. Nah, we're good. Let's just do dark. Oh, wait, there's only one way to get it in his graveyard, which is this. But you know what? I'm going to do this so that it takes 2 turns to reanimate. And now I think I can just pop off. This is kind of a bullshit turn, by the way. I don't know if I'm going to pull it off, but I think this is like a bullshit turn. All right, so now we can do this, and we'll sacrifice the Chrome Mox. This is crazy, bro. This is a crazy, crazy, crazy turn. This is with a Thoughtseize, dude. Fucking UI sucks. Let's play the rituals again. We're gonna play... Yeah, we have enough storm count to kill him. It's just over. It's a powerful deck. With Thoughtseize. I mean, that's pretty fucking insane. Whew. That was a dirty one. No land, Thoughtseize, insta-kill. Turn 1. Mull to 6. Dirty. That was best case. There's no better mull than that. That's as good as it gets, obviously. So this guy's going to be playing Reanimator, guys. So sometimes what they do is they sideboard in like Sneak and Show, but you still bring in the ley lines here, right? The truth is that Duress is actually too slow against them. You don't really need all these Duresses. It does fuck all when you draw it later, and we're second, so we can't even get it off. They're gonna reanimate something. It's a question of whether or not you got Leyline. That's it. Boomerang doesn't do anything here. I've played the deck enough. It's just who combos first. If they get Gristlebrand, I'll probably scoop. Leyline of the Void really does prevent their mainline strategy from working. So we went mulligan aggressively for Leyline. There's a possibility, depending on what we got going on, where we could be the control element here. So, you know, here's a really bad hand. We have, you know, 3 lands, 2 mana sources. One of them is an opal, no way to proc it, and another dark ritual. You know, it looks like this could pop off and make something happen, but we know this is not going to cut it against a fast deck. No leyline again here. Yeah, I'm going to mull to 5 here. No leyline with triple mull. So you gotta ask yourself, is it worth looking at another leyline going to 4 or keeping this? You know, this isn't the worst hand for 5. You put this back, you put this back, you put a land back. There's no disruption though, and it instantly fails to his disruption though. Whereas if we get a leyline, we could ostensibly, you know, going for a leyline here would be a huge mistake. It really would. You know? If we went for a leyline and didn't hit it and gave up this hand, I think I'd feel pretty foolish. Let's just try it, and if he combos, he combos. No biggie. Let's make sure to put Gaia's Will back. We might need it. I don't feel good about this, though. I mean, I mulled twice and didn't get a leyline. It's like, well, he's just immediately going to res a guy. So there's his Thoughtseize, right? So he's going to take, I'm assuming the... What's he take? The Ritual or the Tutor? It'd be nice if I drew a land and could start rolling out Urza Sagas. That'd be kind of nice, actually. You know what? Double Urza Saga is pretty insane. He's gonna get the reanimate, but I wonder what he's got going on. I don't know what card he gets rid of. Infernal Tutor? Okay. So, you know, it's pretty bad for me right now. You know? And this is kind of what we expect him to start with. He doesn't insta-kill me, though. That's nice. So, you know, there's a small chance we could still win this. And hope our game 3 is very strong. We got the land. That's nice. But we're simply not gonna have time. He's gonna get a Gristlebrand next turn, and it's gonna be the end of it. You know, for a mold of 5, it's like, you know, do you just fish for a ley line? I mean, I'm not sure. What's worse? Letting him do res stuff or like him sneak showing something into play regardless? Drinking a fresco over here. Sorry, I refuse to read chat. I'm too lazy. So he's gonna unmask. Interesting. A lot of disruption here. Exiled Cabal Therapy. Wow, he's got a lot of... I wonder if he has any win cons. He does. No. So he went for a sneak show strategy. Now he's going to do Gambit and put in his Grizzlebrand or whatever it is. Let's see what he's got, just for curiosity. Top 10 cards of your library. Yeah, that's going to be pretty good. You know, it's weird. I don't want to scoop yet because, like, technically I have like another turn or two. You know, to go like LED plus diamond or something. You know, and I'm gonna get a surveil. Like, it's not over yet. But he did just draw a lot of cards. I wonder if he can produce fast mana here and disrupt me. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. All right, we're surveilling. Undercity sewers. Brainstorm. That's painful, bro. All right, so here's the deal. We'll take the ley lines out. He didn't even see I had him. I mean, he probably assumes I had him. But we'll actually take him out and just try to beat him straight up combo-wise. We'll go back to the game 1 strategy of do-resting him first, so we obviously want these. The ley lines are fantastic, don't get me wrong, but if he's going to have Stronghold and sneak shows, like everybody else does, it's not necessarily that good. It was a good attempt, though. It was a decent mold of 5. We're going to have to just beat him fair and square off the rip. If we don't duress him and take control, we need to beat him, and if we can't do that, we lose. Last game of the day. Good luck. Last game of your life. I wonder how I give these cards back to that bot. I wonder how that works. I rented them. I mean, what if I just keep them? What happens? I mean, I don't want to, but what happens? I guess that's why they took my credit card and shit. And like asked for my social media. I'm like, I don't have that. I don't have that shit, bro. That skateboard tech is funny as hell. All right. Let's see what we got. We got a Thought Season of Duress and fuck all else behind it. It's a pretty offensive hand right there. You know, when you see something like this, you gotta understand, there's still a lot of things to do here. For example, you could drop your Mox and print the Duress, check his hand, drop a C, end his turn Brainstorm, next turn shuffle stuff away and try to go for a win. You could also just go Duress. And see if you can hit all of his ways that he can res. If you can't hit all of his ways he res or he out combos you, you lose. There's no win con here. It's very painful to take something like this. Thinking that you can out control this guy. So here we have much more game. We've got a lead, we've got a wish. No, oh, we have another mana too. This is quite a nice hand. We don't have the ability to get the Thoughtseize out though, which I don't like. Awkward, awkward. Terrible way to go down like this. I'm not really sure there's a world where you can get rid of this though. And go to 5 here against this guy. I've gone to 5 and 1 before, but against Reanimator it seems rough. My plan here is very rough, but I have sorting. This is gonna probably be a loss, I'm sure. You know, if we don't put the Wish Claw, our Burning Wish could get sniped away, but there's nothing else we can actually get rid of, so we have no choice. Not a great place to be right here. Definitely tempting to drop the LED on the table right away. He's not going to have a way to interact with it. So I think we'll probably surveil first and then drop the LED second. He sent me a message. So there's our blue-black source, but we can't play it. It's like, do you get rid of that and go for... I mean, at this point, there is no such thing as a quick game for us. We don't have the black source. It's just such an awkward game. I'm pretty sure there's no way I can win this. It makes me want to keep this, but... This is so slow. I don't see how I can win, really. He's going to have to, like, really drop the ball here and not, like, pop off. So he takes Wish or Lead here. Oh, I didn't play my Lead. Oh, God. I was going to play the Lead. It's alright. Fuck it. I'm not actually sure playing the Lead is 100% correct. So he's going to actually combo here. Jesus Christ. Oh, maybe not. Okay. What does he take? I think he's going to take the Wish. I just have a feeling he takes Wish, but the correct play is Lead, I think. He might take Thoughtseize, too. What he doesn't realize is, like, I can't even play the Thoughtseize next turn. If he takes Thoughtseize, it's actually not great for him. This is definitely a complicated board state. Reanimator is very fast. You know, we would love to have, like, ley lines. We'd love to have some staple way in here, but... He's gonna probably outperform us. He's really not sure what to take. He took the Wish. Interesting. So rituals. He plays this. Search your library for a card and put it face down. Next turn, turn it face up. What the fuck does it say? If it's a creature card. Oh, I see. So this is like a slow way to reanimate. It takes a while to do. I mean, shit, I'm cool with it. Why not? So he's trying to outlast me. This is fascinating. So technically, right? I could brainstorm now, look for a land to Thoughtseize him, or drop this to surveil a card away. Honestly, like, it's weird, but we brainstorm. Oh, fuck. JK. No, this looks like blue mana. Fuck you. So I suppose he would surveil and drop the Lead, and then next turn, like, I don't know, man. Like, does he have more disruption in here? This doesn't seem like it's gonna work. Let's see. I got 15 minutes. Let me take my time. There's an Opal. That doesn't really get it done, does it? So I think at this point we'll play this so he doesn't actually need Thoughtseize is a very important card, right? And then we're going to take a quick look at his hand. I honestly didn't even think about playing the Thoughtseize earlier. We really wouldn't want to do this last. What's bizarre is, like, if we Thoughtseize him and we see nothing there, like, it's going to feel weird now. But if there's something there and we don't do it, it's going to feel even worse. So we just have to stop what we're doing and just realize this is out of order and just take the lick. Let's see what he's got. So basically, we're gonna force him to discard something against our will. So Grizzlebrand's gonna go to his yard. That helps him. But we've not identified a single way for him to res anything. We have a free turn next turn where he's literally top decking, right? So between Brainstorm and my new land, I think there's a decent chance I can beat this guy. Unless he top decks Disruption or something silly like the more hand card. This is very close. We both have no cards, but he has an inevitable win on the counter. He has an inevitable win here. But it's not happening till next turn, unless he drew the answer right now. No, he didn't. Okay. So in theory, I can do this. Let's see what I draw. Petal. So how this is going to work is the Brainstorm is going to seal my fate. We're basically going to brainstorm, see what we have, and just see straight up whether we win or lose. That's basically how this is going to work. So before we play any lands, before we do anything else, let's just do the Brainstorm and see if we win. Because we know he's going to win next turn. We know that. There's a Beseech. Interesting. Another lead. I don't think there's a way to win it. There's really nothing to do here, I guess. We can't, abuse the leads to play the Beseech or anything. We just don't have the mana. If we hit like a Dark Ritual here, that would have done it. But there's really no way to search for more cards at this point. Either. So it's probably just over, unless he can't beat me next turn, in which case I could probably beat him then. So I suppose let's hide the Beseech. And we'll just keep it smooth. He's going to get at least one creature next turn. What did he get? What's his revealed card? He got a Gristlebrand. So he's at 3 life. He's going to go to 3 life if he uses it, but he's going to refill his hand and be able to strip my hand away. So the question is, can I cast Beseech next turn and win the game? And the answer is yes, even if he strips my hand, as long as I play everything right now. I know I'm going to draw a Beseech, and I know I have the mana to cast it, and I know I have Lion's Eye Diamond, and I know I can kill him. The question is, can he kill me immediately? And it's probably yes, but he's only going to get 1 draw off of Gristlebrand, right? Okay. So there's still a hope. So all 2 people watching. Here we go. What's he got? What's he top deck? So he's going to draw a card and he's going to put a Gristlebrand, right? So he's going to get all the cards he wants. He's probably going to get a way to do a loop and kill me. But if he doesn't, I think he dies. I'm assuming he can find a way to do this. You get a free Gristlebrand here. Oh, what is this? I don't even know what this is. Oh, he just wins off of this? Ah, I see. This doesn't insta-kill me, though. We have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the field. So you do this now, so you get another character. Does he hit himself? What? That's bad. That's unlucky. It's like a cascade thing. So wait, I still win. No way. Wait, what? Why didn't he get Gristlebrand? Because he's too low? I still would have drawn the cards, bro. Wait, do I still win this? Stop. You see how I hid the card too in the next top of my library so you can't even duress me? Oh fuck, it's not. Oh fuck. Wait, oh fuck. I put it 2 instead of 1. Uh-oh! What a way to go down. I obviously can kill him here if I had it, but I put not like this. Well, I hate to break it to you, but he's gonna probably beat me this round. That sucks. Oh, fuck. So the only way I can win is if he attacks again and then gets the Raph and Mikey again. Right? And then I get 1 more turn. That's the only way I win, right? That's it. How do you draw? Yeah, I put it behind the Urza Saga like an idiot. I guess I thought I was going to draw this earlier. So my only hope now is for him not to draw anything of use and to... Oof, and to draw and to hit another Raff and Mikey off the rip. These are extremely low odds. I already hit the first one. That was huge. I shouldn't even have another turn. A chance at a turn. I mean, damn, dude. I guess I'll just play it to get it going. You might want to hold this to do a mind game, but... Sheesh, dude. If he hits another Raff and Mikey and I can kill him next turn, I'm going to laugh so hard. Because I clearly blundered this. I did the brainstorm, but put it back too deep. Come on. Come on, summon your friend. Oh, fuck, he's going to res somebody at the end of the turn. What? I'm dead. Oh, he's surveilling. There's like a 2% chance I can win this. It's very low. He needs to not draw, and he also needs to not filter. Did he put it in the graveyard? Oh, he put it on top. Son of a bitch. All right. Come on, Mikey. Come on, Mikey. Come on. Hit your buddy again. Come on. Fuck! All right. We blundered. GG. That feels bad. I'm gonna reveal my hand here. So I think it's safe to say we probably had that, actually. If I would have stacked it right. Not the worst outcome, you know, go 3 and then hit the winner's bracket and lose off to really good people. Not bad. I consider that a win. What do I get for that? What's the W? Ah, I get another entry fee. I get to go again for free because I won 3 in a row. So the idea now is, let's play again. No, I'm just kidding. Holy fuck, that took a while. Well, that was fun as hell. 3-2 is not bad. I'm gonna leave though. So thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. A couple people on YouTube interested in Magic too. Fun. Lanix, Tiny, Jesse over on YouTube. If you're still watching, hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thanks for chilling with me and giving me Magic advice. You know, I need that. I need that. Soapy, congrats on your first bang. Take care, partner. Paku, thanks for coming by. Dirty Pink Pastry, sorry for the blunder. That's my bad. I'll try to remember that next time. Honestly, not sure how I slipped. I think I've been playing too long here today. It's a bad way to go down the brainstorm order. Take care, Pastry. Jaff, thanks for coming by. Pookie. Later, Gator. Fatigue. Yeah, we'll say fatigue, not skill, for sure. Adios. Johnny Fives, thanks for chilling. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I trust you guys will do something good with the remainder of your time. And be here tomorrow to dribble the ball and to hang out. You know me. Chilling. Entertaining. Getting to learn people. You know, trying to put some good out there. Thank you for using my creator code. Thank you for watching my YouTube videos. Thank you for watching me play goofy games. I love you pretty